the dry and dangerous desert in Arizona. Out here, it's hard to quench your thirst for victory, but NASCAR drivers know you have to beat the heat before you can beat the competition. But so far this season, no one has been able to beat Tyler Reddick. The 2311 driver has become the first ever to win 3 races in a row to start the season, and now aims to make a little more history in the Valley of the Sun as the start to the 2026 NASCAR Cup Series season heats up. The green flag flies, and it's time to drop the hammer.
It's free wide, heading towards the checkers.
Oh, everybody's crashing!
Side by side for the win!
He muscles him up and out of the groove! Now contact! And around!
And this is going to stack up about 15 of them!
It's 3 wide for 3 rows! Kyle Larson has pulled off grand larceny!
Unbelievable!
So let's do that again, because the mic wasn't on. So hello, one and all. I'm Matthew Owens, and our Ultimate Sports team welcomes you to Phoenix. Thanks for having us in for the race. You've just seen me talk, but haven't heard me. That's the way things have been going around here lately. Matt White joins me in just a moment as we get race 4 of the NASCAR Cup Series season underway. It's still so new, Matt, don't you know? We're still learning every week, aren't we? But we don't have to learn this racetrack, do we? We know a lot about Phoenix, and we're so excited to be back here after the 2 great races we had here last year.
Yes, indeed. Hello to you, Matthew. Hello, everybody. You can't see me, but you can hear me, in the opposite to what you've just had happen to you. The first proper race of the season, people are calling it. We are on week 4 of said NASCAR Cup Series season, but this is the first proper race of the season, which you could say was the last proper race at the end of last season, if you discount the 2 super speedways and, of course, Circuit of the Americas last week. So the next, until we get to Talladega, which is the next super speedway, and the next road course isn't until May, just before just before May Day weekend. So plenty of the meat and potatoes part of the season to come up here, and the points chase playoff ledger is a little bit upside down after these first 3 weeks. It's going to become a little more clearer over the next month or so.
Yeah, and that's the term that's been used a lot this week, isn't it, Matt? The meat and potatoes of the season. The quote-unquote normal season is about to get started here. And it's so interesting that we still say that, even though this schedule, 36-race schedule, has become so wildly eclectic throughout. But this is a return, or the first coming this season, of the non-super speedway, non-road courses. So we're not drafting this weekend, and we're not turning right this weekend. At least you hope you're not turning right this weekend. So what does that mean for what we've seen through the first 3 races? Because obviously it's different than the first 3 races, but those first 3 races mean just as much to the championship as this one does.
Yeah, that's right. And a lot of people have been calling for that for the last few years with the way that the championship has fed through. So I just we're going to get more normality of people towards the front. Although, as you can see by the grid on the screen, a couple of people towards the top end of town in qualifying yesterday that we might perhaps have not thought to be out there. So it's still this ever-changing part of the season in terms of the point standings is ongoing. Phoenix today, Las Vegas next week, then Darlington, Martinsville as we get into April. The proper tracks that are all part of the playoffs at the end of the season. So very important run here through the next 4 or 5 weeks.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Now, of course, as you know, 3 races into the season, they've all been won by the same driver, and that's never happened before in NASCAR history. Tyler Reddick, stunning win on the last lap in the Daytona 500, fought his way back from issues to win in Atlanta, and then, after a very subpar first stage last weekend in Austin, Texas, came back and really was the dominant car for the last 2 stages, winning at Circuit of the Americas. First time he's ever won at a track twice in his career, as it were. So Reddick has already made history by winning the first 3 races of the season. Now he's trying to make even more history by trying to win 4 straight races. So let's now, for a moment, Matt, extract the part of this is the very start of the season that he's doing this. Once again, second straight year we come into an early season race for a driver looking to win 4 straight. It has not happened since Jimmie Johnson in 2007. By the way, do you know where the track was that he won to win his 4th straight race? Oh yeah, that's right. Phoenix in the fall of 2007. It was his 4th straight win. Only 8 drivers have ever done it in NASCAR history. Johnson was the last, Jeff Gordon before that in 1998, Harry Gant before that, of course, in the early 90s. Cale Yarborough has done it. It's only legends of this sport that's won 4 straight races in the Cup Series, Matt. Tyler Reddick trying to do that today and trying to do it to start the season.
Just realised I used the P word before, and I should have used the C word, chase rather than playoffs. Well, he couldn't, could he? Again? Today, I mean, what a run they've been on over these last 3 weeks. And you look at the point standings, and that extra little bonus that you get for winning has vaulted Tyler Reddick away from the rest of the field. If it had been the same as last year, and I've heard some murmurings of this through the week, people perhaps would have been complaining, oh, he's won all these races, and what's he got to show for it? Actually, now people are going, oh, he's won all these races and he's so far in front. Well, yeah, he's picked up, and he's had a decent chunk of stage points as well throughout the 3 races. So he's been playing both sides of the points game, and has as much of a gap over the guy behind him in second place, which just happens to be his teammate, by the way, as second to, what was it, 16th we worked out at the end of the race last week. So,
second to 27th.
That's right. Sorry. Yes. Forget what I said. So he's got as much of a points gap as over the field there as anyone else has, and he's pretty much confirmed to be coming. Well, he will be. He'll be confirmed to be still the championship leader after today, even if he parks it on the first lap, and scores nothing. And he's going to be the points leader, you would imagine, the way he's going, and generally would be running for the next 3 or 4 weeks at the very least, and starts inside the top 10 as well today with a chance to add to the win column.
Did you say championship standings, Matt? It's a good segue.
Championship standings, yeah. Let's have a look.
That is a good segue. Let's talk about the championship standings through the first 3 races of the season. Tyler Reddick, he's won the first 3 races, so yeah, he should be the championship leader. As Matt said, he's got a massive lead on Darrell Wallace Jr. It is a 70-point gap from Reddick to Wallace from first to second. It's the same amount of points from second to 27th. You see the top 16 right there. Those top 16, of course, will make the chase for the championship later in the season. Matt, you look at this top 16, a lot sticks out, doesn't it? Shane Van Gisbergen, who's had back-to-back top 10s, of course. He's 5th in the championship standings. How about all 3 of the Spire cars? Daniel Suarez, Michael McDowell, and Carson Hocevar. They're all in the top 10, and Brad Keselowski, despite his off-season injury that he's still struggling through, he's 12th in the championship.
Yeah, 3 Spire cars, 3 RFK cars, if you include Ryan Priest, and of course he won the Clash as well, at Bowman Gray, so it's been a terrific start generally for the group there at RFK. AJ Allmendinger at 8th. Like, colleague, we were writing them off over pre-season because they've lost their affiliation with RCR over the off-season. they're on their own now, and AJ's been brilliant. And the next person down, if we could fit it on the screen, in 17th in the points, would be his teammate Ty Dillon. So it's been a great start for them. Suarez, you mentioned, Joey Logano under the radar, and he's got to 6th. What a great start it's been to the season for Shane Van Gisbergen, who everyone was talking down the chance of him getting into the chase because of the winning in going out the way. And he's 5th in the points from 3 races. So the next few weeks for him perhaps will be a challenge to stay in and around this top 16. And someone let me, Zane Smith didn't have a great run last week after a couple of good finishes at Daytona and Atlanta, of course, slipped down the standings last week. So, as I said, these next 3, 4, 5 weeks is really going to shape the way we look at this points table as we head into the early summer.
So those are the drivers that are currently in the chase. Obviously, 23 races left in the regular season, so a long way to go. There's surprises in the top 16, Matt. There's also surprises outside the top 16. Look at some of these drivers that haven't even cracked the top 20 through the first 3 races. Denny Hamlin, Christopher Bell, Chase Briscoe, Austin Cindric, and Alex Bowman, who of course is a big story today. More on him in a moment. But how about all these surprises outside the top 16 or even outside the top 20?
Yeah, a couple of people there that, Chase Briscoe got to the Championship 4 last year. Here he is in 27th through the first 3 races. This time last year we were eulogising over the start that Christopher Bell was making to this season. And of course he won this race last year. Denny Hamlin we know all about. Kyle Busch kind of started strong at Daytona on the pole, but the results haven't come for him. Chastain's been a little bit up and down. So plenty of people in this sort of second half here of the point standings that need this stretch of races to away from the chaos of super speedways and road courses to get their season back on track. And all of the Gibbs guys are on this page, none of them on page 1.
Yeah, exactly right. No Gibbs cars in the top 10, but yet all 3 Spire cars in the top 10. That kind of goes to show you what the start of the season has been like with the 3 outlier races that we have had so far. Now, of course, you see Alex Bowman right there, 36th. He is last among chartered cars and teams in the championship standings. That is a story this week as well. Bowman, who, if you were with us last week, had to exit his race car late in the race at COTA because he wasn't feeling well. Well, Matt, he has not been cleared to race this week either because he has been experiencing vertigo. So Bowman not cleared to race this weekend. Anthony Alfredo steps into the 48 car for Hendrick Motorsports this weekend. We wish all the best to Alex, and we wish all the best to Anthony today. Now, as I said, we do wish all the best to Alex Bowman. This is his home racetrack. He's obviously gutted to miss this race of any of the races that he had to miss. Now, let's turn to the business of the sport, because this sport is a business. This is the 3rd time in the last 5 years that Alex Bowman will not run in all 36 races of the season. It's also a contract year for Alex Bowman. It's also been a number of seasons where Bowman has taken a lot of criticism for not running up to par with the other 3 Hendrick Motorsports cars that he is teammates with. This is obviously a situation that he didn't choose to happen to himself, but this does not help what's going on around Alex Bowman and his status in the seat of the 48 car, does it?
No, absolutely not. We talked about it in pre-season that we'd get to this point at Phoenix and somebody would be way in a points hole through these first 3 races. I'm not really sure we expected it to be the 48 team. And they're going to be even more in a hole, of course, today because he won't score because he's not here. So I've been critical of Bowman for the last couple of years, and perhaps there could have been a change in that car. And of course, he was the man entrusted with taking over the 40, the most, one of the most famous numbers in the sport, certainly in the last few years, taking over when Jimmy Johnson, in air quotes, retired from full-time cup racing. But it just has not really, apart from a few shining lights, happened every week for that team. And as you say, in a contract year, he is going to have to come back and be a top 5 car, you would imagine, every single week all the way through to July to get himself anywhere in terms of getting into the top 16 when we get to the end of August. So big year for Alex Bowman. And Hendrick have got some people in that, in their program and in the pipelines that they perhaps could bump up if they continue to have a strong start to their years in their other NASCAR Touring Series. So it's a big year for Bowman. I think he's perhaps been kept on in that seat by sponsorship over the last couple of years. If he doesn't perform again this year, then he probably has to be the big name on the chopping block as we go into next season.
Any expectations for Anthony Alfredo today?
Well, we've seen him at the Super Speedways, haven't we? Mostly over in the Cup Series side, anyway, over the last few years, and has done a decent job in some subpar equipment, let's say. But here he is in one of the primetime teams with the famous 48, as I've just referenced, and he's got a chance to put himself in line, perhaps, for this as a full-time seat going forward for next year. Maybe if he can do well here today, and Alex is not cleared for next week, then perhaps Alfredo will be back in the car again for Las Vegas next Sunday. So this is a bit of a job interview here, perhaps, for Fast Pasta to get himself a Cup Series ride for next season. And while we're here, we should just briefly touch on Myatt Snyder jumping into that car late in the race at COTA last week. What a great story that was. Yeah. But not getting the full-time or the full-time replacement gig. That's gone to Alfredo for today.
Now, speaking of Anthony Alfredo running in, equipment that is maybe subpar and, underfunded equipment, well, in the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, which ran here last night, Matt, he drives for Viking Motorsports. That is a second or maybe even third tier team in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. Well, he came to Phoenix with that team this weekend, qualified 4th and finished 10th here last night. So Alfredo is on a heck of a momentum tsunami wave, if you will, of getting into this 48 car for this weekend in the Cup Series, then having a tremendous weekend in the O'Reilly Series, the Grand National Series, of course, as we call it, in his Viking Motorsports ride. Let's go back to Tyler Reddick here, Matt. Only 8 drivers in NASCAR Cup Series history has won 4 straight races. As you see on your screen, that's the starting grid, which of course we'll go through ourselves in a moment. But as you can see on your screen now, Reddick starts 8th. He's the top starting Toyota. Toyota loves this racetrack. They didn't quite love it yesterday, though. It wasn't all that great to them in qualifying. His chances today, in your opinion, are what for a place where he's never finished higher than 8th?
Well, yeah, about there, I would say. If he can get a top 5 out of the day, I think he'll be mighty pleased. We know how good Team Penske have been here, but that's mostly been a fall performance. Their spring results generally haven't been as good as at the end of the season. Or of course, Blaney's won a couple times here in the fall, as has Logano, to win championships, both of them. And of course, Ryan, much forgotten about, Ryan Blaney did win the end of the season race last year, amongst all the chaos that was going on around and behind him. So and a good bunch of Chevrolets up there towards the front end as well. So again, if Reddick can be top Toyota as on the grid at the end of the afternoon and in the top 10, I think they will see that as a good result.
We'll see if he can make history. Christopher Bell tried it last year at Las Vegas to win his 4th straight, came up short. Tyler Reddick will try it here today. Many drivers to watch. As always, we'll give you our 4 ones to watch as we get set for the Straight Talk Wireless 500 at Phoenix.
Denny Hamlin comes back to the scene of where he was moments away from winning the championship last year before it was cruelly snatched from his hands. He has 17 top 5 finishes at this racetrack, which is most among active drivers. He comes in only 23rd in points, an average finish of only 18th through the first 3 weeks of the season. He and all of Joe Gibbs Racing will be hoping to turn the tide here at a track where that organisation has had plenty of success in the past.
And speaking of Joe Gibbs' struggles to start the season, they have no cars in the top 10 in the championship standings, and the average finish of the whole organization is just 21st through the first 3 races. But Christopher Bell is also a threat for JGR today. He's won this race in each of the last 2 seasons. He is one of the masters of the shorter, flatter racetracks, making Christopher Bell always one to watch when it comes to Phoenix.
Not much has been spoken about Team Penske so far this season, and especially their 22 car of Joey Logano. He's finished outside the top 10 in the last 2 races, but finds himself inside the top 10 in points. He has 4 wins here at Phoenix, which is most among active drivers, but he's on a 28 race winless drought going back to Texas last spring. Can the 22 turn their season around in a Scott McLaughlin Bathurst 1000 winning inspired livery this weekend for Shell and the captain?
Spire Motorsports has had a great start to the 2026 season. All 3 of their cars are top 10 in the championship standings, and the highest of them is Daniel Suarez, 7th in the championship through 3 races. But today he comes to a track which has never been his best. In fact, Suarez has never led a lap at Phoenix on the Cup Series level, but he did turn a great lap in qualifying yesterday, putting him 4th on the grid in hopes of continuing his terrific start to 2026. And those are our ones to watch here at Phoenix as we get set to go for the Straight Talk Wireless 500. The command has just been given by Patrick Warburton. He's kind of everywhere. That voice is becoming iconic. And he is given the command, so let's go straight into the starting grid, shall we, for today's running of this 500-kilometer race at Phoenix Raceway. On the pole is Joey Logano. It's a special livery for him. He's led more laps than anyone in the next gen era at Phoenix. He starts alongside Kyle Larson, who has 3 straight Phoenix top 5 finishes. Row 2, Austin Cindric, 25th or worse in all 3 races this season, and Daniel Suarez in 4th. Row 3, Ryan Blaney from High Point, North Carolina. High Point's going to the NCAA tournament, clinched that spot today, and Ross Chastain, a past winner here in 2022. Row 4 is Carson Hocevar from Michigan, and Tyler Reddick trying to become the 9th driver to win 4 straight. Row 5, William Byron, 21 straight top 10 stage finishes here, and Josh Berry, 4th and 7th at Phoenix last year.
2 Gibbs cars on row 6. Denny Hamlin comes back to the scene of the crime alongside last spring's winner Christopher Bell. Ryan Preece and Ty Gibbs are on row number 7. And it is John Hunter Nemechek and Michael McDowell on row 8. 2 guys that could very well get up inside the top 10 come the end of the afternoon. Row 9, the 17 and the 97, Chris Buescher, and 5th in points, Shane Van Gisbergen in the 97 for Trackhouse. Row 10 is another Trackhouse car, that is Connor Zilic in the Wendy's Mobile, and Chase Briscoe in the number 19 for Joe Gibbs Racing.
Row 11, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. from Mississippi and Riley Herbst from Las Vegas. A.J. Allmendinger, 8th in the championship, starts in row 12 alongside Zane Smith. Row 13, Austin Dillon and Chase Elliott, who's never finished top 5 here in a next-gen car. In row 14, it's Austin Hill, the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series regular, and Darrell Wallace Jr., 2nd in points, but 29th and 37th in 2 Phoenix races last year. Row 15, Kyle Busch, his 42nd career Phoenix start. He's won here 3 times, next to Todd Gilliland.
Row 16 is the substitute for today, Anthony Alfredo, who we've just been talking about in the 48 for Hendrick, and Eric Jones, who is another man right at the rooted to the bottom of the point standings. Ty Dillon for Colleague in the number 10 is in row 17 alongside the white and pink mobile of Cody Ware, and in row 18 is Noah Gregson and Cole Custer. And bringing up the tail end of the field this afternoon is the man who's still got one leg that works fully. The other one is healing, and is Brad Keselowski. A Chevy heavy field for the Straight Talk 500.
18 of them, along with 10 Fords and 9 Toyotas, and that's your starting grid for the Straight Talk Wireless 500, a race that will feature 312 laps, that's 312 miles, 502 kilometers. The stage lengths have always been different here. It's a very short first stage, 60 laps. Second stage is 125. Third stage is 127. Kevin Harvick, who won 9 times here, set the race record at an average speed of 113.2 miles an hour in March of 2016, and today is the 60th Cup Series race at Phoenix. Let's go around this Phoenix Raceway. 1 mile D-shaped oval. It's very unique. This is a driver's eye view of this Phoenix racetrack. Turns 1 and 2 extremely wide. You can go all the way below that apron if you want to. You can go all the way to the top of the 11 degrees of banking. Back straight away here where pit entrance is on the exit of turn 2. Turn 3 entrance, very narrow, very shallow. Heavy braking. It's a very narrow section of the racetrack. Turn 4 opens up and brings you back to the line and to the dog leg. Now, in racing conditions, Matt, this dog leg, there are no track limits, there's no out of bounds. You can cut it, and drivers will do that all day long.
Yeah, they certainly will, and especially on the start and restarts today, they're going to be wild. We'll see 4. And what did we see in the Truck Series last year at the end of the season? 5 wide going down there into turn 1, which used to be turn 3 and 4. This is where the start-finish line used to be before they flipped the track. And as you say, it narrows up here into turn 3, that concrete wall on the inside sticking out. Good passing opportunity into 3, but 3 and 4 there, but you might get caught on the exit, get up under the flag stand there for a shot across the line, and then a chance again to cut the dog leg if you so choose on the back straightaway.
Now, last time through 1 and 2, we ran at the top, but you can do this too. All 4 tires below the yellow line of the apron, but look how tight it gets on the exit of turn 2 when you do that. So you can go very top or very bottom at that section, but right here, Matt, it's early braking. Really, you got to start braking on the straightaway in 3 and 4 more than anything. What about the whiteboard here for Phoenix?
Absolutely no out of bounds here. Restart madness, as I touched on there before, it is going to be all over chaotic at the beginning of the race and on those restarts throughout the day. That's probably your best chance a lot of the time for making places. We've got the 750 package here for the first time on a quote-unquote proper oval. It is the same package we ran at COTA last week, but it's the first on the oval. Will more horsepower equal more braking? Probably, because we might see a bit more speed being carried down the straightaways here today. And what will that do for the tyres? And they were a bode of contention in the fall here last year. We do see fairly long green flag runs in the early portion of races at this Phoenix Raceway. So you don't want to slip off the lead lap, because it could ruin your afternoon and may take quite some time, depending on how the race goes, to get it back. That's the whiteboard for the afternoon here in Phoenix.
Yeah, first stage here has gone caution-free 4 times. 4 of the 8 next-gen races here have not seen a caution in the first stage. Cars are on the racetrack and getting set to go. Matt, final thoughts before we get going for race 4 of the season, if those, past thoughts weren't enough for you.
Plenty of action we will see today. Hopefully we will see a good one, and kind of would like, as nice as it would be for Tyler Reddick to continue to make history, it would be nice to see someone else get up there and win today. A couple of people going to the rear. Brad Keselowski was there anyway, and they've gone to his backup car for the afternoon. Zane Smith and Carson Hocevar will drop to the rear from their qualifying positions. Almost a full house. The sun is bright and shiny here in the desert, as it pretty much always is, just outside Avondale, Arizona, as we are, not too far away from the state capital. Looking forward to a great afternoon of cup racing on a proper small oval. It's been a big weekend here. We'll touch on that when we get to the hot lap at the end of stage 2. And there will be spoiler alerts, by the way. If there's been plenty on this weekend that you have not seen, press your turn your volume down then, but we'll get to that later on. It's been a huge weekend of motorsport for the fans in the Phoenix area this weekend, and this is the cherry on the top of a very big cake.
Zane Smith, by the way, not only will have to go to the rear for the start, he will have to do a pass-through penalty at the end of the first lap because of multiple failed inspections yesterday. Real quick, Matt, 1 mile D-shaped oval, as we've already taken you through. There is the track map and our track split today for the call. So, Matt, you're going to pick up the action at Rattlesnake Hill in the middle of turns 1 and 2, take them down the backstretch and go into turns 3 and 4. But what you see on the bottom of your screen there and that track map is one of the most unique racetracks on the NASCAR circuit, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a strange shape. We used to have grass where the dog leg now is back in the day before they tarred that over, and that really did change things up. And then just before the pandemic, well, just a little bit before the pandemic, they flipped the track completely and moved the start finish line from the natural position in the middle of the back, now the back straightaway, and put it on the exit of what was then turn two before the dog leg. So it is all over the place in terms of what we would recognize as an oval. Not much like what we'll see at Las Vegas next week, that's for sure. But it is going to always is action, and as you say, those restarts can be wild, and then you've got to get yourself filed and filtered down for the very narrow back straightaway and into turn three. So it pretty much is a racetrack of two halves.
Technically 1.02 miles. That front straightaway with the dog leg, 9 degrees of banking there. You kind of drop into the dog leg, then come back out of it, and then back down into turn 1. 9 degrees of banking in turns 1 and 2. 11 degrees of banking in turns 3 and 4. Those two sets of corners completely different from each other. And again, that dog leg, which can and will be cut throughout the day, especially on restarts. It's very rough down there, Matt, so when you go down there, have your teeth together, because it could rattle some dentures down there.
Surprising that we don't see more suspension issues at this racetrack for that reason, from people popping down there. And we've had a few close calls, haven't we? I mean, Chase Elliott springs to mind instantly, with the end of the pit wall down there where it finishes as the cars come out of the pit lane. So lots of dust. It's 50 feet quicker or 50 feet shorter to cut the dog leg. We'll see plenty of it today. Can Tyler Reddick continue this historic run at the beginning of the 2026 season? He will roll off 8th. It is Kyle Larson second behind Joey Logano in a special Penske paint scheme, which I'm sure we'll touch on throughout the day, bringing the field through turns 3 and 4 for the start of the Straight Talk Wireless 500 at Phoenix. Matthew Owens.
Joey Logano leads the field to green. It's time to drop the hammer in the desert. We're underway at Phoenix. Everybody cuts the dog leg for the first time through, and it's Logano from the pole leading the field into the first corner.
3 Penske cars up there in the top 5, all scuttling for position. It is going to be Logano coming out of turn 2 in the lead. Larson will be side by side with Austin Cindric in the yellow and green mobile. Ryan Blaney is slotted into 4th, but William Byron wants to take that from him up the inside of turn 3.
3 and 4 wide, middle of back of the pack through turns 3 and 4. We said it was narrow back there. They're trying to prove us wrong. Joey Logano's led more laps here in the next gen era than anyone, and he leads lap 1. Kyle Larson and Austin Cindric joust for second.
Opposites on lap 2, most of the field taking the actual racing track rather than cutting the dog leg, but positions are shuffling around. Joey Logano has a 2-car length lead over Kyle Larson up the back straightaway with Austin Cindric behind him. Battle on here a little bit further back. This is Daniel Suarez now trying to go around the outside of William Byron.
Suarez 7th in the championship standings. Great qualifying run here yesterday to put him 4th on the grid, but he might be losing 4th to William Byron, who won this race a couple of years ago.
Just behind these guys, it is Ryan Blaney and Ross Chastain side by side. These two have had some history at this racetrack between the two of them a couple of years ago in that championship race that Blaney won. Reddick just in behind them with the Air Jordan on the hood of the 45 today.
Field leaking up out of turn number 4. Joey Logano shows the way. Kyle Larson is about 4 car lengths back in second. Zane Smith has rejoined the racetrack after making that pass-through penalty. Let's continue to follow the battle for 4th in turn 2.
Byron has a nose in front of Suarez, but he'll have the run around the outside coming off the corner. Ryan Blaney in behind. Ooh, Reddick and Chastain almost got into contact in the back of the queue there as well, coming out of 2, as Byron continues to show the nose up the inside of Suarez.
Suarez wide through turns 3 and 4. If he was in an Indy car here this weekend, he'd be in danger land, but you can do that in a stock car. Very close together, door handle to door handle stuff here between Byron and Suarez, and Blaney looking below both of them.
Yeah, Byron leaning on Suarez. That will wash them both up the racetrack. Blaney trying to clip underneath them both. It'll be 3 wide out of turn number 2. Blaney perhaps has the high ground here. Byron will sit in behind Suarez and give the 12 car the spot.
Well, Blaney flying here on the start, clears Byron, can't quite clear Suarez as they're still side by side through the dogleg. Byron tries to regather himself behind, and then behind him it's Ross Chastain and Tyler Reddick dueling.
And the green and red at number 11 of Denny Hamlin in the Bob's car getting into the back of this group as well. And he will try and pass his old friend Ross Chastain as they come up into turn number 3. and we'll focus the attention on the back of the 24 Raptor William Byron car.
So Hamlin able to get past Chastain. Up into the 8th position goes Denny, who dominated here in the fall, as you well know, but ended up losing the championship with that late caution in a 4-tire stop that put him behind the 8 ball and, well, most importantly, behind Kyle Larson.
Indeed so. He's behind Larson's teammate, as we said. At the moment, you're not missing anything out front. Joey Logano is now 0.9 of a second clear at the front of the field of Kyle Larson as Hamlin continues to work away on the back of Byron for 7th place.
Christopher Bell has gotten by Ross Chastain as well behind Hamlin, so Bell moves up into the 9th position. We anticipate those two Joe Gibbs cars, Matt, Hamlin and Bell, being a major contender in this race. What about Carson Hocevar moving up quickly from the back?
Yeah, up to 27th. He's the biggest mover on the racetrack. Of course, he was one of those guys that went to the rear, and he is the biggest mover off the start here. Carson, who didn't really get involved in too many skirmishes unexpectedly a little bit last week, although he was turned out of position by Cole Custer right at the end. But he's been one of the stars of the season so far.
Right behind Hocevar, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. was trying to get to the Phoenix Suns arena. He went way up the racetrack through 3 and 4, kept it out of the wall. Yesterday, they would call that the sketch factor in Indy cars being that high up in these corners. So it's Joey Logano showing the way, as you can see left side of your screen, through the first 9 laps. Again, a short 60-lap first stage here. Logano from Larson and Cindric. We continue to follow Hocevar, who's made up all these spots from the start, and he's going to try to make another one through the dogleg. To the inside of Eric Jones he goes, trying to take over 26th.
Got Minor on the side of the car. He certainly is digging in these early laps, is Carson Hocevar. Let's check in what's happening for second place, and car 2 wants to be P2 from Kyle Larson. Let's go downstairs.
Gear off of turn 2 down the back straightaway where Logano and Cindric are actually going to high. Larson is staying in 3rd all the way down the back straightaway through 3 and 4.
Yeah.
This is very much a Larry McReynolds kind of race because tires are going to be at a premium here, Matt. We know tires, how much of a role it played here when we were here for the championship weekend last fall. They've brought the same tire here, so it's a soft tire. You add on to that the extra horsepower. The braking problems that we've had here in the past could even be on a bigger scale today with that extra horsepower, as you mentioned on your whiteboard. This is a Larry McReynolds kind of race.
Yeah, and extra track time we've had, 4 or 5 series on the racetrack this weekend, all the way back to Thursday with the ARCA race. So plenty of rubber down, as here comes Cindric to make the move on Larson. That would grip up the cars, and that would hurt the tyres even more, you would feel, in these hot afternoon sunny temperatures that we've got here at the racetrack.
Here's Tyler Reddick on the move, trying to take over the 5th position from Daniel Suarez, side by side on the way to turn number 1.
And they will be side by side through 1. Reddick with the inside running here. This is for 6th position. We jump forward to look back from Joey Logano, who's now almost 2 seconds clear of his teammate Austin Cindric, who just took that position away from Larson. Blaney also has nipped past Larson, so Larson back to 4th as Logano continues to show the way.
Yeah, and Blaney making that pass means it is a 1-2-3 for Team Penske. We talked about it in our pre-race, how Penske has run so well here in the past, particularly in the fall when it was the championship race, but they've run so well here in the next gen era, Matt, and now they run 1st, 2nd, 3rd, Logano, Cindric, Blaney. Blaney, a guy who's been top 5 here in 8 of the last 9 races. Logano, of course, has won the fall race here twice in the past couple of years to win championships. And Austin Cindric, who just desperately needs a good run. I mentioned it in the starting grid. The start to Cindric season, Matt, 25th or worse in each of the first 3 races.
Yeah, he really needs to get something going. It could be his day today. Already started off well and in that 2nd position, but now under threat from Blaney from behind. Been a big weekend already for Team Penske. Again, we'll touch on that later. No spoilers here for the moment. As Reddick continues to try and get a move done on Suarez. Here are those 2 Penske dueling teammates, and the 12 is looking around the outside of Cindric down in a turn 2, and Austin doesn't look like he's going to put up too much of a fight here against Ryan Blaney as this perhaps longer run continues. The 12 car begins to move forward.
No.
Where we said that before.
Yeah, you can't be serious, huh? Yeah. So Blaney up to 2nd, so still a Penske 1-2-3, but the order has changed as Blaney moves up into that second spot and now begins to tiptoe away from Cindric. Behind them, Larson fourth. Reddick did complete the pass on Suarez to take fifth. Now Suarez under fire at the back door from Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, they're in the middle of 1 and 2, and even further back from that, we'll have a look at Carson Hocevar continuing his march forward. He's now got to the 35 of Riley Herbst, who's had a couple of quiet weeks after being perhaps in contention right at the end there at the Daytona 500 on week 1 of the season, but not really heard too much out of the 35 over the last couple of weeks, and he's going to have Carson for company here for the next couple of laps at least. Lap 18 of the first stage of the day.
Yeah, and again, a short first stage. You will not need to make a pit stop for fuel in this stage, but as we talked about with tires, Matt, if there is a caution, then most certainly we would see everyone come down for tires. But as we said, half of the next-gen era races at this track have not seen a Stage 1 yellow.
That's right, and we're almost halfway through this first stage already. One of the shortest races on the calendar today, of course, 312 miles. So 500 in the race name is kilometres as Larson gets way up the racetrack in turn 1 and opens the door for Tyler Reddick. They'll be side by side off of 2. Larson trying to fight back here. This is for 4th position. Reddick beginning to march forward after his 8th place qualifying. Larson on the front row going backwards, and Reddick looks like he's going to take the spot.
Reddick noses ahead on the exit of turn number 4, gets across the line just ahead of the blue and white number 5 of Larson. So Tyler Reddick taking over the 4th position. Highest starting Toyota is still the highest running Toyota as he moves up to 4th, but a couple of other Toyotas starting to move back into the top 10 here. Denny Hamlin is 6th, Christopher Bell is 8th. As we said earlier, we anticipate the 11 and the 20 to be talked about a lot here this afternoon. Reddick across the line has cleared the 5 of Kyle Larson. Oh, very good. We can't find this race anymore, Matt, even though we took the first 20 laps of it. So Joey Logano continues to lead. Fox feels the need to show us Carson Hocevar a lot here in the early running. He's still fighting Riley Herbst for what is the 25th position, and he still has not been able to make that pass. Those two have been dueling lap after lap for position number 25, Matt. Oh, and they touched even a couple of laps ago.
Why. Yeah, I was going to say, why are we seeing this battle in double box? But that's why there's a replay and a live shot, and they got together there through the middle of the dogleg a couple of laps ago, and Hocevar has now made the pass, but Herbst now has got Eric Jones for company at the back door, so 3 cars under a blanket here in the World Championship of whatever position this is outside the top 20. Here's Kyle Larson slipping back, continuing. He's just lost out to Denny Hamlin, and now Christopher Bell in the Reese's number 20 will round him up round the outside of turn 2. So not a great start here for both the Hendrick cars that qualified well. Larson down to 7th, Byron 9th in the early stages.
And Hamlin and Bell both moving up, as we talked about, both getting by Larson. Jamie Little on pit road with a report, if I can find her.
Laughlin on top for Joey Logano's box, has his headset on. Joey Logano has a special paint scheme here. It was actually Scott McLaughlin.
I'm not letting Jamie Little tell that story. I'm going to let Matt White tell that story. Matt, go ahead, please.
Yes. Scotty up on the pit box of the 22 today, watching his paint scheme, or one of his former paint schemes, on the side of the 22. It doesn't look right without 17 on the side, but there you go. This Logano paint scheme running this week, pretty much an exact copy of Scotty Mack's championship and Bathurst winning paint scheme from Australia before we made the trip up here to the States to go IndyCar racing. And Scotty was reunited with that car before the race. It's one of the pride of places in the Team Penske facility. They wheeled it out to do the paint scheme reveal, and it is here at the racetrack as well.
Yeah, so Logano doing well in that special livery for the weekend, and also doing quite well behind him is Ryan Blaney. You mentioned the longer this run goes on, the 12 car, Ryan just going to send out the rod and the reel and start to pull Logano in. It's less than a second separating the two teammates. They have dropped their other teammate, Austin Cindric, in third by about 2 1/3 seconds. 26 laps complete, and Logano's lead across the line that last time, just 0.8 of a second. So Blaney, he is on the move, Matt, this time through turns 1 and 2, all 4 tires below the yellow line on the apron.
Yeah, and only just, but below nevertheless, and he is, as you say, reeling in. Logano actually took 2 tenths out of him in the first half of this lap alone, so the wizard, the Dent Wizard, of Ryan Blaney is beginning to wind in the teammate up ahead.
Yeah, the Dent Wizard, not Connor Zilic, the Wizard, of course.
No, that's right.
Yeah, Dent Wizard colors on the 12 car for the first time this season. You know, that shot that Fox just showed through 1 and 2 is a perfect example of how you can run that set of corners, Matt. Joey Logano was 4 car widths up over the yellow line towards the top, and Blaney had all 4 tires of his under the yellow line, and they're both running, of course, very close lap times. At last lap time, Blaney was faster by 6/100ths of a second. So you can run almost all the way to the wall and almost all the way onto the apron and basically run the same speed.
Yeah, exactly. Depending on how your car is feeling, and obviously these two feeling both of them pretty good at the moment because they're 2 seconds plus away from their own teammate, who in turn is 2 seconds clear of the rest of the chasing field with Tyler Reddick. So it's all Penske all the time through the first half of this first stage, Larry Mack.
Through stage 1, and what the crew chiefs are telling them, you've got to take care of that right rear tire. Don't spin that right rear tire. Thanks, Larry.
Yeah, because when
Isn't it funny how most of the time we hear about taking care of the right front tire when you come to places like these shorter, flatter ovals. But here, it's more the right rear, and it was mostly right rear issues here last fall. Ryan Blaney taking chunks out of Joey Logano's lead. My gosh, where have I seen this at before? At Phoenix. Ryan Blaney closing and closing and closing on Joey Logano. I've never seen that before, Matt. Heavy sarcasm font.
Yes, it's been a thing for the last couple of years at many racetracks, but especially here, and something that we've always looked out for on any kind of run that goes sort of 20 plus laps anywhere. You're going to see the 12 car in whatever color scheme it is running, and I kind of feel like this was one of my favorites at the 12 runs going forward. So on the march here at the moment, a little bit further back, we've got a Joe Gibbs Racing teammates duel going on. This is for 5th position, I think this is. Denny Hamlin, you'll be able to see it on your screen because I can't. Hamlin being passed by Christopher Bell in turns 1 and 2. So Bell, the winner of the last 2 spring races here at this racetrack, continues to move forward, and that is indeed for 5th place.
So Bell able to make the pass on Hamlin. So that is Ford's 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Then Toyota's 4th, 5th, and 6th. Then Chevrolet's 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th with Daniel Suarez, William Byron, Kyle Larson, and Ross Chastain. Blaney has caught right up to Logano. They're down the back chute.
They are, and they're about to get into the first piece of traffic, which is Zane Smith. Of course, he really wants to stay on. What he wanted was an early caution to get himself back in the queue after his pit lane penalty at the start of the race, but he is now about to be pounced upon by the leaders.
Quite honestly, I'm surprised he didn't fall a lap down making that pass-through penalty with as long as pit road is here, Matt. 1 pit road here at Phoenix, he said.
1 pit road indeed.
But as long as it is, I'm surprised he didn't fall a lap down.
No, indeed so. And Blaney now has got right to the back of Logano and is having a little bit of a look there in turn 2. Wasn't quite close enough as Logano is actually being held up here by Zane Smith, who's really trying to stay on the lead lap. Of course, if he's the only person that will go a lap down here in the first stage, you'll get that back when we go to the next caution, be that for cause or at the end of the stage.
So Logano able to make his way by Smith. Now Blaney will try.
Logano's got through for the moment, but Smith fighting back on the inside line there through 2, and will probably now give up the position to Blaney. Yeah, he does. He stays left and lets the 12 car through as well. There's no point fighting for the moment. He tried, he couldn't keep it, and it does look like there's more traffic in front of these 2 leaders.
Yeah, and now he can perhaps get into a race with the likes of Cody Ware and Anthony Alfredo to try to pass them to be that first car 1 lap down. You know who's about to go a lap down, Matt, is Kyle Busch. He has dropped back to the 34th position here. It has been a terrible start for that 8 car. I mentioned in the starting grid, this is his 42nd career start at Phoenix. He's won here 3 times, including in his rookie season of 2005. This was the site of his 2nd career win when we came here in 2005. But my goodness, it has not gone well for him on the start. And this is This is a 1 mile racetrack, so technically it's not a short track, but it drives like a short track, and it is also a very flat track. You know what else is a short, flat track? Richmond, where Austin Dillon and RCR has dominated the past couple of years, but RCR has not had anything like that this weekend. Dillon is 23rd, Austin Hill is 32nd, Busch is 34th. Battle for the lead heading towards turn 1, Logano and Blaney tied together.
Yeah, they've just got past Cody Ware, so put him a lap down. So Zane Smith will really want to get now up and going. He's actually got the second fastest lap of the race, is Zane Smith. So he really want to use that speed to get past Cody Ware and keep in the lucky dog position. The leaders continue up the back straight away. Blaney nibbling away at the back of his teammate.
Blaney has bridged the gap to get to his teammate Logano as they flash across the line to complete lap 38 of 60 in stage 1. They make their way back to Rattlesnake Hill in turn 1.
And Blaney continuing on the lower line at that end of the racetrack. Logano continuing on the high line. It's ebbing and flowing, this gap. Blaney was a little bit high up in the top side of things in turns 3 and 4 last time. Lost a bit of track position, but he has gained that all back fairly quickly.
Logano back across the line with a 3-car length lead on Blaney in that white and blue number 12 with some splashes of yellow on it. Ty Gibbs is broken up into the top 10. He runs in the 10th position. Shane Van Gisbergen has jumped into the top 15. In fact, just took 14th position away from Josh Berry. Berry, who finished top 10 in both Phoenix races last year. You know, Wood Brothers and Team Penske basically just about the same team, same equipment there. Barry was very good here last year. He was very good at New Hampshire last year. We were hoping for maybe a good run from the 21 today, and we still could get that, but he has fallen from 10th on the start to 15th. Tyler Reddick has caught up to Austin Cindric, and they're about to battle for 3rd with Christopher Bell right behind.
As they all try and pick their way past the 51 of Cody Ware, who we won't miss today in that lurid pink and white paint scheme. They have all got past. And Reddick continuing to go forward here and see if he can take that position away from Cindric. He dives up the inside in turn 3.
Reddick alongside Cindric. They come across the line. Cindric with a nose in front, but Reddick's going to dig deep on the inside through the dog leg. They rise up out of that dog leg and then dive into turn 1. Reddick's going to put all 4 tires on the apron to make this pass.
He will be through if he can clear up off of 3, which is never the easiest, as we talked about in our track guide. But he has got that position done. So Reddick up to 3rd, breaks the Penske 1, 2, 3 up at the front of the field, and now Christopher Bell will try and buy into this as well.
and the Fox cameras always know where Michael Jordan is. And I believe that's Gail King right beside of him, actually. And I have to imagine that's the first time that Gail King has ever been to a NASCAR race. Cindric backpedals to 4th, and now he's going to have pressure at the back door from that black and red number 20 of Christopher Bell. These shorter, flatter racetracks, Richmond, Phoenix, New Hampshire, Gateway. No one is better, perhaps, than Christopher Bell. Here he is on the back bumper of that neon yellow and green number 2 of Austin Cindric. Bell and Joe Gibbs Racing needs a good run today, Matt. Might have one with that 20 car today. Let's pick up the battle for the lead exiting turn 2.
They're trying to get their way around the number 8 car of Kyle Busch, who's fighting to stay on the lead lap, as you talked about before. He's now gone a lap down. Blaney up the inside of Logano, not quite close enough to get the move done here. But Logano actually got washed way up in the middle of the corner. This might be quite close.
Blaney gets right to his bumper cover over the line, and they've got another wave of lap traffic coming as they've cleared Kyle Busch. Now just ahead of them will be the cars of Cole Custer, Noah Gragson, and Austin Hill.
And see, Alfredo's also gone a lap down in his standing ride for Alex Bowman. As we talked about at the top of the show, the leaders continue to be line astern up the back straightaway. Logano with a couple of temps clear of Blaney as they head back to turn 3.
Logano able to manage the gap to Blaney this lap. Of course, yesterday in the IndyCar race here, a lot of the conversation was managing the traffic. Well, the leaders are certainly having to do that now, Matt. 3 cars directly in front of them.
Yeah, and with laps running down here in this first stage, people are going to try their utmost to stay on the lead lap, but these guys are all going to get swallowed up here. Austin Hill, Cole Custer in front, and Noah Gragson in the sponsored of the race car, the Straight Talk number 4.
Oh, and Logano got caught on the inside of Austin Hill but couldn't clear up in front of him. Blaney gobbles up a couple of car lengths, and it's just about nose to tail between the 2 leaders going back to turn 1. Further back, Cindric about to lose another position. Denny Hamlin going to rip it around the outside.
That's for 5th place. And here's Blaney now to the outside of Logano. First time we've seen him up high, but the track is blocked in front of him. It's 3 wide for this position. They all try and fight and claw to stay on the lead lap. Blaney will dive it into turn number 3 on the high side. Try and find a spot. He's got the position on Logano. Can he get through the lap traffic? New leader, 12 car.
Yeah, Blaney found just a sliver of daylight, and he was able to throttle up around the top, Matt, to get around Logano, and now he gets around lapped vehicles of Cole Custer and Noah Gragson.
Talk about Rattlesnake Hill. That was snake-like, wasn't it, from Blaney? He sat, he watched, he waited, and then he pounced. And he got the position as Logano was perhaps wrong-footed by the lap traffic in front of him. So Blaney goes through Austin Hill way up the track in front of Blaney in turn 3, but the 12 car is to the front.
And these two Penske cars aren't losing a ton of time despite battling each other and the traffic. They're still 2 seconds clear of the 3rd place car of Tyler Reddick. Hamlin did complete that pass on Cindric, so Hamlin moves up to 5th. Got to give a call to Daniel Suarez, Matt. He's done well. He did slip back from 4th on the grid to 7th in about 15-20 laps, but he's held on to that 7th position. Great start for Spire, great start for Suarez on the season, and he's held on to a top 10 running spot here. Could score stage points here over the next 11 laps.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised to see Suarez qualify so well yesterday, and he is continuing that run. Let's have a quick run. You can see it on the screen anyway, but let's do a quick rundown. It's Blaney, Logano, Reddick, Bell, Hamlin, the top 5, Cindric, Suarez, Byron, Gibbs, and Ross Chastain, the top 10. There are 10 laps to go in this first stage.
You're never going to get the radio guys out of us. You might be able to see the rundown on your screen, but we're still going to give it to you.
The people that are listening without watching
Exactly.
and have it on in the background, kind of, they will always give you a bit of a rundown when we can.
Exactly right. Now Christopher Bell and Tyler Reddick trying to snake and slap their way through traffic. Here's Bell getting to the inside of Noah Gragson in turn 1 as he tries to run down Reddick.
Yeah, indeed so. And Gregson trying to hang in the back of this battle as well. Blaney's got more traffic in front of him. Austin and Hill still continuing to hang on here as the last car on the lead lap. Eric Jones is just in front here as well. And is that Kyle Busch? Yeah, that's Kyle Busch being about to be lapped by Reddick and Bell.
Yes, that's Kyle Busch in the Jalapeno Lime Zone Chevrolet today. The livery ran at the Daytona 500. Reddick and Bell going to work their way around KB. This is clearly, Matt, and I might be left to eat my words later, but at the moment it does not seem as if this is going to be the day where Kyle Busch snaps that 96 race winless drought.
No, and he'll be hoping to do it at home next week, of course, at Las Vegas. But you mentioned how good he was here. I remember watching him in an Xfinity, well, then was Nationwide, actually, race. Absolutely, it was a 200 lapper. He absolutely dominated the field. I think he led 197 laps in that race in a Monster Energy sponsored car. He was so dominant, it was just silly. One of these spring weekends, but in the Cup Series at the moment, it just is not working for the former Cup Series champion.
Well, if you're talking about 2011, he led all 200 laps of that race. After he led in the previous night 137 of the 150 laps of the truck race that was at Phoenix that weekend. Ended up finishing second in the Cup race in 2011 here too. Jeff Gordon in what was the Subway Fresh Fit 500. Reddick and Bell still very close together at 4th and 5th. What about Kyle Larson? You've been talking about him backpedaling here off the start, Matt. This actually looks fairly similar to what that car looked like the longer the run went on in the championship race here last fall, which of course he finished 3rd in and ended up taking the trophy.
Yeah, big twitch out of the 5 there coming out of turn 2. So he's dropped back to 13th. He's got SVG up behind him here as we get towards the end of the stage. He's having a great start to his afternoon. But started on the front row, good one-lap speed, good short-run speed for Kyle Larson, as we've seen previously in races here and elsewhere. But on the long run, does look to be fading away. William Byron now the highest of the Hendrick cars in 8th position. Chase Elliott's not having a great start to his day as well. And we talked about Anthony Alfredo being a lap down. But Larson here trying to hang on to 13th place as we head towards the end of this first stage.
As we just heard loose, but right behind him, the 97 is Shane Van Gisbergen, having a very good day so far. This racetrack, one that he and the team had highlighted as a big problem last year here in Bristol, the 2 toughest tracks for him. Well, today things are going well. He's looking good right now. The goal today was to get it up to the top 15 and stay there. They said that would be a great day. So far, he's moved up 4 spots.
Van Gisbergen running in the 14th position as we speak. many cars starting to go a lap down here, and as I flash up Matt's whiteboard on the screen for you, if you weren't with us during pre-race, this is one of the bullet points that Matt talked about before the race. Long green runs here. You don't want to fall a lap down early in this race, but a lot of drivers are struggling to not fall a lap down, especially to Ryan Blaney's pace. Blaney is now a 2.25 seconds ahead of Joey Logano now, and Matt, he's just put a lap on Riley Herbst and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Now he's put a lap on Ty Dillon. That's 25th place, Ty Dillon, now 1 lap down.
Yeah, a lot of people are going to get trapped here for the rest of their day. And if the rhythm of the race continues into stage 2, we might see a bit more of this happening in the second stage too. Joey Logano is falling into the clutches here. He might not end up being second at the end of this stage with 2 to go because he's got Bell and Reddick queued up behind him.
Yeah, those 2 Toyotas have really run Logano down here towards the tail end of this stage, and a lot of traffic in front of Joey Logano, including Connor Zilic, who's also gone a lap down here.
Yeah, the Wendy's number 88 this week. Logano trying to get past him, but here comes Bell. We've got a great run out of 2, and we'll use Zilic as a bit of a blocker to pin Logano in there heading towards turn 3. And the last 2 spring races here were won by Christopher Bell, and he takes second away at the end of this first stage.
Last lap of stage 1, Bell up to second, 24th in the championship standings, on his way to scoring 9 points here. Last lap of the stage, Ryan Blaney in turn 2.
Trying to complete that pass on the Grizzly number 10 of Ty Dillon as they come out of turn number 2. But the man that came through the field in this first stage is going to end up winning it, heading to turn 3 for the final time.
Comes out of turn number 4, green and white checkered flag waving. Ryan Blaney scores the 30th stage win of his career. He gets 10 championship points by winning stage 1 here at Phoenix. Christopher Bell 2nd, Joey Logano 3rd, Tyler Reddick 4th, Denny Hamlin 5th. Rest of the points-paying positions go to Cindric, Suarez, Gibbs, Byron, and Chastain, as that's the top 10 at the end of lap 60 of the Straight Talk Wireless 500. A caution-free first stage again here, Matt. We love when things happen the way we write it out for you folks. We spend so much time getting pre-race together, looking at trends, looking at stats, and then when it all comes true, we just feel so good, Matt. So for the 5th time in 9 next-gen era races here at Phoenix, we've had a caution-free first stage.
We do like when we are proved right, and it clearly shows we know what we're talking about. So
Yes.
hit the like and subscribe button, please.
Yes, and
if you haven't already.
And we see that a lot of people are queuing up and watching us here. Now, of course, as you see, you do have to hit the subscribe button and then have to have hit that subscribe button for 30 minutes to be able to leave a comment. We do that to try to weed out the ridiculous comments from, well, bots. So yes, hit the subscribe button, then wait half an hour, then drop your comments in. We're trying to do whatever we can here to help the process along after all the issues that we've had that we're not going to delve into. But yes, like us, subscribe us, do all of that, and after 30 minutes of subscribing, please leave us a comment, and we'll try to keep up with comments as best we can. As we always do, if you're new around here at the end of stage 1, we always turn it over to Matt, or if he's not here, someone else will do it. But this is Matt's segment on this day in racing history, which will include races on this day from all across Racing Series and birthdays. And he has teased earlier off air that this is a big birthday day. So Matt, let's go on this day in racing history on the 8th of March.
Thank you very much. We'll start with the 2021 Talladega truck race winner, Tate Fogelman, in that crazy race.
Wow.
Getting a victory. It's his birthday today, so happy birthday to Tate. Also on the list from Australia, Shay Davis, his birthday today as well. Also from that part of the world, from New Zealand, Chris van der Drift, A1GP New Zealand driver and Super Formula guy. I was at Brands Hatch when he almost shattered himself into pieces hitting the bridge, but luckily walked away from that one. GT Ace, Guillaume Moreau's birthday today. Nicholas Armindo, former Porsche Supercup racer. Jeff Lapsovic's birthday today. Another man from Antipodean Cousins down there. Paul Stokell, three-time Australian Gold Star winner, as we were always reminded by Richard Crell. Paul Stokell, it's his birthday today. The man behind the Vitaphone Maseratis from GT Racing back in the 2000s, Michael Bartels, his birthday today as well. NASCAR Hall of Famer Kirk Shelmadine's birthday today.
Wow. How about that? Now, there's
And
a
also,
guy I've said for ages, that is a guy that does not get the respect he deserves for how much a part of Dale Earnhardt's success with Richard Childress Racing. We always hear about Dale. We always hear about Richard. We never hear about Kirk Shelmerdine. I was so happy when he finally got that recognition to go into the Hall of Fame. Good for him.
Yeah, indeed. So, also on the list, I feel like this guy's a Hall of Famer, but you all know probably. Doug McGriff. Is he a Hall of Famer, or have I made that up?
I don't think so. I could be wrong, but I don't think so.
More of an ARCA guy. He hasn't won a race, so I'm guessing I've made that up. Only the one Cup Series start back in 1973. That concludes the birthdays for today, and here is the list of races that have happened on March the 8th. March the 8th last year, we were right here at Phoenix Raceway for the then NASCAR Xfinity Series. Call 118.com, every dig, every time 200. Won by Eric Almirola.
Oh, what a finish that was with Almirola and Bowman.
Yeah, certainly was. The year before, William Sawalich won here at Phoenix Raceway in the ARCA General Tire 150. Back to 2020, literally days before the world went under their big safety car period, Joey Logano was a winner here at Phoenix Raceway for the Fan Shield 500, the last Cup race pre-pandemic of that year. There was another Cup race on this day in 2015. They were at Las Vegas then, for the Cobalt 400, sorry. Kevin Harvick, the winner. The year prior, again at Las Vegas, the Boyd Gaming 300 Nationwide Series race was won by Brad Keselowski. Another Cup race on this day in 2009, again the Cobalt Tools 500, that was that day, at Atlanta Motor Speedway, won by Kurt Busch. Stage pit stops were underway. We'll wrap you up with them in a moment. 2008, Matt Kenseth won the Nicorette 300 at Atlanta Motor Speedway, again in the Nationwide Series. And on that same day, earlier in the day, Garth Tander was winning a supercars race at the Sydney Motorsports Park. In 1998, the Qantas Australian Grand Prix was won by Mika Hakkinen after David Coulthard let him pass with a few laps to go to get the victory. Also on the list, the 1992 Pontiac Excitement 400 at Richmond was won by Bill Elliott. Dale Earnhardt Sr. winning at Richmond Fairgrounds in 87 in the Miller High Life 400. And Richard Petty won a Grand National race at Rockingham, the Carolina 500 of 1970. That concludes today's On This Day, March the 8th.
By the way, if you're watching on Fox, apparently Townsend Bell and James Hinchcliffe are coming up to the booth after the next Fox break. Joey Logano in the booth for all of the IndyCar race here yesterday. Sounded like he was having a great time, too. As Matt mentioned, pit road just became open, and pit stops have been completed for the lead lap cars, and we have had changes of position. Christopher Bell has won the race off pit road. Good pit work by that Joe Gibbs Racing number 20 team. He wins the race off ahead of Logano. Blaney drops 2 spots, then Hamlin off 4th, followed by Reddick, Gibbs, Byron, Briscoe, Cindric, who dropped 3 spots, and Michael McDowell comes off 10th. I'm being told by Fox he took 2 tires. We will try to follow up on that, because if he did, he's going to be a stopper in a bottle on this restart. I don't think 2 tires is the play until you get to an overtime restart, perhaps, as we learned last fall.
Travis Peterson has been the man for the contra strategy this year.
Yes, he sure has.
Almost paid off a couple of times.
Well, and I would argue that it did pay off last week, finished 5th.
Mm-hmm.
So we will have that running order for you, and you'll, of course, see it on your screen for the restart, which will be just a couple of moments away. Also, one of our favorite things to do is for all the Fox races, Matt or JT, when he's here, they get to see the American ads. Oh, goodness. Oh, and this is an ad for the IndyCar race next week. How about that?
Yeah.
Had Jerry
we'll have
Jones
that on the network for you. the Jones household, the Java House Grand Prix of Arlington next week. The brand new racetrack around the Cowboy Stadium, of which IndyCar have announced today that the Fast Six in qualifying will be single car shootout.
Yes, which is, I mean,
I don't know if that's because of track or if that's just going to be a trial to see if they like it or what. I don't know, but
yeah, that's kind of random. But see, I like it that way. I've always enjoyed single car qualifying, and no matter what kind of qualifying we do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, always used to enjoy it in F1 back in the day when we used to have that system.
Oh, and Chris Myers and Jamie McMurray have been joined by a couple of IndyCar drivers for Team Penske.
The pole man, David Malukas, and the third in the championship man after yesterday, Scotty Mack, down in Victory Lane with Chris and Jamie.
Well, we'll talk more about it during our hot lap. On this day in racing history, if you're new to us, is our Stage 1 caution segment. Then in our Stage 2 caution segment is the hot lap, where we go around everything that has happened in the world of motorsports over the weekend. And as Matt told you, it's been a very busy weekend. But we'll talk more during that segment about another NASCAR IndyCar double weekend. And Pato O'Ward had some comments about it last weekend, which, you know, he's entitled to his opinions. I have not heard anybody say that they agree with his opinion on thinking it's not good for IndyCar to have those weekends. By the way, this Fox booth is about to become very cramped, Matt. Should we take a moment while we're under this caution and just hear how this goes?
Before you do that, I don't remember anyone complaining about IndyCar being the support for NASCAR when they ran together at Indianapolis for the Grand Prix.
Yeah.
Just saying.
You gave him advice before he hopped in there. Was it good advice or bad advice?
Well, we lied to him.
Don't ask them. I'm saying it was terrible advice.
We downplayed it a little bit, but I got to say the soundbite we got out of him was gold.
That was exactly what you were looking for.
100%.
I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
I was set up, Mike. How was the ride?
My favorite part is you were really uncomfortable before you even started.
I felt I couldn't figure out what I was in. It was kind of like between a bobsled, as I said, right, Townsend, and then an airplane because there's wings everywhere.
I like that you pointed out that your driver, Gabby Chavez, was short enough that you felt you could just reach over his shoulders if you needed to and take over. But I thought you were just playing up to the camera, but you were legitimately pretty nervous about that because those things are pretty quick.
Yeah, that rocket went way too fast. And I thought we were going to parade the field, right? I thought we were going to go around, get our feet wet a little bit, let the tires warm up. My gosh, the tires. And as soon as it started, I think the throttle stuck, and we never lifted.
You're getting old.
All right.
Mike Joy, Kevin Harvick, and Clint Boyer, joined by James Hinchcliffe and Kevin Harvick. That'll be some interesting commentary here coming to the start of this next stage.
Yeah, something to go back and pay attention to after we've finished today. As the field is lined up, ready to go back to racing. Christopher Bell, as you mentioned, got the jump through pit lane. He will lead them. It'll be lap 11 when we get to the line of stage 2, which is 125 laps rather than the 60 we had in stage 1. So double and more what we had in the first stage. Bell and Logano on the front row, green flag in the air.
So stage 2 gets underway with Bell, the control car on the inside, and once again, just about everyone cuts the dogleg, and we begin the Oklahoma land rush to turn 1.
And talking about Oklahoma, it is Christopher Bell who has his nose in front coming out of turn number 2, and he will have the lead from Joey Logano. Ryan Blaney has slipped back to third through the pit stop cycle. He's got himself clear of Hamlin and Reddick. Ty Gibbs has popped himself up in the 6th position in the purple car, number 54, so another Gibbs car coming towards the front.
Bell across the line, a nose ahead of Logano. Bell cuts the dog leg, and he will swoop up across the nose of Logano. Bell leads to turn 1. Daniel Suarez on that restart was 4 wide with Chase Elliott and others, Matt, and he was playing bumper cars.
Ross Chastain down very low through the middle of turn 1 and 2, trying to make some positions. Not sure if he did. Bell leading from a couple of car lengths from Logano. Blaney closing in third.
Yeah, it has not gone well for Suarez on pit road or on the restart. He finished that first stage in 7th. He's currently down in 17th. Bell shows the way back to 1 from Logano, Blaney, Hamlin, and Reddick. Side-by-side action at 6th. Chase Briscoe and Ty Gibbs.
2 teammates with William Byron just behind them. So it's turning around here for Gibbs. They've got all of their guys up inside the top 7 here as we get into stage 2. We talked about them needing a good day. So far, so good for JGR.
Up out of turn number 4, Blaney looks to the inside of Logano. Took him a lot longer to get to and get past Logano in that first stage. He's trying to do it quickly right off the hop in stage 2 into turn 1 on the inside. Looks like Blaney's going to have the spot.
He's seen Christopher Bell getting away here in the early portion of this stage and said, no, you don't. This is my lead to get back, and he goes to second. Here is Gibbs and Briscoe still fighting it out for 6th, with Byron in close contact behind, as well as Chastain and Cindric.
Briscoe able to open up the door to the inside of Gibbs, and now Briscoe's going to cut hard left, cut the dog leg. He's going to come back up. Is he clear of Gibbs? No, not quite. Meanwhile, Logano just lost second to Blaney, as we said. Now he might lose third to Hamlin.
Yep, Denny on the prowl here. 2 of our ones to watch right together for third place. And Hamlin trying to go forward. He's in the middle of a sandwich here. He's got Tyler Reddick right behind him. And Hamlin going high in 3 and 4, and Reddick might get the spot.
So Logano able to hold off Hamlin, and now Hamlin having to defend on Reddick for the 4th position. Those 2 Toyota Camrys, door handle to door handle, could barely fit a piece of paper between them going to turn 1. Now we see all of the great writing that the fans were able to do before the race this weekend on the Phoenix Raceway wall. That was a random shot. By the time we get back to the on-track action, Hamlin and Reddick are into the entry to turn number 3. Hamlin will arc it wide. He'll use groove 2, and he'll stay just ahead of Reddick, who comes back at him on the exit of turn 4. They flash across the line, back through the dogleg. Reddick pulls even with Hamlin. On the way back to turn 1, Reddick's going to stuff it in hard and take over 4th.
Almost contact there. They got to the turning point of turn 1. Reddick gets the spot but goes up high. That might allow Hamlin to get the up and under onto the back straightaway against the car that he owns. And they're out of shot, so I can't tell you how that ended up, as Gibbs continues to be in front of Byron. Briscoe's clear of these guys, and Hamlin battling back against Reddick.
Hamlin trying to come back after Reddick, but he's still in line behind him. Meanwhile, further back, 4 wide, cutting the dogleg is Noah Gragson, Zane Smith, and Ty Dillon. They are 4 wide with Brad Keselowski. All of those guys 1 lap down.
Yeah, it's all battling on throughout the field. Kyle Larson's in the middle of this mess as well after his backslide through the first stage. He's trying to stay out of trouble here along with Kyle Busch. Larson is the second to last guy on the lead lap. Riley Herbst just behind him.
Yeah, Larson back in 25th, so he even lost spots on pit road and then the restart from where he was in stage 1. All of this hard racing going on between cars a lap down, Matt, because we've had plenty of opportunities at the start of this stage to get a caution. So Eric Jones, Noah Gragson, Brad Keselowski, Zane Smith, they're all trying to get into that free pass spot in case there is a yellow.
Yeah, we talked about Smith before, wanting to be he was the second fastest lap at that point. It flashed up on screen. He's clearly got a fast car, and now he's got some of his track position back and wants to get into that free pass position as best he can. Here on screen is Shane Van Gisbergen, if you're watching pictures from Fox. He is 13th here in the early going of this race, and he's got second in the championship points. Darrell Wallace Jr. just in front of him.
Van Gisbergen, who has had a pretty good start to this race here this afternoon. You heard Regan Smith with the report earlier. They felt as if Bristol and Phoenix were the 2 toughest tracks for Shane last year. And it's been a good start for Shane here today at the Phoenix Raceway in Arizona. So Christopher Bell leading. Didn't take long for that 20 car to become a contender off the start of this race at a racetrack where, as we said, we do anticipate Christopher Bell to play a big role in today. He leads from Ryan Blaney. Joey Logano in third still has the Xfinity fastest lap point. He set that very early in the race. Daniel Suarez, I mentioned, Matt, struggled on pit road and then struggled on the restart. And after finishing 7th in stage 1, he's back in 17th, and he's got company at the back door. Exiting turn 4 is Suarez with John Hunter Nemechek and Austin Dillon just in behind him. That's 17th, 18th, and 19th as they race back to 1.
Dillon trying to get underneath. JHN, forget that banner. We'll jump back forward to third because Tyler Reddick is run up behind Joey Logano here. Shook off Denny Hamlin, and now he's after Logano for third place.
Yep. Reddick, who has had a good start to this race as well after starting 8th, running up into the 4th position. These two stay nose to tail heading back to turn 1 with Denny Hamlin just in behind.
Yeah, for the middle of 1 and 2 they come. Reddick continuing his strong start to the day after the strongest start to the season, and trying to add to that with people will be looking at him in this position even if he doesn't win and going, oh, he's going to pad his championship lead here if this carries on.
Yeah.
He'll be even further ahead by the end of the day.
Yeah, Darrell Wallace Jr., his teammate, started the day second in the championship, currently running in the 12th position. So Wallace would be giving up quite a number of points to him. Of course, Reddick did score stage points as well in that opening stage. Matt mentioned it right before the restart. This stage doubled plus some the length from stage 1. 60-lap first stage, 125-lap second stage. We've completed 25 of the 125 here in this middle stanza. That means, Matt, that this stage takes on a much different complexion. It will include a pit stop, at least one, for tires and fuel in this stage. Whether it comes under green or yellow, we don't know, but there will be at least one pit stop in this stage, and depending on how crew chiefs want to play it, they might two-stop it like they do the stages at Richmond.
Yeah, indeed so. Tyre's probably a little bit more of a factor at Richmond over the last few years perhaps than we've seen here in terms of wear. We've seen more failures here at Phoenix than we've seen at Richmond over the last couple of years. But yeah, we might see a little bit of strategy going on if this race continues to be without incident, he says, touching wood and crossing fingers. So we'll see how that pans out. Here is this battle for third position continuing. Joey Logano, Reddick, Hamlin, and incoming behind them, Chase Briscoe. So what was that? 5 Toyotas inside the top 7.
Yeah, and of course, Toyotas have won the first 3 races of the year, obviously, as Tyler Reddick has won. In fact, Matt, do you know that makes it, for the first time since 1988, that a Ford or Chevrolet has not won one of the first 3 races of the year?
Wow.
Let's hear from Larry Mack.
115, if the strategy works out, that means they'll split that stage in half, run about 55 to 60 laps. So really, that was about the longest run they may have, what we just ran in stage 1.
That is a good point. If they do split the stage in half, which is probably what these crew chiefs are going to do, then that 60-lap green flag run that we had to start the race with, Matt, will probably be the longest run they make on a single set of tires today.
Yeah, indeed so. And I mentioned in the opening of this stage, Ty Gibbs has popped himself up in the 7th position now. He was another man that took 2 tires. You mentioned McDowell in the stage break there, taking 2. Ty Gibbs did the same, and he has continued to go forward a little bit more, if not keep his position off the restart. So he's the leader of the 2 tires. It's interesting to see how those guys roll through. McDowell is in 11th position at the moment on the alternate strategy to everybody around him as this 4-car battle for third continues.
And it continues up out of turn 4 and across the line. Logano has 3 car lengths, make it 2 car lengths on Reddick. Reddick has just 1 car length on Denny Hamlin. Speaking of that 1988 season, Bobby Allison won the Daytona 500 in a Buick. Neil Bonnet won races 2 and 3 of the season at Richmond and Rockingham in a Pontiac, but the rest of that season was really dominated by the Ford of Bill Elliott, who went on to win the championship. It's been all Toyota to start 2026, and here's a Toyota tussle out of turn 4. Denny Hamlin has opened up the door to the inside of Tyler Reddick. They are side by side across the line and through the dogleg. Hamlin tried to get by Reddick in that first stage. Matt couldn't do it. He's trying here early in stage 2.
Yeah, Reddick raced him fairly aggressively in that run towards the checkered flag of the first stage, and this time Hamlin gets the better of his young Toyota teammate as such, with the 45, and Hamlin now gets that place and goes up in the 4th.
So Hamlin able to make the pass on Reddick for the first time today. Kyle Busch in trouble off turn 2, Matt.
Kyle Busch way up in the grey and perhaps in the wall off 2. He's missed pit entry. He's got a right front flat. We are green for the moment. Is he going to be able to limp it round as he goes up the racetrack, bouncing rubber all over the place? But it looks like if he can keep momentum, then he should be okay.
And now they've thrown a caution. Yeah. So now caution is out, and also apparently, Matt, Shane Van Gisbergen has some kind of a problem. So caution is out.
There you go.
And yes, there is Shane.
Oh.
Shane has
in turn 4.
come to just about a stop right at the start-finish line. He's rolling at about 20 miles an hour. I wonder if he's got a flat tire too.
They looked up from the shot we had from the right-hand side, so he has pretty much come to an absolute stop and now does so just past the start-finish line in the racing groove. Kyle Busch in the pit lane getting the right side tyres changed. So it looked like he was way up in the wall into, yes, right front flat for Shane Van Gisbergen. So I stand corrected.
Oh, they're both of the right sides are flat. Has he spun? He's had to have spun.
Maybe he got caught up in the stack there. Looked like he might have also had some bit of right rear damage maybe on the wheel arch on SVG.
Well, that's a major...
Certainly.
That's a major story. Whatever has happened to Shane Van Gisbergen coming into this race 5th in the championship standings. Not sure what's happened to the 97, but he's got 2 right side tires down. Kyle Busch went up and hit the wall in the middle of turns 1 and 2, then hit it again on the exit of 2. And now Shane off of turn 4. Yeah, he did spin. Shane lost it on the exit of turn 4. Single car spin. Great avoidance from Chris Buescher and Josh Berry.
I think it was SVG spinning that actually brought out the caution,
rather
than
right.
Kyle Busch limping round. It was right in front of the flag stand, so they had a great view of it. And then perhaps had trouble getting it refired. Looked like he'd lost the fire in that thing as it was going backwards.
Well, he has gotten back going.
It's now back under. Yeah, got a bit of a push start perhaps, but now limping back. Yeah, that's a shame after a decent start to the day for SVG.
Yeah.
Right front.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. A more than decent start with how he performed here last year, was running inside the top 15. Now they're going to struggle getting the jack under. They've actually brought 2 jacks over there. Well done. Yes. Well done indeed, because it was going to be very difficult to get that car jacked up with both right sides down. They brought 2 jacks. I've never seen that before in my life. So well done to the Trackhouse guys.
On the front foot stuff down there in pit lane, which is always nice to see. Scott Dixon in the house as well, as the IndyCar NASCAR crossover continues.
See, this is cool. I don't care what anyone says. This is really cool to see Scott McLaughlin and David Malukas and Scott Dixon taking in a NASCAR race. And yesterday, Joey Logano and Ryan Blaney and NASCAR guys taking in an IndyCar race. That was so cool.
And Dixie was in the pit lane at St. Pete last Saturday watching his former teammate and good friend Dario Franchitti doing that truck race last week, as was Tony Kanaan, of course. He was on the box with Jimmy Johnson down there.
So first caution for cause, as Kyle Busch and Shane Van Gisbergen almost simultaneously, but in 2 different incidents, bring out our first yellow for... Now here's something special to Matt White's heart. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is awesome. A SVG Scott McLaughlin overall swap going on down there in the paddock this morning. That is very, very cool indeed. And the field is in the pits for more cool
a little better
stops.
that time for short runs. Needs a little bit more turn in the 45 of Tyler Reddick. Every time he touches the throttle, he feels like it's stressing the rear tires too much. Jamie?
Christopher Bell pits from the lead, says, I'm good, don't need anything, but my pedal was getting to be a little bit fadish, falling off just a little bit. Same for Joey Logano. He said his pedal was getting a little bit long later in the run, but he fired off better, so that air pressure adjustment on the first stop helping.
Race off pit road once again will be won by Christopher Bell. He gets out ahead of Logano, Blaney, Briscoe, Reddick, Gibbs, Byron, Hamlin, McDowell, Wallace, Buescher, Hocevar, Cindric, Suarez, Dillon, Preece, Elliott, Chastain, and Berry. So that number 1 pit stall again helps Logano leapfrog some guys on pit road, just as he did during the Stage 1 caution. Caution out for the first time today for incident. Kyle Busch and Shane Van Gisbergen both running into issues separately. Van Gisbergen has fallen 1 lap down. Kyle Busch, who was already 1 down, has fallen a 2nd lap down. Under this caution, let's give you a college basketball update. Obviously, it is an enormous couple of weeks of conference tournament action getting us set for March Madness. We are booking tickets to the NCAA tournament both in the men's and women's game. Earlier today, the Missouri Valley Conference Tournament Final, won by Northern Iowa yet again. UNI beating UIC 84-69. Northern Iowa goes to the NCAA tournament. So too do the Panthers of High Point University. They beat Winthrop in the Big South Final 91-76, as you may have seen earlier here on the channel. High Point makes it to the tournament for a second year in a row. Also, the Atlantic Sun Championship final was today, and we are sending Queens College out of Charlotte, North Carolina into the NCAA tournament for the first time ever. In overtime, Queens takes down Central Arkansas 98-93, so Queens is going dancing. Other men's results today from the Patriot League tournament, semifinal action there. Boston U defeating Navy 73-72. So Boston U will go into the Patriot League tournament final to play Lehigh, who beat Colgate earlier today 76-69. Big upset in the quarterfinals of the Colonial Athletic Association tournament. Number 1 seed North Carolina Wilmington loses to Campbell, the Fighting Camels of Campbell, with an 85-70 upset there over the Seahawks from UNC Wilmington. Other men's action not in tournament play. Rutgers beat Penn State. Memphis in overtime beat Tulane. South Florida beat Charlotte. Illinois leads Maryland by just 2 points. A tenuous lead for the Illini on the road at Maryland, taking on the Terrapins. That's the men's games. What about the women's games today, as we have other conference tournaments coming to a close on the women's side? ACC tournament this year in Duluth, Georgia for some reason. Duke has won over Louisville in overtime, 70-65 the final. Kara Lawson leads Duke to its second straight women's ACC tournament title. UCLA just flattened Iowa in the Big Ten championship game, 96-45. My God, a 51-point margin as UCLA beats Iowa to claim the Big Ten crown. UConn has won its Big East tournament semifinal by 49 points over Creighton, 100-51 the final there. The SEC tournament final ongoing as we speak. In fact, on another stream here on the channel, and it looks like it might be the Texas Longhorns heading towards an upset win over Don Staley in South Carolina. Texas leads 59-44 early in the fourth quarter. Semifinal MAAC tournament game. Fairfield leads Merrimack 62-48. Also later today, the Big 12 tournament final. West Virginia takes on Texas Tech. That is a college basketball update, as you may imagine. Many college basketball streams on the channel coming, starting next week. Actually starting tonight, UNC Greensboro takes on Furman in a semifinal from the SoCon tournament. More conference tournament action coming your way on the channel throughout the week as we get set for the madness of March. Speaking of madness, Matt, you know who's going to be really mad? Ryan Blaney is. He was going to restart third. Now he's going to be in traffic. He had to come back down pit road to latch on a wheel nut.
Yeah, left front was loose on the 12, so that is fairly mad for Ryan. Let's have another quick update from the weekend of another knockout tournament that we love so much, the FA Cup. This weekend, Arsenal getting over the hump against Mansfield yesterday, 2-1. Wrexham almost pulled off an upset yesterday against Chelsea, but ultimately lost 4-2. Man City knocked out Newcastle by 3-1. Today, Southampton knocking out Premier League Fulham. Port Vale knocking out Premier League Sunderland in a cup set. And Leeds beating Norwich by 3-0. Green flag back in the air.
Bell and Logano on the front row. Everyone cuts the dog leg. Great timing out of Matt as Bell has a nose on top of Logano heading to one. Good
Almost
Lord.
as if we planned it. Bell with the lead ahead of Logano. 4, 5, maybe 7 wide in the back of shot. It's all going to filter together off of turn 2. Somehow we've survived. At the front, though, it is Bell and Logano side by side for the lead, with Bell just in front.
Bumper cars again, as boy, they are bumping and boring back there in the middle of the pack, but up front it's Bell, clear to the lead. Logano second, side-by-side action at third. Toyota teammates Chase Briscoe and Tyler Reddick fist fighting for position number 3. It is total March madness back there in the middle of the pack, though. And there's trouble, big trouble.
No, there is trouble.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, Daniel Suarez around. The freeway number 7 has come to grief here. He's pointing in the wrong direction. And trying to get it refired. Oh, Chase Elliott's had an issue as well as part of this. He's got damage to the left rear. So we mentioned it was crazy stuff going on back there, and I'm kind of guessing these two have been involved in something, perhaps with somebody else.
Well, at least 2 cars involved. I'll be stunned if there's not more with damage. Caution is out. The old adage of cautions breed cautions is very applicable to Phoenix because of how the restarts are here. We talked about, 5, 6, 7 wide, and it was in the middle of that knot of cars where Daniel Suarez was on the apron, got loose. He went for a spin. As he came up, he tagged Ryan Preece. Preece stayed straight, but that's who got into the back of Chase Elliott and sent Elliott around. And at least through first look at a replay, Matt, it looks as if we might have gotten away with just 2 cars with damage, but Eric Jones zigging and zagging to avoid it. What a move by Jones. What a couple of moves by Jones to miss the carnage.
Yeah, Jones and Ty Dillon just in front of him are right on top of Suarez there as he came to a stop. So that was all very close calls there between all of those guys. Let's continue the football soccer updates if we may. Port Vale, wow, beating Premier League Sunderland today at Vale Park. As he waits for this to pop up, and it popped up and then disappeared. I was going to tell you about that game, but Ben Waine, the hero of a 28-minute strike, putting them into the draw, which is tomorrow. One more game in this round of the FA Cup tomorrow, which is an all-London affair. West Ham against Brentford tomorrow night, the draw just before that game. Other games quickly today in the Championship. Middlesbrough away winners at QPR by 4-0. AFC Wimbledon beat Northampton in League One. In the Scottish Cup, Celtic beat Rangers on penalties 4-2 after a 0-0 draw. St Mirren currently 2 up against Partick Thistle with half an hour to play there. In La Liga, Villarreal beat Elche by 2-1. Getafe 2-0 winners over Real Betis. Seville 1-1 against Rayo Vallecano. Just kicked off the second half in Valencia. They are behind at home against Alaves. 2 games in the Bundesliga. St. Pauli and Frankfurt played out a 0-0 draw. Union Berlin lost at home by 4-1 against Werder Bremen. In Italy, it is the Milan derby right now, and AC have the lead at half-time. Pervis Estepinian with the goal. 1-0 there. Other results from earlier in the day: Lecce beat Cremonese 2-1. Bologna lost at home against Hellas Verona by the same scoreline. Fiorentina Parma was a 0-0 draw, and Genoa 2-1 winners at home against Roma. Vitinha with the winner for them. Lyon currently 0-0 against Paris FC, not PSG, which is the other Paris team, in League 1. Lens beat Metz by 3-0, and Rennes beat Nice away by 4-0. None of the big teams in the Eredivisie really played today. They were all yesterday. And that pretty much... Benfica Porto is the big game in Portugal today, and that was a 2-2 draw.
Very good. We got a lot of sports in there. Very good out of us. It is ultimate.
Do like to do that from time to time when we can through caution periods throughout the season from whatever is going on around the sporting world, because we aren't just about basketball or racing on this network. There's a certain little football/soccer tournament coming our way in the summer, which we are very excited about.
Yes, we are of course ultimate sports media around here.
Indeed.
Or we try to be.
For the moment.
Yes. Report from Pit Road before this caution, Matt. Reports of courting on the tires of Ryan Preece, Riley Herbst, Chris Buescher, Josh Berry. Those are all Fords. And Riley Herbst. Restart. Courting on the tires of Ryan Preece, Chris Buescher, Josh Berry. Those are all Fords. Riley Herbst, Denny Hamlin, and Tyler Reddick, all Toyotas. Those 6 reported of courting on their tires during the most recent caution before this one. And the free pass, at long last, does go to Zane Smith, who gets back on the lead lap.
Connor Zilic about to roll into his pit bay here. And they are doing, they've got the right rear off and having a look underneath the right rear corner of Wendy. hope they asked for permission first from Wendy to have a look under the right rear corner, but they have done such a thing. It is 2026, of course, on International Women's Day.
Yeah.
And Zilic is back underway.
Elliott and Suarez all stayed on the lead lap, so too did Josh Berry. So they all stayed on the lead lap there. Those were the three with some amount of damage from that accident. We're about to go back green after having a spell of yellow fever. And again, cautions breed cautions is an adage that is accurate at a lot of places, and Phoenix is certainly one of them where it is very true. Christopher Bell, the control car, inside of row 1. Joey Logano to his outside. Green flag up in the air. Remember, you cannot go below that yellow line until after you've hit the start-finish line. Just about everybody does cut the dog leg. 2 by 2, the leaders go to turn 1. 3 and 4 wide again, middle of the pack.
At the front, they will stay side by side. Logano hanging on here on the outside of Bell. Briscoe's got into third place ahead of Reddick. Then it's Byron, Hamlin and Gibbs. Still side by side for the lead. Logano has his nose in front. Bell hanging on the inside.
Logano and Bell side by side for the lead. Bell will take his Toyota, cutting the dog leg massively. Logano also cuts the dog leg to the right of Bell. Side by side, the battle for the lead continues to be elbow to elbow.
And it continues still as they come out of 2. Logano just squeaking in front, and he does clear. So after the run in the first stage where he got overhauled by Blaney, Logano now has got rid of the Blaney problem because he's at the back of the field after his loose wheel, and he is back to the front.
Oh, and Bell sideways out of turn 4, holds on to it, and just behind him, Tyler Reddick and Chase Briscoe will duel for the 3rd position. But yeah, you can see the extra horsepower. Drivers have talked about this weekend, Matt. They can feel it. They didn't think they would be able to feel it so much, but they are, and you could see it out of the back of that 20 car.
Yeah, we're up 60 horsepower on what we had here in November when we were here for the championship race. So it is much different. And here we've got 3 Camrys, all of them scribbling around in turn 4.
Briscoe will cut the dog leg dramatically here in this battle with Reddick for 3rd. William Byron watches that battle every step of the way from his running position of 5th.
Briscoe washing Reddick up the track with him in the middle of 1 and 2. They'll come to an equal pace at the exit and be side by side down the back straightaway. Reddick with a nose slightly in front. This is the 3rd position. Briscoe hanging on in there, though it looks like Reddick might get that position.
Yeah, Reddick a good 3 or 4 car widths up from the very bottom of 3 and 4, and he's able to use that rally off the top of 4 to stay ahead of Briscoe. Reddick 3rd, Briscoe 4th.
As they come through turn 2 in that order, and Reddick now trying to set his sights on Bell. Just behind this battle, it's Byron, Hamlin, Gibbs, Cindric, Carson hosted by Michael McDowell, continuing that Spire renaissance at the start of the season. Both two of those guys inside the top 10.
200 laps to go. In fact, just clipped down to 199 laps to go in this race. We work lap 54 of 125 here in Stage 2. Joey Logano has regathered the lead as he was able to wrestle the lead away from Christopher Bell on this most recent restart. We've got a side-by-side battle for 5th. William Byron has it. Denny Hamlin wants it. Has been able to get to the inside of Byron has Hamlin, and Hamlin will slide up on the exit of 4 and take the spot. We have a comment, by the way, Matt, from Dennis Fisher, 8765, says, "You guys are awesome. U.S. Army veteran here. Thank you." Well, you say thank you. We will say thank you for your service and for joining us. Glad you're enjoying what you're watching and listening to, but more importantly than any of that, we thank you for your service and glad that you are here. Hamlin has made that pass on Byron, so Hamlin moves up to 5th, and now Byron is having another Gibbs car look down his inside. That's Ty Gibbs and that lavender AM/PM sponsored number 54 going at him.
Yep, and he gets the spot away from Byron, following his teammate through. Tumultuous couple of weeks for the 54 crew, and quieter this week, but there's still stuff happening in the background, which if you're within the NASCAR news cycle, you would have heard about, but Gibbs up to 6th place with that pass.
Yes, private eyes were hired to follow Chris Gabehart. That has to be a first in NASCAR. I can't say I've ever heard of that. By the way, we're following the progress through the field of Ryan Blaney, Matt, or at least we're going to try to, after he had to come back down pit road to tighten up that Lugnut on the right front. So Blaney, who won stage 1, has been so fast and so dominant so far today. He restarted down in the 20s. He's already jumped up to 13th, so he was able to pass a wad of cars when they were all closed up on each other on the restart. So Blaney's already gotten himself into a position where hopefully he can still break into the top 10 before this stage ends to score stage points.
Good stuff from Blaney then, getting back towards the front of the field. Clearly one of the fastest cars in the place today. And again, if this run goes long, expect the 12 car to continue to make moves forward. And here he is doing such a thing as he gets past Ross Chastain.
So Blaney moves up another position just behind him. You've got action going on between Michael McDowell, or right ahead of him rather, Michael McDowell and Chris Buescher, as Blaney was able to take that 12th position from Ross Chastain. So what about you, Matt, as we're, 40 laps shy, 30 laps shy of halfway? I've liked what I've seen. I think the extra horsepower, I'm not sure if it's totally changing. If you were to watch this race last year and the first half of this race today side by side, I'm not sure if the extra horsepower is doing a lot to change what we're watching with our eyes. But the tire wear is still there. You're still having to manage the tires. You're having to manage the brakes. And I think we're getting really good racing here at Phoenix yet again. Remember when everyone hated coming here?
Wasn't that long ago. Yeah, it looked like, especially on that last restart, when the tyres had a cycle and everyone, well, not everyone, but the guys at the front of the field stayed out, that there was some moving and shaking going around there on tyres that had already had a heat cycle and were coming back up to temperature. So it does look like the cars are a little bit harder to drive than what we've seen previously. And there was a shot there from Fox just before there of a lot of marbling going on around the racetrack. That's the balls of rubber that peel off the tyre and deposit themselves wherever on the racetrack, generally called marbles, because if you get onto it feels like you're driving on marbles or ice, and you'll be straight to use the Martin Brundle Formula 1 line, you'll be straight to the scene of the accident. So plenty of that going on, plenty of battling going on, and Christopher Bell is now right on the back of Joey Logano, coming out of turn 4 for the lead.
Those two flash across the stripe, red and white and yellow, number 22, red and black, number 20. Ford of Logano, Toyota of Bell, battle for the lead in turn 1.
Bell goes high, see if he can make the up and under move work here coming out of turn number 2. Just lost my screen prematurely, but he's back now, thank you. And Bell in touch here, but not quite on he's on the aggressive streak again as they head towards 3.
Out of turn number 4 they come. Logano with a nose in front of the Reese's Toyota of Christopher Bell. Two tremendous drivers here at this racetrack. These two are battling for the lead. Bell goes low in turn 1.
And he's going to this time get underneath him as they come out of 2, but Logano will have the high side running and will be in front. But Bell has kept himself in position here to have a lunge as they head towards 3.
Bell on the bottom. Logano lets it fade up, uses every bit of that 11 degrees of banking off of 4. Across the line, Logano with a door ahead. Bell has the inside line through the dog leg. He'll have the inside line in 1. How deep will Bell send it? Very deep is the answer. Can he clear up in 2?
Logano gives him space to try and get the crossover on the exit, but Bell has got the position. But here comes the 22. Back up the inside towards turn 3. What were we just saying about great racing? We're getting it here right at the front of the field.
And Logano tries the crossover to get back to the inside of Bell off of 4. Can't do it. Bell is clear and might be able to step away now. Christopher Bell assumes the lead once again here at Phoenix. And all of this racing over the last couple of laps, Matt, has allowed Reddick and Briscoe to get within a second and a half of these two leaders.
Yep, so Bell to the lead and clearing out already by a couple of car lengths to Logano. And he will hope that he won't plummet through like he did at the end of stage 1 when everybody caught him. Talking of which, here's Ryan Blaney. He's about to crack the top 10 on Michael McDowell.
Yep, so Blaney gets past McDowell up into the top 10. That is a quick rally to get back into the top 10 from Ryan Blaney after having to start mid-20s and in all of that traffic. 186 laps to go in the race. We're just past the halfway point of the stage. And because of the timing of that caution, Matt, if it were to stay green throughout, this would be a pretty long run on these tires. Fuel would not be a concern, but tires most definitely would. That caution wasn't well timed.
Yeah. No, it wasn't. And as you say, if it does stay green, it's going to be really tight on tires for people. We were just talking about the tires before. It's going to be really tight on tires for some people here at the end of this stage. So we might see some people that aren't, end up scoring stage points jump here early and take a pit stop, perhaps flip the stage in an oval race, perhaps here at the end of this stage, as the extended Fox booth continue in the booth next door to you.
This is like they're going through a line change on a Rolex 24 or a Le Mans broadcast.
Yeah.
Goodness. William Byron running in 7th. Austin Cindric right up his tailpipe, so might have a change at 7th. We did just have a change at 5th, though, Matt. Ty Gibbs on the rumble up through the field. Gets past Denny Hamlin, so Gibbs up to 5th.
Yeah, and that two-tire stop that worked out so nicely for him is continuing, with Gibbs now up inside the top 5. And another, as we talked about at the very top of the show, all of the Gibbs guys really in need of a good result. And at the moment, as we approach halfway in the race, they're all inside the top 6. Here is Briscoe, one of those Gibbs cars, still trying to get around Tyler Reddick for 3rd place.
Yeah, Briscoe was way high in 1 and 2. Now he goes all the way to the bottom in 3 and 4. Gets up alongside Tyler Reddick, side by side. These Toyotas have been pretty close to each other basically this entire stage, Matt. And Briscoe sweeps up on the approach to turn 1. He clears Reddick, and now he's going right up next to the wall again in turn 2.
Pretty powerful move there from Briscoe, and he will have the momentum coming out of the corner to keep that position. So Chase continuing on forward. No! Oh, but he locks up, and he hits the wall. Chase Briscoe into the fence in turn 3, and we have caution again. And just as we were talking up the stocks of the 19 car, he finds the seafoam green wall.
Caution is out. 3rd caution for cause. We'll see if that was a flat tire or if he just made a mistake under braking getting into 3. Briscoe was was the first exit from COTA last week. He came in 27th in the championship standings, and it's not going to get any better in Briscoe's chase to make the chase here in race 4 of the year. Matt, what happened?
Let's see if we can find out from the Goodyear blimp. As we said, he just cleared off there from Reddick. He locked the inside front and just couldn't get it slowed down and hit the wall. So was he having a problem with a right side tyre, which caused the left front to lock, and then he ends up sliding up the racetrack and fairly hard contact with the safer barrier there, and then a rumble along it all the way through the restart zone. You get a better angle from it this side. I'm not sure if that right rear was up, before he hit the wall.
This will be...
And of course, if you think back to the championship race last year, of which Briscoe was a part of that championship run-in, he had 2 flat tires in that race, and 1 in practice.
And we talked a lot last fall. When you have a problem going into turn 3 here at Phoenix, it is a long way up to the wall, and more times than not, your collisions with the wall in turn 3 here are going to be hard, and that one was hard. What a heavy impact. Right side into that wall in turns 3 and 4. Briscoe is done for the day. As I mentioned, came in 27th in the championship standings for a guy that a lot of people were high on this year, Matt. And, plenty of season to go, but that's a lot of drivers in front of him, and maybe even more importantly, a lot of points back from 16th that he'll be exiting this race. He was 2nd in Atlanta to Tyler Reddick, but 36th at Daytona, 37th at COTA, and he will be the first retirement from Phoenix today. Wow.
Yeah, that's fairly sizable points hit again for Joe Gibbs Racing. And again, I just said they were all having a good day and they're all inside the top 6. And as soon as it left my mouth, one of them finds the fence. Well, that's caution changes our chat just a minute ago about the tyres, because they're all coming down to take 4 Mr. Goodyears.
Ethanol and get some fresh Goodyears. Regan.
Well, the 54 of Ty Gibbs running in 4th place, having a very good day at a track that was a challenge for him last year. his message to the team so far, it felt really good, that run. He's been very pleased all day long. And the 45 of Tyler Reddick, biggest issue he had, just a little bit too tight as he got to the top side of the racetrack. Jamie?
Christopher Bell, so happy, no complaints at all, but they did tell him about the 19, and they said, we're looking into it. We're not sure what exactly happened, so teammates certainly keeping an eye there. Meanwhile, Joey Logano said he liked where the turn was in the car. Let's keep it there, but I also need some grip. They wanted
that number one pit stall has always been so huge here at Phoenix. Joey Logano got the number one pit stall because he won the pole, Matt, and he wins the race off pit road here ahead of Bell, Hamlin, and Gibbs, who says took 2 tires, but almost certainly did not. He was running 5th, so if he took 2, he would have.
It said Tyler Reddick took no tires, but we clearly saw that he took 4. So
Carson Hocevar, though, probably didn't take 4 because he's come out 6th.
Yeah, and a rebound after having to start at the rear today for Carson, so he has jumped up with a chance of getting a decent pool of stage points. So still we've got plenty of laps to go in this stage, 50 to be precise, which is pretty much the length of the first stage.
Yeah, you get through the first stage here, it goes caution-free for 60 laps, and you think, man, this is going to be a quick race. And then you get to stage 2, and it's 125 laps, and you think, oh, that's a little bit more of a grind.
Just did exactly that while you were doing the basketball update before. Had a little bathroom break and said, oh, we're almost halfway. And then I came back out here and went, we're nowhere near halfway. So, just had that exact thing has just literally happened on this end of the commentary table.
I mean, if we wanted to, we could do stages of 100, 100, and 112 around here, but they've never chosen to do that, and it kind of boggles the mind.
Well, just give a bit more a strategic element to having it this way, rather than having 3 straight stages, as you say, of pretty much all of them of 1 to 100 laps, and that doesn't happen at all of the racetracks, obviously, does it? We have plenty of places we go to where the first 2 stages are the same length, but it is nice for a couple of places, and there's some oddities about Phoenix. It's a kilometre race. It's in a time zone that doesn't change its clocks. And now we've got stage lengths that are all over the place.
Yes, for those of us stateside, but not in Arizona, happy the sun is up until 9:07 day. Woohoo! Sleep schedules ruined across the nation.
And for those not in the know, Mr. Owens here has had a fairly up and down sleep schedule for the last couple of weeks.
No kidding. Yeah, I don't need anything. I don't need any help getting my sleep schedule to be all cattywampus already to begin with. But, anyway, the Mother Nature, or I don't know, is it even Mother Nature? It's a stupid rule that Congress keeps saying that they want to change, but you know how good Congress is at changing things around here. Meanwhile, I
blame the farmers. Dum.
Right. But then, of course, in Matt's part of the world, they don't do it for another 3 weeks.
No, that's right.
But it always seems
we go through it at the same time.
Yeah.
At the end.
Yeah, exactly.
At the fall, we do it the same. So.
Yeah. It's awfully confusing. No one knows.
Is this another problem here for Ryan Blaney, perhaps, on this latest pit stop? Just checking why we're being shown these replays, but
let's see, where has he come out at as I scan through timing and score? Oh, there was another problem. He's back in 30 seconds.
I think it was left rear this time.
Yeah, being scored back in 30 seconds, so he's going to have to come through the traffic again. And actually, this time, Matt, it was a penalty for pitting outside of the box. Not all of the car was inside the pit box while they serviced the car.
Oh, okay. Didn't quite catch that from the shot we had before. Here we go. This is why. So it was a loose wheel, and he pitted outside the box. He came to rest in the 22 pit box to have the left rear tightened up.
Right.
So that is a penalty. As we talked about a couple of weeks ago now, that is now a penalty for doing that. Instead of having the car go out and losing a wheel, teams were, if they had the opportunity, stopping in a team box to have any adjustments done last year without penalty. That is now a penalty, and that answers the question. So 2 loose wheels so far for Ryan Blaney.
They got to get that cleaned up because obviously that car is very fast and there's a little more than half the race still to run, and he can make his way back up there again perhaps, but they can't have that happen again. Joey Logano won the race off pit road. He's the control car inside of row 1. To his outside, Christopher Bell. Green flag up into the air. 98% of the field cuts the dog leg, and they make their way to turn 1. 2 by 2 at the front, 3 wide at 5th, 4 or 5 wide in the middle of the pack in the teen positions.
All kind of craziness going on back there. Christopher Bell whipping around the outside of Joey Logano to keep, or get the lead back, should I say, as they head up towards turn 3, side by side behind him. The other 2 Gibbs cars, Hamlin and Ty Gibbs.
So it's Bell back to the lead as he clears Logano across the line through the dogleg. Those 2 are first and second once again. Hamlin does get by Gibbs to take over third. The battle's at 5th. Tyler Reddick to the inside of Carson Hocevar.
They'll be side by side. Just behind them, Cindric and Byron, who seem like they've been side by side a lot today, or near around each other. But Cindric takes the spot this time. Hocevar trying to round up Reddick round the outside, and looks like he will do so coming out of turn 4.
Hocevar made up a lot of positions on pit road. He hasn't cleared Reddick yet, though. Reddick pulls him back as he works to his left elbow through the dogleg. Austin Cindric just in behind these 2 as they work their way back into the corner.
Watch out here, Tyler. You don't want to get caught in the eye of the storm of Hurricane Hocevar as he tries to continue this run around the outside. Reddick hanging tough on the inside, though, of the 77.
Yeah, Reddick and Hocevar locked in a really good battle here as they come across the line, and once again they come very close together. The right side of Reddick's car to the left side of Hocevar's car. Dead even nose-to-nose action going back to 1.
With Cindric right in behind them. Couple of car lengths back to Byron, and then it is Chris Buescher finds himself inside the top 10 for the first time today in the 17, as this battle continues with Reddick still hanging on here on the inside of Hocevar.
Wow, Hocevar really lets it drift up the track on the exit of 4, but he holds onto his position side by side with Tyler Reddick. Good battle here for the 5th spot. Would like to know if Hocevar did indeed take 2 tires there, Matt, because if he did, he's hanging on for dear life on the outside.
We saw Gibbs and McDowell earlier on in the race under that couple of previous cautions ago take 2 and hang on 2 tyres against everybody else that had 4 and then got the caution they needed. So it looks like 2 tyres is an option here for a small to medium-sized run as Reddick cuts the dogleg. Again, this time trying to get away from Carson, takes the shortcut and clears him, and holds on a 5th position at the moment. So that battle perhaps will resume in the next couple of laps behind Austin Cindric, rounding up William Byron for what would be the 7th place. And then, as I mentioned, just behind those 2 guys, Chris Buescher and Michael McDowell. Austin Dillon just outside the top 10 as well.
Reddick finally got tired of running side by side with Hocevar, so he cut the dogleg massively and was able to clear him. Ryan Blaney up to the 25th position. He's already picked up 7 spots on this restart. Hocevar falls in line 6th.
Does indeed. Cindric trying to get on board here with Hocevar, who's perhaps, if he did take 2 tyres, is now beginning to feel it against these 4 tired guys. Cindric with a lot of brake dust up the side of the number 2 car, I noticed there in shot.
Hocevar coming into the day 10th in the championship standings. Further you go and you're in the top 10, the chances of making the chase are really good. Wow, Zane Smith came up out of turn 4, ran into his own teammate Todd Gilliland. Ryan Blaney amidst all of that passes 3 cars in 1 corner. Now he's going for 2 more in the next set of turns.
Ryan Blaney playing the game on 50% AI mode here. He's just picking everybody off as quick as he can. Already up 8 spots since the restart. I think that graphic from Fox is out of date already as he heads towards turn 3, trying to try and get past Zane Smith and Ty Dillon here.
Ooh, and Smith takes a very shallow line on the exit of 4. Blaney's right below him. They nearly make contact. Blaney cuts the dogleg by about 5 widths of car, gets around Dillon, gets around Smith. Now he's on the apron of turn 1 to try to go after Daniel Suarez and Riley Herbst.
And he's going to get both of them with the exit of the corner. He'll power through. That 12 car is an absolute weapon at the moment. Ty Dillon not giving up on this, but he's on the outside. It'll be 4 wide in the middle of turns 3 and 4. Blaney on a charge.
Blaney skates up on the exit of 4 to clear both Herbst and Suarez, so that puts Blaney up into the 20th position. Don't look behind you, A.J. Allmendinger. There's a heat-seeking missile right behind you.
Yeah, it's a Penske-shaped torpedo, and it is Ryan Blaney at the helm of it as they head up the back straightaway. It's calmed down slightly behind it. I mean slightly in the best temps. Suarez has their position. Ty Dillon and Riley Herbst now side by side.
Yeah, Suarez trying to recover from that accident that he was a part of. Again, Daniel, 7th in the championship standings coming in, currently running back in the 21st position. Zane Smith is halfway to Tucson on his route to turns 1 and 2.
Way down on the inside, trying to make a move happen here. And he's still trying to find a way past Riley Herbst in the 35. And will sling it into turn 3. There's a lock up behind from somebody. Meanwhile, all of this chaos is way in the rearview mirror of our race leader. It's Christopher Bell on lap 150, so just about to click on to halfway.
So Bell away by more than a second from Joey Logano. Those two not battling the way they were before the last caution. And I can confirm that Chase Briscoe is out of the race. We knew that he would be from that heavy contact, but confirmation he is out of the race. He's the only retirement of the day. He will finish 37th and last here this afternoon. Battling in the mid-pat just continues to be hot and heavy, cutting the dogleg Todd Gilliland to try to get around Noah Gregson. Those are lead lap cars now. I beg your pardon. Gilliland's on the lead lap. Gregson is not. Gilliland running back in the 26th position. Of course, Todd's father, David, from the West Coast, from California. And David would have run many laps around this racetrack, both trying to climb up the ladder, and once he got to the top step of the ladder, he made plenty of laps around this racetrack here in Phoenix when he got up to the Cup Series. By the way, Dennis in the comment section again, Matt, says, we're here in South Dakota, set our clocks ahead like Arizona last night. Congress needs to get right. USA, USA. Yes. I prefer the fall when it gets dark earlier. Now, most people are the exact opposite of that, but maybe I just like that because I love fall and it's getting cooler. Either way, just set it and then leave it. We don't need to change twice a year, but anyway, what have you. The farmers claim they need it. So I will submit to the farmers here because they claim that they need that for their crops and so on. I know nothing about farming. Shocker, I know. Battle for second is heating up. I know that's going to happen here soon between Joey Logano and Denny Hamlin.
You say that, but you did have agriculture in your front garden earlier on this week, did you not? As this battle does heat up for second between Joey Logano and Denny Hamlin. Cows in the Owens household.
Yes.
Almost.
In the household. Right there in the front yard, yes. Well, okay, I say I know nothing about farming. I know that you might need a little bit more than a piece of rope to try to keep your cows back. But anyway, where's Ryan Blaney at? He is continuing to move up. Well, Fox is going to show us.
Here he is.
He's going to go after Chase Elliott here. What is that, for the 18th position, I think, Matt?
Something like that. Not a very loud day for Chase Elliott fans to cheer so far. Been running back in the teens most of the day. Was caught up in that spin and crash with Daniel Suarez a little while ago. 18th for Elliott and 17th now for Blaney, which, as you're watching, you can see that on the timing and scoring screen in front of you.
Let's go down to Chase Briscoe just out of the Infield Care Center.
Vibration on the radio. You went into turn 3. It went straight. Was it a tire or something else, Chase?
Yeah, to be honest with you, I'm not sure. I haven't seen the replay. Yeah, I just went into the corner and started making all kinds of noise like something was bottoming out and just went straight. So, yeah, extremely unfortunate. Had another incredibly fast, Bass Pro Shops Tracker Toyota. We've been arguably a top 3 car all year and have 3 37th place finishes, and just haven't had any luck to go with the speed. But, yeah, big hole to dig out of. But, we'll just go on to the next one and see if we can get back going.
All right, thanks, Chase.
That's a driver that the last time we were in Phoenix was battling for the championship. He'll be at least 27th in the championship standings coming out of Phoenix here. We've got another problem and probably another tire issue in turn 2, Matt.
Noah Gregson this time has hit the wall in the middle of 1 and 2. He's got to pit lane. We are under yellow before he got there, but he's shredding parts and pieces out of the right front for Noah. That's not good for the Straight Talk Wireless team because their sponsored car in their race is damaged. And let's see from the camera that's higher top turn 2. He just went straight at the end of the straight. That is a definite tyre issue for the 4 car. And he finds the wall in the middle of turn 1.
This is a shame for Noah and that Front Row Motorsports team. Coming into the day, they were 18th in the championship standings, much higher up than most would have thought they would be through the first 3 races of the season. After scoring top 15s at both Daytona and Atlanta to start the year. And William Byron under caution, Matt. Looks like he has a right front tire that's going down. It's rubbing up against that right front fender. Smoke boiling off the right front of the 24. He's going to come to pit road even though it is closed because they've got to get that right front off.
Yep, so he's going to take the opportunity to come down here in a closed pit and get that right front removed. They might just do the one tire and send him back out.
Connor Zilich as well.
Zilich. Huh. Well, it's all happening here in the mid portion of the race. And none of it good for Goodyear.
Yeah, well, yes. So, Noah Gragson, right front tire goes down. He hits the wall to bring out the caution, and then under the caution, William Byron and Connor Zilich have to come to pit road with right front tires going down themselves. Ryan Blaney, meanwhile, making passes, Matt. We knew that.
Yeah. We did, and he's had to do it at least twice now from the back of the field. He's one winner, and he's made 29 on-track passes today.
No!
Oh, and now Michael McDowell's got a right front tire that's gone down.
Golly, he's limping back to pit road. This is the Arizona native Michael McDowell. Of course, one of our Arizona natives didn't even make the race, and Alex Bowman. Oh, my goodness. McDowell from Glendale, which is literally, you can see the outskirts of Glendale from the racetrack here in Avondale. And he will come to pit road, and he was running top dozen or so, was he not, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah. Yeah, he was back into the top 10 and into the teens. So everybody getting ready for tyres. William Byron has just exited the pit lane with 2 right-hand side tyres new on that number 24.
Let's go to Larry.
We're starting to have issues here at the halfway point.
Well, didn't get all of that, but you get the picture. We're having a lot of tire issues.
You kind of feel like this is some of the teams. It was fine in the first stage, and now we've had a run. They've had a time to look at the tyres that came off, and now we're starting to see teams tweaking on tyre pressures and things, much like we saw in the championship race last fall, trying to get as much out of these tyres as possible and going over the edge.
NASCAR does not set a limit on the tire pressure that teams can run, but coming into each weekend, Goodyear gives a recommended tire pressure range. Now, Matt, these competitive race teams will always want to push the envelope on those recommended tire pressure range that Goodyear gives, and this is what happens when the teams get too greedy.
Yeah, well, indeed so. It seems like a lot of them have not listened. And of course, William Byron was at the centre of the, in air quotes and brackets, controversy at the end of the championship race last year for his tyre going down.
Well, was it controversial last fall, Matt? I hadn't heard.
No. Well, depends on where you sit. It was only controversial because the 2014 did not listen to Goodyear's advice. Cole Custer on pit lane with the hood up.
He's had something go through the grill of that car. I'm expecting that to be a piece of rubber. Yeah.
Well, you would have thought so, or something that's been peeled out by rubber. We saw bits of Noah Gregson's car all over pit lane after he came in, which was the cause of this caution, which already seems like about 20 minutes ago, with all the things that have happened since then. And not rushing, are they, here at the 41 crew? They've shut the hood down. And it looks like it might be day done for Cole Custer. Yeah, he's going to get pushed back to the garage. They're 2 spaces in the pit lane away from the break in the wall anyway, so they haven't got far to go. And they're mopping up in the pit box. So you're right, he has hit something that the engine has eaten.
29th in the championship, Cole Custer. And won't get any better today. Noah Gragson behind the wall. Now Custer will join him. And the free pass, he scrambles to find. Let me get back to you on the free pass.
Michael McDowell in his box having his damage assessed from the flat tire as we get a good shot inside the right front of Noah Gregson with the wheel off as that comes back on the wrecker.
Free pass is Shane
Not
Van
much space about the
Gisbergen.
great wireless car there.
So Shane Van Gisbergen in 33rd gets the free pass. He'll be back on the lead lap. Jarek Rubel, by the way, with us in the comment section. More on Jarek, and because you'll be seeing him on the channel here not too long from now. More on that after pit stops.
Regan?
Well, Mike, there was discussion over Ty Gibbs' radio whether to pit or stay out. They felt like the best play for them was going to be to pit right now. He has been happy with the car. He's happy last run, still happy this run. Things going good for the 54. Jamie?
Denny Hamlin as well. He said, we're definitely better that time by. Need just a little bit more sticker tires on the right side for Denny Hamlin.
Right side tires only for Denny Hamlin at Phoenix. He'll win the race off of pit road. Chris Buescher will be second off of pit road. He only took 2 tires. Austin Cindric only took 2. He comes off third. Then the 4 tire takers off. Bell, Logano, Hocevar, Reddick, Wallace, Alfredo definitely did not take 4. And then Austin Dillon. Yes, Jarek in the comments.
I wasn't laughing at the fact that Denny took 2 tires. I was laughing at your inflection of Denny Hamlin taking 2 tires.
Oh my God, can you believe it, Matt? Denny's taken 2 and Ryan Preece and Brad Keselowski have stayed out. Oh my God.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Lord.
And Cody Ware.
Holy smokes. Jarek Rubel in the comments section says, thanks so much, everyone, for supporting the channel. Yes, we will echo that, and Jarek will be on the channel a little bit later. If I have my timings right, they always get... We have so much going on this time of year. I believe 6 p.m. Eastern Time, so that's 30 minutes from now, Jarek will be on for hockey. It will be the Chicago Blackhawks in Dallas to take on the Stars. Jarek will be on the call of that. And then also tonight, we have SoCon tournament action in college basketball, a semifinal between UNC Greensboro and Furman. That's the action on the channel as we turn afternoon into evening on this March 8th. And while we're talking about what's coming up on the channel, next weekend, NASCAR is in Las Vegas. Note the unique time of that race, 4 p.m. Eastern Time next week for the Pennzoil 400. That will be after the Indy cars run the Java House Grand Prix of Arlington in Texas. That is both next Sunday, but I mentioned Las Vegas at 4. Matt and I, Matt Squared here, are we taking spring break away from NASCAR? Is that how we're wording it, Matt?
Yes, we are, yeah.
Matt and I, we will step away for the next 3 weeks in NASCAR land. We will hand you off to the folks at JB Motorsports, who will be covering the races on JBM, and they'll jump over here and be a part of the Ultimate Sports team. They'll cover Las Vegas next Sunday, and then the next 2 races in March at Darlington and Martinsville, as yours truly and others take over March Madness coverage. And Matt just takes a break and watches as much racing as anyone on the planet possibly can.
March the 8th, this is race 103.
And, of course, celebrates Mother's Day next weekend, because it's Mother's Day in England.
Indeed so.
Next weekend.
Mother's Day in the UK next.
So this is once again a different puzzle piece.
Yeah.
The United States
Much
and
like the
England, the United States and England do not change clocks at the same time in the spring, but we do in the fall. The United States and England have different springtime Mother's Day, but Father's Day in the summer is the same date. We don't know why. We just report the news.
Yeah, it's all over the place. I say race 103 of the year. That's actually down on last year and the year before at this point in time. But hey ho, here we are.
Let's see here. For me, this is a sporting event 124. Watching in full, at least.
Yeah.
If we tried to name the amount of sporting events I watch, just any amount of, well, that'd be a massive number. But anyhow, Matt and I will rejoin NASCAR Nation here on the channel on April 12th when we take on the Food City 500 at Bristol, Matt. We had so much fun a couple of years ago when we covered that race, and we'll do it again here in about a month.
Yep, that was a wild one. That'll be the first race back after the Easter break, of course, which we have again this year for all the series. No, hang on, is Rockingham on that Easter weekend?
Yes, Rockingham for Trucks and Grand National.
Trucks and Grand National. Yeah. So no Cup, they get the week off, and then we'll be back for Bristol. And as Seth's not here, I will say for the Food City 500.
We'll time mark that for him and send it to him. He'll enjoy that you did that. Happened at 2:25:30 because I have a clock here, bottom right.
He should be here to hear it anyway, frankly. Anyway, 18 laps to go for this restart, which is an all RFK front row because they stayed out, Priest and Keselowski.
Just as they did for the last restart of the race here last fall. They both tried to win it, neither one of them did. Control car is Priest, who chooses the outside. First time a control car has chosen the outside today. Green flag up in the air. Drastically cutting the dogleg on the inside is Brad Keselowski to try to stay in front of Denny Hamlin. Darrell Wallace Jr. shot out of a cannon heading to Mesa, Arizona, but ahead of him, Denny Hamlin cuts it to the inside and grabs the lead.
Keselowski being swallowed by the oncoming pack behind him. This is not what happened in November. Hamlin leads from Priest briefly because here comes Christopher Bell to take second away from him.
Brad Keselowski continues to backslide out of turn 4. He has dropped from 2nd to 13th in one lap. Hamlin leads back to 1 from Bell. Priest is held in line 3rd. Chris Buescher 4th. So...
Buescher sliding up the track, Priest, sliding up the track and almost getting into his teammate. Here come 2 Penske cars to sweep up Priest. Cindric and Logano getting by. They're bringing Hocevar with them. Tyler Reddick on the extreme outside trying to make things work. And Kyle Larson back in the mix after his slow start to the day.
And Darrell Wallace Jr. once again will cut the dogleg almost all the way to the inside pit wall as he tries to get clean air on the nose of that neon yellow Toyota. He's to the inside of Kyle Larson in a battle for 8th.
There's a fluorescent flash from Wallace right down by the pit wall there on the inside of the dogleg, and he's trying to get a move done here on Kyle Larson for 8th, and then perhaps pick off his teammate in front of him, who is Reddick. Wallace has the nose underneath Larson and will get the pass done.
So Denny Hamlin to the lead off this restart. Last year here at Phoenix, Hamlin led so many laps. 298 laps he led here at Phoenix across the 2 races. Matt, he leads again.
Yep, and unfortunately he didn't come away with anything from those almost 300 laps led. His 2 team cars, though, are 1st, 2nd in the championship points. They're now 7th and 8th in the race because Wallace did get around Larson.
So jumbled up running order after some guys stayed out. Some took 2, some took 4 under that caution pit stop. Ryan Blaney is back in the 16th position. But meanwhile, we might have a battle for the lead between teammates as they head off 2.
Bell has reeled in Hamlin here, and we know that Denny only took 2. Believe that Bell took 4, so there might be a tyre advantage here as those 2311 cars get to battling. 1st and 2nd in the championship.
Yep, Bell make that Wallace to the inside of Reddick, trying to take over the 7th position side by side as they cross the line. Let's pick up the battle for the lead further up the road because Bell wants it with 13 to go in the stage.
Edging closer to Hamlin and trying to get down the inside out of 2. And we'll have the running room. Hamlin will have to yield here. Bell will be up the inside. They break almost identical spot, and they will run side by side through 3 and 4.
This is just about how they came to the line at the finish of this race last year, Matt. Bell on the inside of Hamlin, side by side. Bell with a nose in ahead. Now Hamlin sticks his splitter in front on the way to 1. Bell drives it in deep into the corner.
And we'll have the inside running below the yellow line and clears Hamlin with much better cornering speed. So Bell to the lead from Hamlin. They've got about 4 car lengths ahead of Chris Buescher, who's surfaced in 3rd place. This will be good stage points for him if he can hold on. 11 to go.
Yeah, Buescher came down pit road, only took 2 tires. He's done much better hanging on to positioning than his 2 teammates that stayed out because Brad Keselowski, Matt, my God, I can't even find him on timing and scoring. Where is Brad Keselowski gone? Oh, he restarted 2nd, and now he's 33rd. Ryan Priest restarted as the leader. I can't find him either. He's 29th, now 30th. I don't think staying out was the right plan.
No, that's gone away, hasn't it, from the RFK duo, but at least they've got a Busher in third place here on his way to some points, 10 to go in it. Bell leading by 0.6 of a second from Hamlin. Busher, as I mentioned further, and it's Logano, Cindric, 2 Penske cars. Wallace and Hocevar have both got around Tyler Reddick, and then 2 Hendrick cars at the back end of the top 10. Kyle Larson and Chase Elliott, highest running we've seen him all day.
But here comes Christopher Bell up out of turn number 4. Motors up across the line. 9 laps to go in stage number 2. This looks to be the best car here on the property this weekend, except for maybe Ryan Blaney, who's still caught in traffic back in 15th.
Yeah, if Blaney can get back to the front at some point in the final stage, then perhaps watch out for that 12 car, because all he's done so far today is sit in traffic, and we know he's got a fast car. We ride on board with his teammate, Joey Logano, looking at his other teammate, Austin Cindric, 4th and 5th.
And let's go down to pit road and Jamie.
Season for Bubba Wallace, second in points, 11th or better in the first 3 races. And they knew this would be a challenge for him here this weekend. I talked to his crew chief, Charles, tonight, and he said, we missed it in qualifying. He was 28th, just way too loose. They adjusted on this car, and they took a gamble here. When the last round of stops happened, they came in, put 4 sticker tires in it. Even though he was 10th there, they want to make max points here. And so far, it's paying off. He's up to 6th, gained 4 spots since the restart.
Yeah, in the next-gen era at Phoenix, Wallace only has 2 top 10 finishes, and he was 29th and 37th in the 2 races here last year. It has been a track where he struggled at, but he finds himself in the top 10 here and looking to score stage points. A moment ago, 4-wide action coming out of turn 4, and a couple of purple cars came right together, and Shane Van Gisbergen and Anthony Alfredo, Matt, don't believe there was contact, but William Byron was around all of that. Byron trying to rebound after that flat tire under the last caution. He has rebounded up to 21st. He's trying to take 20th away now at the start-finish line from Shane Van Gisbergen, who is back on the lead lap after falling a lap down earlier with a spin. Shane's been solid all day, and he and Byron elbows out in this battle for 20th.
Yeah, this is all happening down here at the back end of the teens into the early 20s. Byron and Van Gisbergen side by side. William has a nose in front at the moment. SVG has his Trackhouse teammate Ross Chastain in the windscreen ahead too, as this battle continues through 3 and 4.
Byron went as low as he could through 3 and 4, and Shane went right down on the right door of Byron and pinched him down. This is good stuff between Van Gisbergen and Byron. Meanwhile, back straightaway, fight for 3rd and stage points.
Yeah, absolutely. Logano having a look at Busher as we head towards the end of this stage here. They're in 3 and 4, and they're both closing in on Danny Hamlin, so he could be in trouble for 2nd here.
This would be a battle for 8 championship points here for Busher and Logano. If you can finish 3rd in a stage, it's 8 points. Logano's going to rocket to the top of 1 and 2.
And we'll rocket out of 1 and 2, and we'll try the up and under if he has the run, which he should have, heading towards 3. Busher will defend it as much as he can, and he will really stick it in there in 3 on the outside.
Logano tries to pull up alongside Busher, can't do it. He'll have to fall back in line. In the tire tracks of that red and yellow number 17, Fry's sponsorship for Busher this weekend. Now Logano's going to cut it to the bottom. Left side tires on the apron through 1 and 2.
Busher, though, still hanging on the outside and keeps the position for the minute. Logano will have the run. Bit further back, we are looking at Gibbs and Gilliland. This is for 10th. The final stage point up for grabs too. And Logano muscles his way past Busher this time.
Yeah, gave him a punch on the left side, and now Logano will cut the dog leg. Can he sweep up ahead of Busher? Looks like he will. Yes, Logano takes away the 3rd position. Busher's not going to let that go without a fight with only 2 to go in the stage.
Meanwhile, serenely on his way, 3 seconds clear of at least some of the madness, Christopher Bell is about to win his first stage of the season. Hamlin looks like he might be secure now in 2nd, with that battle going on behind.
Final lap of stage 2 underway. Bell with a 3-second edge on Hamlin. Fight for 3rd is settled down. It looks like Logano has it from Busher, who will try to keep 4th away from Wallace.
And it's Cindric and Hocevar behind them as this leading group come out of turn number 2. Bell on his way. He's in 3 and 4. The man that won the last 2 spring races here is about to win stage 2 of this one.
You would have thought Christopher Bell would have won more stages in his career than just 8, but this is his 9th career stage victory as he crosses the line with the green and white checkered flag waving. Bell wins stage 2 here at Phoenix. He gets 10 championship points. Denny Hamlin 2nd, Joey Logano 3rd, Chris Buescher 4th, followed by Darrell Wallace Jr. 2nd in the championship. Those are 6 points for him. Rest of the points-paying spots go to Cindric, Hocevar, Reddick, Larson, and Gilliland. I will waste no time throwing it to my partner Matt White because it has been, well, a very, very busy racing weekend, Matt, so let's get to it on our hot lap.
Indeed so, thank you. Very, very busy weekend indeed. Turn away from your internet streaming provider now if there's some of these races that I'm about to tell you about that you don't want to know the result of so far this weekend. We'll stay straight here in Phoenix, shall we? And it started, the weekend actually started on Thursday, or was it even Friday? I can't remember now off the top of my head. With the General Tyre 150 for the ARCA Menard Series. Carson Brown getting the victory. He led all of the laps. Yeah, he did. He led every single lap, all 157 to win that race. Yesterday, we had IndyCar in action. Yesterday afternoon, the Good Ranchers 250. Joseph Newgarden getting yet another oval victory for Team Penske to put himself into the points lead.
And
the first time Alex Palou has not led the championship
OTV at collegeandco.com.
A very long time.
620 days since Alex Palou has not led the IndyCar Championship. Thank goodness IndyCar is back in Phoenix. We still need more ovals. I've been saying this for such a long time. IndyCar's schedule needs to be 18 races, 9 road and streets, 9 ovals. The racing was tremendous. Christian Rasmussen is maybe the most entertaining watch in the sport. It's him and Pato, who's up there as the most entertaining watches in the sport. Rasmussen was incredible. Before halfway, he had climbed up from 18th to the lead. The strategy was off the charts. The racing was off the charts. I loved every single moment of it, and I love NASCAR and IndyCar doubleheader weekends. We'll talk more about that later. But, Matt, that was a great, great, great race. Joseph Newgarden now 33 career wins, 18 of them, so over half have come on ovals.
Yeah, certainly do need to do some more of these double weekends if we can, and perhaps that will happen next year going forward. After the IndyCar race yesterday, the O'Reilly Auto Parts Grand National Series was also here in Phoenix, and Justin Allgaier got his 29th career victory in that series, winning the GovX 200. In Melbourne this weekend, the Formula One World Championship of 2026 got underway. George Russell getting the victory for Mercedes-Benz, beating home teammate Kimi Antonelli and Charles Leclerc on the podium for Ferrari as well, just in front of his teammate Lewis Hamilton. So 1-2 for Mercedes, 3-4 for Ferrari. Lando Norris 5th, Max Verstappen from the back of the grid all the way through to 6th. Formula 2 was in support. Joshua Dirksen and Nikolai Solov on his Formula 2 debut getting victories there. Formula 3, we had Bruno Del Pino win the Saturday race, and for USA, Ugo Ugachukwu getting a victory in the race this morning, the feature race for Campos Racing, so an American victory there. The newly named Porsche Equity One Carrera Cup Australia Championship was also in support of the Grand Prix. Wins for Clay Osborne, Marcus Amand, and Harry Jones. He's a bit of the king of the Porsche Carrera Cup down in Australia. Should be in supercars, but he isn't. Talking of supercars, they had 4 races across the weekend starting on Thursday. Brody Kostecki got the first win of the weekend. Friday, he backed that up and won again. The sweep was on, but it did not happen because Saturday, Brock Feeney got back on the board to take victory, and race 4 was won by Brody Kostecki. So he got 3 out of the 4 wins for supercars down there in Melbourne this weekend. And at Lucas Oil Stadium this weekend, there was a win for Hunter Lawrence in the Supercross. Big weekend of motorsport. We had the IndyCar and we've had this one. We'll have both of those, as you mentioned a little while ago, Next weekend here on the channel, IndyCar Arlington, NASCAR at Las Vegas, which is being supported by the Grand National Series. Of course, other notables next weekend, Formula One continues. They are in Shanghai. It is a sprint weekend, and the F1 Academy Series, that's the female championship, they get their season underway in support of the Grand Prix at Shanghai as well.
That was a busy one. And Matt hasn't watched all of those races yet, but he will at some point have watched them all.
The only thing I've watched from this weekend is the Grand Prix. But,
yes, he was up very early this morning. He was up very, very early this morning. Now let me ask you, Matt, were you as offended and turned off from the Grand Prix as everyone else seemed to be on the social media apps?
No, absolutely not. I thoroughly enjoyed the Grand Prix, and much like when we have regulation changes, it will take a few races to get things kind of sorted in an order. We wait to see what happens in Shanghai this weekend. We wait to see what happens on pit lane, because that's where the field is now.
Chris Buescher doing a great job maintaining fourth position. That last run on 2 tires. It's been a little bit tight through the center all day. Was worried the 2 tires would make that worse. Told the team it did not do that. It was really good for 10 laps. Jamie?
Denny Hamlin had those right sides only. He said he was a little loose to end the run, especially in turn 3. It's 4 tire stop here. They'll fill him up. And the 20 car, he's been the best car of the day. His teammate, that's Christopher Bell. The drive off is strong. Do not give that up. Just a little bit tight. That run, good stop once again by the 20 bunch.
And he wins the race off of pit road ahead of Logano, who once again makes up spots with that number 1 pit stall, followed by Wallace, Buescher, Cindric, Hocevar, Reddick, and Gibbs. Hamlin dropping some places on pit road.
Yeah, they were slow on the left rear for Denny, I noticed.
So, NASCAR, IndyCar doubleheader weekends, Matt. Now that Fox not only has the entirety of the IndyCar schedule, but they also have part ownership of the series, you would imagine that this is only going to happen on weekends where Fox also has the NASCAR race. You're not going to double up when the NASCAR race is on Amazon, TNT, or NBC, or USA, or any of the other networks that they're on. So I'm thinking Phoenix 1 is a perfect place for it. We've needed IndyCar at Phoenix for a long time. Phoenix is an IndyCar track. Joseph Newgarden said it in Victory Lane in that interview. If you know the history of motor racing in America and in Phoenix, Phoenix was made to be an open-wheel track. They started racing at Phoenix in 1964 in IndyCar. NASCAR didn't come there until 1988, 24 years later. So Phoenix is a perfect place for it. You get the feeling that St. Petersburg could continue, and you never know. Maybe the Cup Series goes to St. Pete. Maybe IndyCar does get a little bit, we don't want the Cup Series here. This is our place. This is where we open up our season. But maybe trucks stay there. Maybe O'Reilly comes in. But I thought the truck race at St. Pete was great, and I think we could do it with one more. I think 3 is a good number because I don't think you need a whole lot. But I think 3 is a perfect number because you know who this benefits? The fans. The fans benefit massively from having these kinds of weekends, and the fans are the most important thing in any sport and in any sports league. I think 3 would be a perfect number, Map. If we want to do it in St. Pete again, if we want to do it in Phoenix again, let's do it, and let's find a third place to do it as well because I love these kinds of weekends.
Yeah, I agree that we didn't enjoy NASCAR on the road course at Indianapolis, but that was a highlight weekend of the season if you wanted to get to Indianapolis and watch both series over the weekend. And we had, of course, the Grand National Series as well, much like we've had here this weekend. But yeah, I feel like trucks perhaps will stay at St. Pete, and maybe they'll alternate between trucks and Grand National over the next few years. We'll see, and then have this as the back-to-back. This is kind of nice for them to roll that momentum from either way into here. Then you would probably maybe do one at the end of the Fox portion, so beginning of May. And talking of Joseph Newgarden, here he is in Victory Lane.
With a Ryan Blaney shirt on. That's amazing. That's awesome. Yeah. Come on.
So yeah, we do need another one. I don't know where it would be. end of April, beginning of May, towards the end of the Fox NASCAR portion. But certainly there should be another one.
I got one, Matt. It's Kansas.
Kansas, or we could take the Grand National Series to Barber Motorsports Park.
Kansas, Texas, both are Fox races.
Yeah, that would work. They want to get back to Texas.
Oh, you know what else?
Maybe.
You know what else is a Fox race?
Of course, but...
You know what else is a Fox race now? Watkins Glen.
Ooh. Hasn't been an IndyCar race on at Watkins Glen since...
Long time.
2018?
I think so.
Something like that?
So there's 3 options right there. Kansas, Texas, Watkins Glen. Now, of course, Watkins Glen, there's some talk about maybe gets moved back to its traditional date. I don't know. That has not been well received up there, that the NASCAR weekend is coming to Mother's Day weekend in May. So, yeah.
That's Mother's Day weekend US rather than...
That's exactly right. Yes, thank you. But yeah, so I love the weekend. Pat O again didn't seem to love it. He says it makes IndyCar look like a second-tier series. I couldn't disagree more with Pat O. But yeah, I love those. Mustache rivalry. Ryan Blaney versus Louis Foster, of all things to create a rivalry about, between 2 very random drivers to pair together. Wow.
Frankly, they're both I was about to say they're both terrible. Not the driving ability or the people, but the mustaches are both absolutely shockers. Certainly, Ryan Blaney wins on longevity, though. He has had that going for some time now.
He has, yes. Louis,
trying to look really like Tim Richmond.
Louis didn't have the best of days yesterday. He has struggled on ovals to start his IndyCar career. Former Indy Next champion Louis Foster from England. Where's he from? Is it? What? It's not Oldham. He's from...
I can't remember, but I can check quickly.
It's Odiham, which I've never learned how to pronounce correctly, so I haven't tried to say it.
Louis Foster, where is he?
Riveting conversation here, I know.
There he is. I'm looking for him on my screen. Hampshire, so it's on the south coast. Odium.
There we go.
Odium, I guess.
Okay.
As a guess.
Very good. Green flag waves. Now that we know where Louis Foster's from, we can start racing again. And Christopher Bell is out with the lead.
Looking at one screen while in front of the other, so I couldn't see the other screen. Anyway, Bell does lead, and it's side by side for second between second in points Darrell Wallace Jr. and pole man Joey Logano. They head side by side into turn 2. Buscher continuing his strong run. He's side by side with Cindric behind for 4th.
Across the line, Wallace a nose ahead of Joey Logano. Austin Cindric joins this battle. He looks at those 2 cars side by side in front of him and says, hey, I want a piece of it.
Tries to get involved here with this battle. Tyler Reddick just in behind as well. Still side by side for second. This is allowing Bell to skip away. And Wallace does prevail in that fight and gets across Joey Logano as they head towards turn 3.
Denny Hamlin and Ryan Blaney are stuck in 3-wide action just outside the top 10. Hamlin did not have a good pit stop under caution, so he has dropped back. And I think Blaney's maybe gotten around him here. Matt, he has. Blaney has gotten by Hamlin. Chase Elliott's trying to.
We know Chase Elliott and Ryan Blaney are good friends. Their cars look very similar this weekend with the blue and white colours, and they were on top of each other. They're heading towards turn 2. Here's Austin Cindric defending at turn 3, but Tyler Reddick says, oh, well, you take the inside. I'll just try and blow around the outside of you.
And here's Elliott rallying up around the outside of Denny Hamlin off of turn 4. Elliott involved in that multi-car crash in stage 2. He's got some scuff marks from that accident, Matt, but this is the highest up we've seen all day as he tries to get past Hamlin into 9th. Make that 10th.
Yeah. And we'll try and hold on there on the outside. Josh Berry, also another man that's recovered after a bit of a slow start. He's just behind these guys. Hamlin stuffs it into turn 3 to try and take the position away from Chase Elliott.
So battle on for 10th. Further up, wow, Ryan Blaney cuts hard from right to left. Cuts the dog leg, gets to the inside of 2 cars running side by side, Ty Gibbs and Carson Hocevar. And how many of these guys is Blaney going to pass? He's going to hope to get both of them.
And he will. He will clear them both coming out of turn number 2. So more wizarding stuff from Ryan Blaney as he gets towards the front of the field. and that puts him up in a 7th place. Next target acquired, Chris Buescher.
Well, we definitely need to see before this race is over, particularly at the end of the race, a battle between Bell and Blaney, because those two cars are clearly the best two here. Bell away with the lead. Blaney making his way through traffic again. He's carved his way up to 7th.
Bell almost a second clear already off this restart from his Toyota teammate Darrell Wallace Jr. Bit further back in the field, Carson Hocevar just inside the top 10, and with Denny Hamlin further forward, Tyler Reddick trying to get around Austin Cindric.
Yeah, he's got Cindric in the crosshairs. Here comes Reddick, closing right up underneath the spoiler of Cindric as they make the turn into one. Reddick in his tire track. Cindric holds onto the spot for now.
Up out of 2 they come. Joey Logano just in front of this battle. He slipped away from Wallace after their side-by-side battling on the restart. And in behind them, here comes Ryan Blaney. He's got to the back of Chris Buescher in double quick time.
Blaney ripping it around the outside, across the line, only a car length behind the red and yellow livery of Chris Buescher. Battle on for 6th, perhaps, as Blaney goes on the attack one more time.
Right to the rear of the 17, and Blaney continuing to use that low line that he's been prevailing with pretty much all day. Bit further back in the pack, all 3 Hendrick cars under a blanket here. Byron trying to get around his teammate Chase Elliott. Todd Gilliland's in behind that battle as well.
Meanwhile, here's Blaney cutting the dog leg, only by 1 car width this time, but that's going to be enough to get him alongside the Texan Chris Buescher. Battle for 6th, and it might not be much of a battle.
No, easily done. Blaney picks up the spot, just drives past the 17 and already into the slipstream with the 45 in front of him here in Tyler Reddick, and he'll just go to the outside and take the place. No problem at all.
Goodness, Blaney showing a lot of muscle as he passes Buescher and Reddick on the same lap. Blaney moves up into the 5th position with 107 laps to go.
Next stop, Austin Cindric for 4th position for Ryan Blaney. Here's the leader, Christopher Bell, clear by almost 2 seconds of Wallace, who's got about half a second on Logano. Well, actually, no, it's not half a second at all. It's quite much closer than that. Logano right in behind Wallace for 2nd place.
Bell clicks across the line to lead another lap. 106 to go, Matt. If it stays green from here on out, nothing today has shown us that it will stay green for 100-plus laps. But if it were to, 1 more pit stop to make for tires and fuel, but that would be it. If we get yellows, probably going to pit at every chance you get with yellow flags.
Yeah, and if we get a yellow with 80 to go, so in the next 20 laps, and that again puts us in the same sort of conundrum we half found ourselves in stage 2, where it would have been a long run to the end from there. So that will perhaps pay out later on as Ryan Blaney's march continues. He gets past Austin Cindric for 4th. So yeah, it's all going to be about when and where the cautions fall and how you've looked after your tyres on a long run. They don't seem to be worried about the tyres on the 12 car.
If they didn't have those 2 hiccups on pit road, Ryan Blaney would have led about every lap of this race. I mean,
he'd be at the Grand Canyon by now.
Yeah,
He's that
right.
far in front of everybody else.
Exactly right. He has, and through the traffic today, he's looked like Christian Rasmussen of yesterday, which is, again, an interesting correlation to make. But, you know, the 12 looking like the 21 from yesterday. Boy, that car is amazing, and he's going to quickly be up.
High Point, North Carolina, Copenhagen, Denmark.
Yes, of course, yes. You know, and Winston-Salem, North Carolina, the home base of the German national team for the World Cup. You know, as you do. Greensboro is going to be the place for Norway, apparently. But yes, Blaney has already gotten to Logano. And a spinning car on the front straightaway is Ryan Preece. And that's going to bring out one of those cautions as the orange and black number 60 of Connecticut's Ryan Preece goes for a long, smoky spin along the front stretch, spun down to driver's left on the dog leg, picks it back up, gets it back going the right direction without losing a lap. Caution is out for the winner of the Clash, speaking of Winston-Salem. Preece the winner at Bowman Gray to start the season. And he's gone for a spin here, and we're under caution with 102 laps to go. Gives me a chance to look down to the comments section and see Peach Miller 5098, Matt, is with us. And she says, my husband and I enjoy listening to you. Just wishing we could pause to be in sync with you, as the closest we can get to live is watching driver cams on Max. We're ahead of you by a few laps. Yes, that is a struggle with the YouTube streaming. We do hate that, but no real way around that, honestly. But glad to have you with us. And, wow, Ryan Preece, looking on a replay, I think, came together with Connor Zilich. Door-to-door contact through the dog leg, and Preece went around. Wow, that's
did well to keep it off the inside wall, but that was we didn't quite get the beginning of that. 47 car was involved in that perhaps as well, but now here we go. We're on board with Connor as he comes. Wow, he got turned by Preece and saved it against the side of the 60.
I don't know. Was that contact from behind Connor, maybe? I think the contact was from behind Connor.
Well, he might have been. It might have been from the 47, which turned Connor into Ryan. He was the innocent victim of all that.
Yeah.
Pit lane open.
Pit lane is open. Yes, Peach Miller, glad to have you with us. Hate that we can't get synced up well. But yeah, that is a problem that we really just can't fix, unfortunately. We'd love to, but so glad to have you with us. Hope that you and your husband are enjoying the race and the coverage. Pit road open, cars are on it.
Tires going on that car. Actually pretty well balanced that run. He was pleased with it. Had been battling tight since stage 1, but not too bad here. Jamie?
Bubba Wallace in the 23, good run there, just saying that he's getting beat through the center, just too tight, a 4-tire stop here. Christopher Bell, if I've got my code words figured out, the call was Camry, right sides only.
And Christopher Bell's team will hold serve on pit road. He wins the race off ahead of Ty Gibbs, Chris Buescher, Ross Chastain, Anthony Alfredo. So a number of guys would have taken 2 tires right there with that order off pit road, Matt. And you're right, it was Ricky Stenhouse Jr. who got into the back of Connor Zilich.
Saw Josh Berry and Chase Elliott stay out, so interesting to see what they do as well.
And by the way, Peach Miller in the comments section says you guys are great. Well, thank you. Glad to have you with us. You can see bottom right of your screen, Matthew Owens here, joined by Matt White. Throughout the season, we'll also be joined by our teammate Seth Eves, who will come to cover some races once we get through the spring season. And a reminder that the next 3 NASCAR Cup Series races, Matt and I are, as we said, kind of taking NASCAR spring break. I will be on March Madness coverage on the channel, covering conference tournaments and then the NCAA tournament. Matt rest his voice, which he wish he could have done before the Daytona 500, but, you know.
Yeah, it's been a stressful few weeks with the voice box here, with colds and everything. So
we step away for the next 3 Cup races, and we will turn you over. Those races will be here on the channel. It will be called and simulcasted with our friends at JB Motorsports, also on YouTube, that covers, well, every racing series known to man: NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula 1, Formula 2, Formula 3,
They cover
MotoGP.
the racing series. I just watched them.
Yes, they cover. That's a motorsports channel. We're a sports channel. We cover all the sports. They cover all the motorsports. And then sometimes we come together for NASCAR and IndyCar, like we did yesterday and like we've done throughout the season. So they will have you covered for Las Vegas, Darlington, and Martinsville to close out March. Matt and I will be back with you for Bristol on April the 12th. And then I think, I don't want to write anything into stone, but I'm fairly certain after that it will be the Ultimate Sports Team for the rest of the season after that, I think.
Okay.
I could be wrong.
Depending on what we do in and around the World Cup.
Yes.
Coverage as well, of course, of which that will be. There will be plentiful games.
Yes.
From all over those United States, Canada, and Mexico.
Yes, exactly right. Yep, the March schedule.
Depending on who's turning up, of course.
Yeah, well, indeed. So that's the rest of the March NASCAR schedule: Vegas, Darlington, and Martinsville. April, we'll see the Cup Series go to Bristol, Kansas, and Talladega. Of course, Cup Series off for Easter. That Easter weekend, as we talked about earlier, the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series and Truck Series will be in Rockingham that weekend. In the month of May, which we love around here, NASCAR will be in Texas, Watkins Glen, that wacky all-star race in Dover, and then the World 600 at Charlotte. Here is the confirmation, Matt, of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. being the one that turned Zilich into Preece.
It looked like Stenhouse tried to get underneath Connor, heading towards the dogleg. Perhaps didn't realise that Preece was on his left. I'm giving Ricky benefit of the doubt here, but a great save from Zilich after being turned left in a straight line to use Preece as a bumper and get back going in the straight line again. Shame for Preece that he was the man that got spat out of all that.
And then we'll get into the summer months, which includes, Matt, of course, the first ever race in the street course in San Diego.
Yes, at the Coronado Air Force Base. Well, 3 or 4 brand new racetracks for us to cover on the network this year. Arlington next weekend for IndyCar. That San Diego race. Markham up in Canada for the Canadian IndyCar race, not going to Toronto this year. And if it happens, and we'll see a racetrack layout tomorrow, the Freedom 250 in Washington in August.
And then NASCAR back at Chicagoland and a points-paying race at North Wilkesboro. So plenty of unique things and new things to keep us busy during the summer. Coming to the green, it'll come with 96 laps to go. And a jumbled-up running order with Josh Berry and Chase Elliott on the front row. Green flag up in the air. Oh, Ross Chastain gets turned by Joey Logano in the dogleg. Chastain up the track, collides into Anthony Alfredo, who also takes Austin Cindric up into the wall with him. Oh, my goodness, a grinding crash through the dogleg and going into turn 1. The caution comes out immediately after the green as everyone was jockeying for position to cut the dogleg. Ross Chastain was turned by Joey Logano. It sent Chastain into the middle of the pack. Heavy impact with Austin Cindric. And Anthony Alfredo in the 48 filling in for Alex Bowman involved as well. Wow.
Big damage to Cindric. He's stopped in the middle of 1 and 2.
Oh, my goodness.
A lot of damage. Both sides of his car torn up. Ross Chastain has got back to pit lane, but he's got a broken toe link at the very least. Chastain has got going again. I think Darrell Wallace Jr., well, if he didn't, he looked like he must have got a piece of it. But if he didn't, I'll be very surprised. Here's a replay, because I didn't quite catch the beginning of all of this madness. But this is what happens, I suppose, when you've got a couple of people at the front end on old tyres. That is a weird bit of contact between Logano and Chastain. While Herbst goes for a spin as well.
These are hard hits. Oh my gosh.
And they just got hooked together. Wow, Alfredo got sandwiched. That's a shame for him because he got back on the lead lap and was having a strong afternoon. Standing in for Alex Bowman, of course, but those guys and Chastain really took a hard hit.
And Wallace, you're right, he takes a hit on the left side from the careening Anthony Alfredo car. Michael McDowell squeezing through, and I'm not sure exactly how to call this, Matt, because everyone's going to cut the dog leg, and I'm not sure if Logano hits Chastain and that's what gets Chastain out of shape, or if Chastain making that transition from the banking to the apron was already out of shape and Logano just ran into him because of that. I'm not sure which came first on that.
I think looking at that angle that we just got,
we'll get it right here.
Option B, here we go. We're going to get it from Logano. So he got into the back of Ross as they came down. That got Ross sideways pointing towards the left. And then as he overcorrected and went right, again Logano hit him because he didn't have much else anywhere else to go. And that spat Chastain to the right and collected the rest of that group. Joey Logano is going to get blamed for that, but I don't really think that was actually his fault.
Yeah, I think that's just, unfortunately, a racing deal when you're going to cut that dog leg and you've got 12 different lanes to choose from. But my gosh, the hits that Anthony Alfredo and Austin Cindric took in that were massive. Cindric, a top 10 car all day long. It will be another finish of worse than 25th for Cindric this season. 34th at
Talked about
Daytona,
that earlier on.
26th at Talladega, 32nd at Coda, and he'll finish in the 30s today as well. Oh my gosh.
Oh, wow. That onboard from Cindric was frightening as his car was up in the air. Well, front nose, to use a phrase that you love, was up in the air as he came back up the hill there after the contact.
No, that's a phrase.
Saw him get out.
That's a phrase that you love, Matt.
No, it's a phrase that you love to tease me about. But he got out under his own power, so hopefully we'll hear from Austin fairly shortly when he gets checked and released. Ross Chastain made it back to his pit box, missing a right front fender. Oh, we've seen that before, didn't we? With Tyler Reddick a couple of weeks ago at Atlanta, but more damage to there. And Wallace has taken a big old that's a big old Krispy Kreme donut to the side of that car.
Yeah. Mention Austin Cindric with those finishes worse than 25th to start the season, 31st in the championship standings. Ross Chastain came in 20th in the standings. He was third at Atlanta, was Chastain, but 20th at Daytona and 35th last week at Coda after his loose wheel came off and cost him a couple of laps. Chastain and Cindric will be very low finishers here today. Custer and Gregson both confirmed out of the race, so it will be finishes of 32nd for Chastain, 33rd for Alfredo, 34th for Cindric. And these are, again, the championship standings. The way it is this year, Matt, bad finishes like this are penalized much more this year than they have been the last 11 seasons.
Yeah, indeed so. And that's going to be a conversation we'll continue to have all the way through spring and summer, and perhaps we will get to Daytona and people will miss by a handful of points, and you go, if you didn't have that crash at such and such place and the starts of the season wasn't particularly brilliant, it is actually all now going to come back into the microscope, other than, well, he didn't win, so that's why he didn't get into the postseason.
12 car of Ryan Blaney made it through, which is a surprise to me because he never makes it through stuff like that when he's trying to.
And he was right behind it too.
Yeah, he was. Yep. Stage 1 winner. That will give him another restart to try to pass more cars. He's currently 6th. Josh Berry scored the leader at the time of caution. Now, there's a Fox graphic right there of the kind of day it's been for Ryan.
Yeah, started just inside the top 10, motioned his way up towards the lead, won the first stage. Then he had to re-pit for a loose wheel on lap 100, got back to the edge of the top 10, had another loose wheel, had to re-stop and get a penalty, all the way back into the low 30s, finished stage 2 just outside the top 10, and here he is right at the front again.
Yeah, you're right. He was right behind it.
Literally, he was behind Logano, who's the next car in the queue. So he escaped as everyone went stage right in front of him.
Some great driving by Michael McDowell and Zane Smith to avoid getting involved in that. That could have easily been, it was already a hard crash with about 4 guys. That could have caught up 6, 8, or 10 of them. And honestly, I'm surprised that doesn't happen more often, Matt, on these restarts where everyone just turns left, to use a phrase, and to get under that, to cut that dog leg. And again, the transition from the 9 degrees of banking of the front stretch to the tabletop flat apron and then back up again. We did see in a championship race here, and I believe it was 2022, where Chase Elliott got turned around in a very similar situation.
Exactly.
I actually think Ross Chastain was the one that turned him.
Exactly the message that Tanner Smith has just put in the Grid Network chat. And if you are unaware of the Grid Network, then they will be wrapping up the busy motorsport weekend playthrough on tonight, about an hour or so after this Cup race concludes on Grid Network TV. And I'll be on the Grid Tonight show on Wednesday, wrapping up all the week news with Kobe Lambeth and Joshua Birch, who is the JB of JB Motorsports. If he's got any voice left, of course, after his mammoth stint this weekend of Formula One, IndyCar, and this. and others, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, well, of course.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm guessing it was Omi doing the F2 and F3 over there, but they even did talk a few weeks ago about doing the supercars races, and
Oh, God.
I even started to talk them down. I know.
Oh, dear.
Much like a comment in our chat the other day when I said, do you ever think you do too much? I did have to try and talk them down from doing supercars too.
By the way, if you are just joining us, if you're just getting to know us, if you're new to the channel, and if you're on Twitter/X, whatever you want to call that, follow us on Twitter at usportsnet. Now, you can follow us because you want to see our content, but also follow us in case, the link to the YouTube channel changes again, because it's happened twice in the last 3 or 4 months. Let's hear from Austin Cindric.
Innocent bystander there. How frustrating is this?
Yeah, obviously it's a frustrating start with so many fast race cars, and had another one today with our Quicker State Menards 4 Mustang, and yeah, obviously the restarts get crazy here, and I'm not really sure what happened other than just cars jumping right across the racetrack, and I'm not sure I've ever jumped head-on into a wall, but that changed today. No, it's just a shame. I'm not discouraged though. This two teams shown me a lot in the first 4 races, and yeah, it's just a shame we don't have the results for it.
All right, we'll see you in Vegas. Thanks, Austin.
Yes, 3 times since, twice since January, rather, we have had to create a new YouTube channel because YouTube, well, made us. We won't get deep.
AI isn't always the answer.
Exactly right. Why. So yes, if that were to happen again, you can follow us on Twitter at usportsnet, and you can follow, if it were to happen again, so you can find us again. But anyway, coming to the green, hopefully this restart will be smoother. It will be with 87 laps to go. Josh Berry from Hendersonville, Tennessee, driving for the Wood Brothers. Top 10 in both Phoenix races last year. He's the control car. On the inside, Christopher Bell to his outside. Green flag goes up into the air, and Berry cuts the dogleg with just about everybody else, but Bell sticks with him stride for stride, and in fact, Bell is ahead by the time they make the turn into 1.
Whoa, Chase Elliott way up the racetrack, gets it away from the wall, so Bell will lead. Blaney is about to go to second. He's just split the difference between Berry and Gibbs, and we'll have the braking superiority into turn 3 to take second away. And we might have our match race that we've been wishing for all afternoon. It's Bell from Blaney at the front.
And Chris Buescher just split the gap between 2 cars to jump up into 4th, but now Denny Hamlin cuts the dogleg and sets his sights on him. Bell, the leader from Blaney, and Gibbs. Madness from 4th on back.
Buescher just ahead of Hamlin. Wallace in the middle of this, did survive without having to come to pit lane. Logano's in the middle of this as well, with Reddick and Larson, as they all try to shuffle themselves into whatever order this one's out to be as we get towards crunch time here in Phoenix.
Buescher and Hamlin continue to battle hammer and tong for 4th through the dogleg. Hamlin to driver's left. Buescher on his right elbow. Darrell Wallace Jr. and Joey Logano just behind.
Hamlin trying to make this pass stick here on Buescher, way down below the yellow line coming through turn 2. Hasn't quite got it done yet. Buescher will stretch it out down the back straightaway. All kinds of madness going on further back. Brad Keselowski looked like he was tied to a post. Oh, it was Ryan Preece. Looked like he was tied to a post. Everyone was passing him on the back straightaway.
Well, and the one that's really been hurt on this restart is Chase Elliott. You mentioned he drifted up in turns 1 and 2, got passed by about 8 cars, and he hasn't been stopped getting passed since. He's all the way back into the 20s.
He's been Martinsville. He's stuck on the outside and he can't get back in. Although Connor Zilic has just rounded him up round the outside. So he was second 10 laps ago. He's now 25th.
So Elliott has been absolutely annihilated on this restart. He is on older tires. You are right about that. And it has not worked out for him. Meanwhile, Blaney cutting into the margin of Bell for the lead, Matt. By the time the camera gets to him, you'll have a battle for the lead, perhaps.
Interesting shot, and the leaders do come towards turn number 3, back side by side behind for 3rd. We'll look at this battle for the moment between Ty Gibbs and Denny Hamlin, and Hamlin rounds up his young teammate to go to 3rd place.
Very bright and loud colors on both the 11 and 54 cars this weekend, and Hamlin moves past Gibbs up into the 3rd position. Further back, Logano trying to make up lost ground. He is in 6th, I think.
Yeah, I think so, right behind Buescher. But here's the battle for the lead. Blaney has got to the back of Bell, and the two fastest cars in the province of Arundel today are now right together.
Bell, the winner of this spring race at Phoenix each of the last 2 years. Blaney, a top 5 finisher in 8 of the last 9 Phoenix races. Phoenix Masters dueling for the lead here with 81 laps left.
The winners of the last 3 races at this racetrack. So, 3 of the last 4, let's say. And here they go up in towards turn 3, and Blaney is right on the bumper of Bell.
Up out of turn number 4, Christopher Bell has a mirror full of Dent Wizard blue and white. Blaney cuts the dog leg, tries to pull up alongside Bell into turn 1, but Bell still has a slight advantage.
But Blaney, we know, is very good in the mid-corner and very good on exit on the low line from 2. Wasn't quite close enough to keep alongside there. I'll tuck in, take a bit of slipstream, and recoil and try again. He will now have a look on the outside through 3 and 4.
Oh, yeah, he does. He fades up out of turn 4. Bell leads across the line, the 122nd lap that he's led today. Ryan Blaney has only led 18 laps, but he was the Stage 1 winner. He's been passing cars all day long, Matt. He only needs to pass one more to get back to position number 1.
It's taken him almost 2 hours to get back to this point, but he's there now and pressuring Bell, and you feel like this is only a matter of time before Blaney, stronger on the long run, as he always is, will figure out a way past C. Bell. Meanwhile, Logano and Reddick battling it out for 7th place.
7th position, that battle. It doesn't seem as if Reddick has enough horses under that 45 today to go for 4 straight, but you never know what could happen in the final 78 laps. He tries to take Logano here. Speaking of short, flat ovals, Matt, think of a couple of years ago when we were at St. Louis at Gateway. The battle we had in the late laps between Christopher Bell and Ryan Blaney before it went south for both of them. Bell had an engine issue that took him out of contention, and then Blaney ran out of fuel coming to the white flag. It could be that kind of duel again today.
Yeah, and Austin Cindric nicked through, and we just heard from him. He's out of the race. So these two continue their battle. Up the back straight they come. Tyler Reddick still trying to find a way around Joey Logano, but it's all about this lead battle. 76 laps to go as they hit the stripe.
Driver from Norman, Oklahoma, Christopher Bell. Driver from High Point, North Carolina, Ryan Blaney. Blaney trying to put an exclamation point on a huge day for High Point. Their basketball team made the NCAA tournament earlier today by winning the Big South tournament. Could their NASCAR driver go to victory lane in the desert? Further back, Josh Berry on old tires, Matt. He's already fallen outside the top 10. He's going to lose more positions here with cars all around him.
Yeah, he's just lost out to McDowell. He's got Van Gisbergen behind and Austin Dillon and Eric Jones. So Berry continuing to slide. He's now down into 16th position. The leaders have just come across the line yet again. Blaney still painted to the back of the racer's number 20 of Christopher Bell. They're in turn 1. Bell trying to cover the low line advantage that Blaney continually has a run off the corner, but not close enough to do anything about it. Meanwhile, these guys are still trying to pick their way past Josh Berry.
Shane Van Gisbergen, Austin Dillon, Eric Jones, and Zane Smith a part of that battle. Leaders flash across the line with now 74 laps to go. Plenty of racing still to go. More than likely a pit stop still to go. It'll probably come under yellow if the trend is your friend through what's happened today. But we are going to enjoy having these two cars running this close together, battling for the lead.
Certainly are. Up the back straightaway they come. Hard to look at this lead battle and what was going on there in the double box from Fox, but Bell continues just to keep Ryan Blaney at sort of half an arm's length.
Through the dogleg they come, a tenuous lead for Bell of 1 car length. Blaney again sets after him into turn number 1. They both put all 4 tires below the yellow line and on the apron in 1 and 2. Further back, Tyler Reddick and Joey Logano continuing their battle for the 7th position. Reddick a nose ahead of Logano out of 2, but Logano's going to get a good run out of the corner. By the way, Matt, I cannot tell you, we were coming to the restart, so I couldn't mention this as it happened. I love the quick work from Peach Miller. I gave out the Twitter account, and the follow was there in literal seconds at Lone
Brilliant.
Tree Girl.
Thank you very much.
Following us on Twitter, we'll follow you as well. Appreciate. Oh, there we go. It says on the Twitter account Lone Tree, Colorado, which I'd never heard of. But yes, okay, so Lone Tree Girl, that checks out now. Very good. But yes, glad to have you with us. Thank you for following us here on subscribing to YouTube, following us on Twitter. Glad to have you along for the ride. And we could very well have a spectacular race here down the stretch. It's been a fun race throughout. And Matt, it's been a strategic race, but it's also been a race of muscle and strength in your race car. This we mentioned at the top, and the phrase that's been used all week long, meat and potatoes. That's the part of the season we're getting into, and it's had that kind of a feel to it. You got to have a good car, you got to have a good driver, and you got to have a good strategy.
Yeah, it's had a bit of everything, hasn't it? We've had yellow fever. We had the whole of stage one was clean and green, and now we're into crunch time. Talking of crunch, here is Ryan Blaney. He's about to take a bite out of the back bumper of Christopher Bell. He does get right up to him as they head towards the braking zone of 3, and he is right there and getting impatient about taking this lead away.
Yeah, Bell does just enough to stay in front of him, but Blaney is chomping at the bit to make this pass. Next opportunity right here in turn 1, where Blaney will climb the 9 degrees of banking.
He'll try the up and under perhaps this time, coming down the not so much of a hill out of 2, but he has got a great run. Just the straight's not quite long enough for Ryan to use the advantage of that momentum into turn 3.
Back across the line with less than a car length separating Bell from Blaney. Denny Hamlin is 2 seconds back of this in 3rd. Then it's another 2 seconds back to the 4th place car of Ty Gibbs.
Blaney this time, way high in the middle of 1 and 2, trying to get that run wound up, but Bell is equal to it at the moment, heading back towards turn 3 again. Blaney continues to try and run up the high side.
And
Kyle Busch with a problem.
Flat right front tire on the Kyle Busch automobile. He's on the apron trying to limp his way back to pit road as Blaney goes after Bell in turn 1. Oh, Blaney's all the way on the apron. Might get to the bumper of Bell. He hits the bumper of Bell. And Shane Van Gisbergen is spun off of turn 4. Is this a replay? Kyle Busch has a problem just as Shane Van Gisbergen spins and the caution is out. I don't know what deal Kyle Busch and SVG had with each other today when one has a problem for the other to have one directly after, but it's happened for a second time today. Caution comes out just as Blaney was trying to pass Bell.
Just when it got hot and heavy at the front there between the leaders. So we will wrap up on all of that. I think Kyle Busch just had it go down and he kept it away from anything, and we saw him coming to pit lane as we picked it up through turns 1 and 2, but earlier when Kyle got the wall a lap later, Van Gisbergen had his flat tyre and spun, and he got himself back onto the lead lap and was well inside the 20s again in SVG. So he would have a less Blaney kind of Blaney day of bouncing back after an early issue, and that's gone away again for the 97 crew. But that was just about to get a little bit nasty perhaps at the front between the 2 leaders, foiled by the yellow flag.
And we'll have pit stops under this yellow. Meanwhile, for Shane Van Gisbergen, he had Austin Dillon filling up his mirrors through turns 3 and 4. Matt, was there contact? No, I don't think so. I think Shane lost it.
Oh, I'm not sure. But there was contact, but I'm not sure that was what initiated it. Austin was right behind him. Ty snuck through on the outside. There certainly was contact here, though, wasn't there, between the leaders in the middle of 1 and 2.
And Blaney pulled even with Bell, but by the time the yellow came out, Bell had a nose in front.
And I think if that had stayed green, that would have been position for Blaney, because he had the momentum and the run up towards turn 3 there, but got out of it as soon as the caution lights came on.
Pit road open with 65 laps to go. We'll probably see all the leaders in again, and yes, doesn't look like anyone in the top 15 at least staying out. Now, watch for Joey Logano with that number 1 pit stall. He's been making up positions on pit road all day long. Let's see what happens this time down pit lane.
Car's pretty good, just a little bit tight when he moves up top. They're not going to make a change now until the next run. They may try to make the front turn better. In the 54 at Ty Gibbs, just mega loose this run, complaining about sliding the rears too much. Jamie?
Denny Hamlin pits from 3rd. He said on the longer run it gets a little edgy and he's still a little tight on exit. A 4-tire stop for him and his teammate Christopher Bell. Pretty happy, just wants more grip, and that 4 tires right there should do the trick.
Off pit road. Who wins the race off? It's been Bell the last handful of times. It's Bell this time. Meanwhile, Gibbs and Blaney came out right next to each other, and Gibbs has beaten Blaney off. Gibbs ahead of Blaney, then Busher, Logano, Hamlin dropping 2, Wallace dropping 2, Larson gaining 2, and Reddick and Hocevar. Logano, number 1 pit stall, gained 2 more spots again. So it's Bell winning the race off of pit road this time, Matt, but Gibbs beating Blaney off.
By a hood's length, by the looks of things, against the 12 team. We've talked endlessly about Ty Gibbs and is it going to be his time? Surely now it's got to happen for him. This is a big year. He needs to win, etc., etc. This is the site where he won that Xfinity Championship a few years ago. He's perhaps putting himself in position to get his first win, if that makes sense.
124th career start. A lot of people look at career start 100 and thereabouts to be a turning point. Well, he's plenty past that 100 mark now, Matt, with this being 124 today. Will it be the day for Ty Gibbs?
They don't give out points for leading laps anymore, but Cody Ware did stay out there, led a lap, and has now come to pit road.
No, they give
credited with the lap led, but he won't get any points for it.
Yeah. No, they give a point for having the fastest lap, which Joey Logano set on lap 2 and still has all this time later. So Joey Logano with a lap time of 27.402 seconds on lap 2 of the race currently has the Xfinity fastest lap. If he holds on to that and finishes on the lead lap, he will receive 1 championship point. By the way, Ryan Blaney set his fastest lap of the day, Matt, on that last green flag run.
Well, it's all coming up nicely for the 12. He just needs to get a decent restart here and put himself in position to try and get past the 20. I feel like if he can get the track position, he should be gone.
Restart will be huge because it's going to come with right around 60 to go, which was the length of stage 1, of course. So it could perhaps go green from here to the finish. Could, because we've seen it happen earlier. So the restart and jockeying for track position will be quite huge, coming to the green in a couple of laps. A reminder here on this channel, obviously, in March, huge college basketball month, and we are so excited to bring you a ton of action from the ACC tournament in Charlotte, North Carolina this coming up week. Thursday, March 12th, we will have all 4 quarterfinals from the ACC tournament, starting at noon with number 2 seed Virginia, and then number 3 seed Miami. They play at 2:30. Top seeded Duke will play that night at 7. 4th seeded North Carolina will play that night at 9:30. Obviously, we don't know the opponents for those teams yet, as that'll be settled in second round games on Wednesday, but we'll have all 4 quarterfinals from the ACC tournament for you Thursday, the 2 semifinals Friday, and then the championship game on Saturday. And we'll have more college basketball action throughout the week as well, as we'll bring you many games from the major conference tournaments of the week. And, of course, all of that builds up to the NCAA tournament, which is not too far away. It starts on Tuesday, March 17th, just 9 days away. Madness awaiting, and madness certainly is going to be on the cards for this upcoming restart. Restart's crazy here at Phoenix all the time, and we've certainly seen that a lot today, including a couple of restarts ago when a grinding multi-car crash took out Ross Chastain, Austin Cindric, and Anthony Alfredo. Pace car, Corvette.
Great call out of you.
Yes?
Just to pick up on, great call out of you. You said, I don't think Dylan got to SVG. He lost it on his own. We just had that confirmed by the onboard from our friends at Fox. So that was an SVG spin and then contact after the spin. So it is Gibbs and Bell. Bell, the control car on the outside for this restart. 60 to go to decide a winner in the desert.
A duel in the desert about to take place, and Christopher Bell chooses the outside this time and gets a great jump coming to the green flag. He'll cut the dog leg, and he's got the rest of the field clear before he gets to turn 1. 3 and 4 wide racing further back, but it's Bell, the leader from Gibbs, 3 wide at third.
Blaney looks like he's going to get out of turn 2 in third position. He will. Kyle Larson and Denny Hamlin side by side for fourth. Reddick and Wallace, the teammates, next up behind them. Here comes William Byron. He's had a great recovery after his flat tyre earlier on. Now inside the top 10, trying to get past Joey Logano.
Yeah, Joey Logano between Byron and Hocevar. AJ Allmendinger gets there too, and he hits Logano. Logano goes spinning across the track. He's going to come up, and he's going to tattoo Josh Berry. Daniel Suarez also involved, perhaps Chase Elliott. And the caution is out again, and it's another incredibly hard crash. Joey Logano got turned on the approach to turn 1 by AJ Allmendinger. The car spun down onto the apron of turn 1, and then gravity did what gravity does and brought the car all the way back across the track on the approach to the corner, and as he comes up, Josh Berry had absolutely nowhere to go. He labeled the side of the 22 car. Berry with a hard impact into Logano. Daniel Suarez, 7th in the championship standings coming in, had nowhere to go either. He takes heavy damage. And we're under caution again with our second, well, make that third, incredibly hard crash of the day.
A little bit of right front damage to Chase Elliott. Let's see what happened. Logano was trying to go between Hocevar and Byron, and then he gives enough room for Allmendinger to get the nose in there. But of course, Logano's got Byron coming up from the right-hand side, has to go somewhere, and the contact was made. And then in the ensuing slew down the racetrack, yeah, just a little bit of misjudgment perhaps on AJ's part there on Logano, but then he ended up being, just run into by pretty much everybody at the back end of the field. And a real shame for Daniel Suarez and Chase Elliott, who have had an up and down day anyway. Second incident for Suarez in that very corner this afternoon. And no way for AJ Allmendinger to treat that beautiful paint scheme on the 22.
Oh, golly. That is another enormous impact. You knew that would be big, Matt, when Logano got turned all the way down onto the apron, and then upcoming was the corner, and he was always going to slide up, and someone was going to absolutely blast him, and that someone, unfortunately, was Josh Berry, who finished in the top 10 in both Phoenix races last year, and Daniel Suarez, his great start to the season, and for Spire, takes a hit today.
This might take a little while to clean up. And Joey Logano's radiator was obliterated on impact there with Josh Berry. There'll be coolant all over the racetrack down in 1 and 2. But yeah, real shame for all those guys, because I was kind of getting to a point where I was about to try to mention AJ Allmendinger, because he's had a great start to the season. He was having a decent second half of the race today and got himself in position, but ends up getting involved in that incident. Of course, he continued without damage.
What did we say earlier about this place and cautions breeding cautions?
Happens here every single year.
Yep.
I think SVG was right on this incident as well, but I think has avoided a third incident of the day for him. Just. And I mean barely.
Ugh.
And Cody Ware. He was right at the back of the field.
Oh.
Shame for Logano, because he was pretty much on for at the very least, a top 10, if not more.
Yeah. Here's a comment from our guy up in South Dakota, Dennis Fisher, doing the chrome on my Harley and listening to the race with my border collie.
Nice.
Well, we
good way to spend the afternoon.
We do love dog lovers here. I had to jet very briefly during the hot lap, Matt. I had to get off headset, and escape really quick and get back before you stop talking to get my blackmouth cur and beagle in, because it started to rain, which was not in the forecast today. So the forecasters have missed another one.
No, what a surprise. Those pop-up afternoon spring showers in North Carolina that we hear so much about.
Yes. So, Matt, talk about whatever you want to talk about for a couple of minutes. I'm doing behind-the-scenes work.
Okay, let's wrap up our football update or soccer update that we did earlier, because those games that weren't complete have now been. There were some games in Europe that hadn't finished, had they? Valencia were behind, weren't they, against Alaves at home? Well, they won with a goal in the 90th minute to equalise and the 99th minute to win the game. There was also a goal for Alaves in the 97th minute. So a crazy end to that game at the Mestalla, Valencia winning 3-2. 2 red cards in added on time as well, by the looks of things. The Milan derby has finished 1-0 to AC. So that's not good for Inter, who are having a bit of a wobble at the moment after losing to Bodo Glimt a couple of weeks ago. Lyon had to also use extra time to get a point at home against Paris FC. That finished 1-1. Tolisso with the goal for Lyon in the 96th minute to get an equaliser there for them. So there are the games that weren't finished earlier. Again, reminder to you that next weekend, amongst all the basketball we've got coming your way, and Jarek is on another stream on the channel right now doing some hockey, that we are doubled up for racing again next weekend with the very first Arlington Grand Prix for IndyCar at lunchtime on Sunday, followed by the Cup race out in Las Vegas later on that afternoon.
Well, neither one of us will be on that Las Vegas broadcast, Matt, so let's take this moment while we're in this lengthy caution for cleanup. What do you expect to see in Vegas next week?
Well, we've had the last few races at Las Vegas, especially in the spring, have been corkers. We had a surprise victory there, didn't we, last year from Josh Berry popping up to pick up the win. So our first mile and a half of the season, of course, if you discount Atlanta for being a mile and a half super speedway. It's the first of those races, so looking forward to getting into that on Sunday and seeing how it goes down, because plenty of people, and you can add Joey Logano now to that list after now being out today, that have won there before, and will need some another good points day, because this is going to put Logano out of the top 10, which he sneaked his way into, if you heard our ones to watch at the top of the show. He's now going to be out of the top 10 with this non-finish, as we're getting some replays of the wrecks from earlier on. Didn't realise how high in the air Anthony Alfredo had got in his sandwich job earlier on. Hopefully the Las Vegas race is a little bit calmer than this has been today, because it's been a little bit wacky at times.
Yes, ongoing.
Looking forward to that one, and then Darlington, and then Martinsville to end the month. And we'll have, of course, as I bring my calendar up here, Arlington and Las Vegas next weekend. Then is Darlington, and then the weekend after is another double with Martinsville and IndyCar out at Barber Motorsports Park to end March. And then, of course, we get the racing weekend off for Easter before the two of us come back for Bristol.
Yep. Yeah, we'll be interested to see what happens at Vegas, because you go through ebbs and flows at Vegas. Sometimes it's a Hendrick track, sometimes it's a Penske track, sometimes it's a Gibbs track. And last year in the playoff race, as it were back then, it was a little bit of everything. Blaney looked good, had a crash early. Byron and Larson looked like they were heading towards victory. Remember, Byron had that heavy crash with Ty Dillon trying to get onto pit road. And then Larson looked like he was heading to a certain victory, and then had it taken away late by Hamlin. So they all performed well last year in the fall.
Mm-hmm.
And those are, of course, the big three teams, if you will, in the sport. We'll see which one shows up, maybe 23-11. But, of course, last year, that race, the spring race at Vegas, was won by the Wood Brothers, which was a surprise.
Yeah.
We have set a record through the first three races of the year, Matt, on lead changes. We have had just a massive number of lead changes to start the season. 66 in the Daytona 500 to start the year, then 57 at Atlanta. Now, you would expect that on the two super speedways. We had a good number at COTA for a road course race, 14 lead changes, quite a bit for COTA, 137 total lead changes through the first 3 races of the year. That's a record for first 3 races, and we've had 20 today.
Setting records everywhere at the moment, and perhaps that can continue because Tyler Reddick will line up 7th for this restart, which will come with 49 to go, and he's alongside his teammate, second in the points, Darrell Wallace Jr. 2 Gibbs cars at the front again. Bell again has taken the outside, Ty Gibbs the inside, Ryan Blaney and Denny Hamlin on a row number 2.
49 laps to go when we get the green. Gibbs' teammates, will they duel for the lead here? Green flag up in the air. Bell, the control car, chose the outside and did not get as good of a restart as he did last time. As they cut the dogleg and look to one, Ty Gibbs is with him, stride for stride. Gibbs washes up the track nearly into the side of Bell. They're 4 wide at third.
He threw it in there, did Ty Gibbs, to try and take the position away. They'll be side by side up the back straight away. 3 wide for third now. It is Larson, Blaney, Hamlin as they head towards turn number 3.
And I mean, where's Kyle Larson come from? This looks like the race here last fall. Out of absolutely nowhere, he's shown up towards the front. He's 3 wide with Blaney and Hamlin below him going into 1, and Larson swoops into 1 and passes both of them.
Great drive through the middle of the corner from Larson. Here comes Tyler Reddick trying to wind it up around the outside as well. The 2 guys that love to run up towards the wall have both just gone around the outside of Ryan Blaney. He's down to 5th.
So Blaney and Hamlin backsliding on this restart. In fact, Darrell Wallace Jr. is going to get around Denny Hamlin to the exit of turn 4. William Byron's going to try to. At the front, it's Bell away with the lead from Gibbs. Now it's side by side at third. Reddick's going after Larson.
And they may both slow each other up and bring Blaney back into play. He's got a great exit from 2 and will repass Reddick, it looks like, going up the back straight towards turn number 3.
Blaney on the inside, tries to take off after Tyler Reddick. He slides up out of turn 4, does Blaney. Cannot make the pass on Reddick. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th are all nose to tail here, but Christopher Bell has gapped them all by about 5 car lengths.
Yeah, half a second in time terms, as Larson a little bit higher again through 1 and 2, trying to get the run against Ty Gibbs. Reddick right up behind him as well, so 2nd through 4th very close together, then a bit of a gap back to Wallace. Byron just getting ahead of McDowell, Hamlin, Hocevar and Dillon outside the top 10.
Yeah, Hamlin has really backslid on this restart. Michael McDowell's gotten by him. Here comes Austin Dillon, who hasn't really been anywhere all day long, but now he breaks into the top 10, Matt, and he wants even more than that.
Had a terrible start to the season. This could really start to turn the RCR ship around, perhaps. His teammates not had a great day, as Hamlin now has cleared McDowell, and he goes after William Byron. He's on the outside of the 24 in turn 3.
Byron on the bottom of 3 and 4. Hamlin winds it up around the outside. He's got a nose ahead of Byron as they click across the line. 44 laps to go in Phoenix. Christopher Bell out in front by 0.8 of a second.
Yeah, and beginning to just edge away slightly as we ride on board with Denny Hamlin. Byron trying to get it alongside on the inside out of 3. Got a little bit close there between Hamlin and Byron, and then in turn Byron and Austin Dillon. Michael McDowell's in the middle of this mess as well, but Hamlin trying to recover after that poor restart.
Meanwhile, this is not the kind of restart Ryan Blaney needed, Matt. He's been mired behind these 2 cars running side by side in front of him, Reddick and Larson. And for Blaney, Christopher Bell is getting smaller and smaller out that windshield.
Yeah, and this is not what the 12 team needed at all. They're now on the inside of Reddick, and might be a move on here. Does Tyler know that he's there? He gives him enough room as they head towards 3. Larson will keep 3rd, change of 4th perhaps.
Side by side between Blaney and Reddick as they cross the line. Blaney with a nose in front at the line. Reddick with a splitter in front as they make the turn into 1. Blaney's going to put all 4 tires on that Ford onto the apron to try to make this pass on the 45.
Will he have the momentum coming out of the corner? He tries to shut the door. He wasn't quite close enough to clear him. Reddick powers up the outside. A little bit of a Larson slipstream perhaps. Into 3 they come again, and Reddick still keeping it wound up on the top side.
Larson enjoying this battle going on behind him as he can try to set sail, but he isn't at the current moment. He's not pulling away from this duo behind.
No, in fact, perhaps if anything, he's slowing both of them up by sitting in the way there as they come through 1 and 2 again. Blaney with a nose in front off of the corner, but Reddick on the outside has the momentum and gets back in front. tries to squeeze Blaney down. Blaney said, I don't think so, Sunshine. This is my piece of racetrack. A little bit further behind, just on the edges of the top 10, Carson Hocevar and AJ Allmendinger at battle.
Hocevar trying to hang on to a top 10 spot in the points and trying to get up into the top 10 for the race. His teammate Michael McDowell is in 10th. Hocevar battling Allmendinger for 11th.
Blaney has now cleared Reddick coming out of 2. That has happened this time while we were looking at that fight between AJ and Carson. Reddick gives Blaney a bump down the back straightaway. And Ryan will now go onto the high side to see if he can get around Larson.
Reddick loose off of turn 4. That will allow Blaney to clear him, and I had the feeling if Blaney could ever clear Reddick, then he would get after Larson quick, fast, and in a hurry, Matt. Well, quick and fast has come, and in a hurry is there.
And in a hurry is about to go past, because off of turn 2 he'll have the momentum, and he will clear Kyle Larson. So the 12 car, back up the order it goes again after its yo-yo of a day. He's up to 3rd. He's 2.5 seconds away from the leader. He's got 38 laps to wind him in.
Yeah, he's really going to have to work hard here to first make up the gap to Gibbs, which is about 1 second, and then it's another 1.3 up to Christopher Bell, who has led 160 laps here this afternoon. The battle between Hocevar and Allmendinger continued at 11th. In fact, they clanged off each other last time down the back straightaway. Here comes Bell rolling up out of turn number 4. Clear track ahead of him with no traffic in front, and clear track behind him, looking for a 3rd straight win in the spring race at Phoenix. But Matt, 37 laps, it's a long time for something to happen, and we know the 12 car can really get going once this run lingers about.
Larson's way up the racetrack there. He was almost on the top of Rattlesnake Hill in turn 2. He was that far out of the groove as he's trying to hold on to Tyler Reddick behind him. But Bell looks fairly comfortable, 36 to go.
So Bell through
Here's
the
Joey
dog
Logano
leg
with
and
Regan
back to
Smith.
1. Yep, we're going to hear from Joey.
How hopeless is it feeling when you're sliding backwards across the track?
Yeah, I'm not really 100% sure what happened there. I guess I didn't realize I was 3 wide. Thought I was still 2, but even then it still seemed like there was some room there, but just ran out of space in the 1. Just seemed like racing, I guess. It's not much, just is what it is. And then I didn't mean to get Ross there on the start. I had a run and kind of went down to the bottom with me, and gosh, it's been a rough day. So we had a good Shell Pennzoil Mustang. You know, we were probably a top 3 car, maybe 4 car. It just really hurts to be here. Yeah. Thanks, Joey.
Joey was heading towards a really good weekend after winning the pole yesterday. Then he had a load of fun calling the IndyCar race with the Fox crew, Will Buxton, James Hinchcliffe, and Townsend Bell, and was heading towards the top 10 today. It looked like it all went away a couple of restarts ago. 34 laps to go here in Phoenix. Christopher Bell holding on to the lead. In fact, he's extended it on Ty Gibbs. 2.4 seconds the gap from Bell to Gibbs, but Ryan Blaney is pulling in Gibbs. He's only half a second behind that 54 car now, so Blaney is on the move as he has been all day. Will he have enough time to get to Christopher Bell? 3 seconds to make up in 33 laps. Feels like a lot to ask for, but that 12 car has been so fast all day long. In the comments, Cole Anderson, S8K, has joined us. Says, glad I found y'all. Stuck working on this beautiful Sunday in Texas. Y'all are awesome. Thanks to Cole. Glad you're with us. Thank you for the compliment. And if you are new to the channel, make sure to hit the like button and subscribe. We are here for all NASCAR Cup Series races and IndyCar Series races this season, along with many other sports like college basketball, hockey, NBA, and then, of course, the World Cup in the summer. And then by the time the World Cup comes to an end, it'll be football season all over again. And racing will still be going on, particularly in NASCAR. Christopher Bell comes across the line. He's got 30 laps to go, and Connor Zilic has another problem. He's hit pit road off of turn 2. Looks like another tire problem for Zilic. The right front is down. Sparks coming out of the Wendy's number 88 Chevrolet as he safely gets to pit road. Need to get a camera on second, Matt, and perhaps we'll do it here because Blaney has arrived on the bumper cover of Ty Gibbs.
Forget that. He's just passed Ty Gibbs up the back straightaway into turn 3. So more spells being put on by the Wizard And Ryan Blaney's Dent Wizard car is up to second place.
30 laps to go. He is 3 seconds behind Christopher Bell, but now he has clean air on the nose of that Ford Dark Horse Mustang. Is it too much to ask, Matt, to make up 3 seconds in 30 laps? Because it was a couple of years ago here in Phoenix where I thought he wasn't going to be able to catch the leader in that little amount of time, and he got right up to the bumper of Joey Logano but couldn't pass him.
Check the lap times across the line here if we can. Yeah, we can. I was waiting for the update. About the same on that last lap. Benny was a tenth faster than Bell on the lap before, so he needs more than a tenth a lap here to get to him. We'll have to wait and see how this unwinds, but of course, a yellow flag will change everything again at the front. He got so close to getting the lead off him last time before we had the yellow. He's got a lot of ground to make up this time to get back to where he was.
Blaney, of course, won here last fall in what was the championship race of the playoffs. He was not a part of the championship battle, however. He has 8 top 5 finishes in the last 9 Phoenix races, and he was so annoyed, Matt, that more of those top 5s were not wins, even though one of them was a second when he won his championship. But he's always up front here. But he's not winning as much as he thinks he should be here. He's trying to track down Christopher Bell. Austin Hill with a problem up the hill in turn 1 and 2. Goes Hill. Looks like another tire issue, Matt, but he safely maneuvers his way to pit road. There will be no yellow.
Yeah, looks like perhaps the right rear on Hill. I know it's right front. No, it is right rear as the camera catches it. So Hill on the pit road. We stay green. The gap is still just under 3 seconds between the two leaders. Here is Bell. About to go through turn 4 to go to 26 laps to go.
When Bell won this race last year, it was his 3rd win in a row after winning races 2 and 3 of the season last year. He's trying for 3 in a row in this spring Phoenix race, Matt. Will the Bell toll for 3 in Phoenix for a 2nd year in a row? He's getting closer to the checkered flag.
And he's extended his lead over the last couple of laps. It's over 3.3 seconds now. So I'm just checking on that. Looked like Blaney was slow out of turn 2 that time, but looks to be all okay. Oh, Austin Dillon has found the wall. There's going to be a yellow flag. Then there it is. Austin Dillon has found the wall in turn 2. Caution is out.
There's the caution. And my gosh, Connor Zilich is right back on pit road with something wrong with the right front on the 88. But Austin Dillon, he's had a right rear tire go down. Up the track he's gone in turns 1 and 2. It's another caution. And we'll have more pit stops surely, Matt, with 25 laps to go. You can't not pit.
Yeah, that's one of the longest runs we've had for quite some time. And we can see the 20 team getting ready down there, getting limbered up. Austin did not go to pit lane. He's continued on one more lap. Just, shredding pieces of Goodyear tyre all around the racetrack for the AMR safety crew to clear up. And he will now come to pit lane, billowing smoke from the back of the Winchester number 3.
No, I don't think he's going to come to pit road this time either.
He's not. He's staying out. Just dropping more debris for them to clear up and winding the laps away.
Yes, indeed. Decisions. Oh boy, 24 laps to go. 11th caution of the day. We're talking about the records that we had set for number of lead changes through the first 3 races of the year, Matt. Only 18 cautions through the first 3 races of the year, which was the fewest in quite some time. 18 through the first 3 races, 11 today.
Huh. Yeah, we expected more carnage last weekend, didn't we, from the race at Circuit of the Americas, which went by without real issues at all. So I guess it was time for them to catch up with that number, and we've certainly had a plentiful yellow today. We'll go to the racetrack with the yellow walls next week, of course, at Las Vegas Motor Speedway next Sunday, right here on the Ultimate Sports Media Network.
Pit road will be open this time around, and we anticipate everyone to be on pit road. Now, from what we've seen today, would anyone go with 2 tires? I don't expect any of the leaders to do that, Matt. Maybe someone like a Riley Herbst or Eric Jones or Todd Gilliland back outside the top 10 or 15. Maybe they will.
Yeah.
We're about to find out. Pit road open with 23 to go, and they're all in.
25 lead lap cars. Regan.
Mike, the code word for Ryan Blaney was yellow. Crew Chief Jonathan Hassler asking him, are you all good with that? He said, yes, I am all good with that. We'll see if that means 2 or 4 tires. No comments on the car for him. Because it looks like 2 tires for Ryan Blaney. 54 of Ty Gibbs, the same thing, 2 tires. He's been loose everywhere. Jamie?
Code word for Christopher Bell is Burger King. Final set of sticker tires. We're sitting there. We'll see if it's an audible or not to take right sides only. Just enough fuel. It will be 4 tires for the most dominant car of the day, Mike, down and away.
2 tires for Gibbs and Blaney. They win the race off ahead of Larson, Reddick, Byron, McDowell, Hocevar. Then comes Bell. He came in first. He exits 8th after taking 4 tires. Then it's Shane Van Gisbergen. But it's 2 tires for a lot more guys towards the front than I thought, Matt. And it's Gibbs and Blaney that'll make up the front row with Bell in traffic. And here we go.
Has Christopher Bell just Denny Hamlin his way to losing this race by taking 4 tires on the final pit stop of the day? We think it's going to be about 19 to go by the time we get under green here. And we're getting a replay of the Ty Gibbs pit stop.
Wow.
And he was very close to getting his right front tyre changer there, who had to almost high jump his way across the bonnet of the 54, the hood, sorry, of the 54. And he wins the race off pit road.
Well, your question about Bell, there will be a lot more laps to go at this green flag than just 2 it was for Hamlin here 4 months ago.
There'll be a high stepping his way to the touchdown for the tyre changer there.
Yes.
Gibbs.
7 o'clock on the East Coast. And for Matt, that would normally be midnight, but it's not.
Indeed. So we could still get this in before midnight. There is 20 laps to go and we've had 11 caution flags, so we might still be here in an hour. Here in the not so sunny UK, because it is pitch black.
Oh, here we go. I was just about to cue this up, and Fox has done it for me. Last year at
Phoenix...
Phoenix...
they're even listening to your thoughts now.
Yes, indeed. Last year at Phoenix, there were 2 races here. They both featured a last lap pass for the win, and they both featured margins of victory that were very minuscule. As in the spring, Christopher Bell and Denny Hamlin ran the last 2 laps side by side. Hamlin led at the white flag, but Bell was first to the checkered flag, winning the race by just 49 one-thousandths of a second. And then here in November, Ryan Blaney snuck past Brad Keselowski in the final corner to win by 97 one-thousandths of a second. If I have this right, Matt, it was the first time that a track with 2 races, not named Daytona, Talladega, or Atlanta, had a margin of victory of 11.
Yeah, makes absolute total sense. Perhaps we can add to that here, which will, as I suggested, would come with 19 to go this restart. And it is going to be, as the Corvette pace car makes hopefully the final time we see that today, a left-hand turn to pit road. Ryan Blaney has, well, I was going to say Ty Gibbs, sorry, is the control car, but he's taken the outside for this restart. Blaney the inside. Row 2 is Reddick inside of Larson. And then we've got McDowell and Byron on the 3rd row. Kyle Busch is 10th after his day of 2 times in the wall with 2 flat tyres.
Ty Gibbs, control car, choosing the outside. Ryan Blaney to his inside. Christopher Bell back in row 5. Green flag up in the air. Blaney gets a good restart. Cuts the dog leg. He's got a nose ahead of Ty Gibbs. Tyler Reddick locks up the brakes, trying to go 4 for 4 to start the season. And round the outside, Kyle Larson looking for the lead.
Out of 2, it's going to come all together. And Gibbs has got the lead by half a car. Oh, spin in the background. Jonathan Nemechek, Zane Smith in the wall. Talk about yellows. It's back out again. Ty Dillon's also going to be involved. Hello, Corvette safety car.
Yeah, talk about it all coming together. It certainly did. It's the 12th caution of the day that ties the track record for number of yellows. And this is a multi-car crash in the back straightaway. Ty Dillon, Zane Smith, who came in 12th in the championship standings, and John Hunter Nemechek all involved. Caution is out. At the timing of the yellow, the leader was Ty Gibbs. So Gibbs was the leader at the time of caution from Larson and Blaney.
Shame for Chen. He's going to limp back with a flat right front. Zane Smith had a flat left rear. Put 2 and 2 together, and you can probably work out what happened. Zane, who's had a great start to the season, is drifting his way back to pit road. And Ty Dillon was the innocent bystander being taken out by the spinning 38 car. It was 4 wide coming out of 2. And I take it back, it was someone else in the middle of that got the wall. That's Ricky Stenhouse again, his second incident today. He was in the middle of Nemechek and Zane Smith.
Didn't go
quite
well.
Just not enough room.
No, didn't.
Just not enough room coming out there where the pit wall is on the inside, and Zane being pinballed across the pack, and eventually had to take his hands off the wheel because it was he didn't know where he was going to end up.
Well,
Chase Elliott was just in behind all of that and avoided it all.
So caution again. And that will set up yet another restart, which will come with under 15 laps to go now. Ty Dillon doing much what his brother did, not coming to pit road very soon after getting involved in something. Ty
Gibbs continues to lose this race then, and as the laps wind down, I'll go back to what I said about half an hour ago. Could he be positioning himself here for another Toyota victory on the year, but perhaps his first in his Cup Series career, in the fortnight where the 54 has been under the microscope?
Yes, exactly right. 124th career start for Ty Gibbs here today. Could be on for his first career Cup Series win. It was a big pit stop from that pit crew. They took 2 tires, got him out ahead of Larson and Blaney. And that was huge. It was here at Phoenix when Gibbs won what was then the NASCAR Xfinity Series Championship, winning the race and the championship here back in 2022.
Regan Smith is in the 54 pit box. We're not hearing from him, but he is talking to Jackson Gibbs, the second. More of the Gibbs dynasty. He was the front tyre changer that we saw hightailing it across the front of the 54 on that previous pit stop.
Be a big, big day for the Gibbs family and the Gibbs team if Ty could win this race. It's been a long road to get to this point, and as you mentioned, Matt, so much going on off the track concerning this organization. It was only the organization at the start, then Ty kind of got roped into it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly right. Fox showing us the moment of caution VAR. He was being ahead of Kyle Larson as the caution waved. I thought we were about to get one to go, but we have still got some track vehicles on the racetrack. Fox saying 126 starts for Ty Gibbs on their graphic. So one of you is wrong, and I'm going to go with it's them, probably.
Well, I'm hoping that we're not counting qualifying races at Daytona, but, we are counting points in those races, so perhaps they are counting those as points-paying races now. Hope not. But anyway, we are coming to one to go this time around, Matt.
Before we get there, let's run you through the running order quickly. It is Gibbs at the front from Kyle Larson, Ryan Blaney, William Byron, Michael McDowell, the top 5. Tyler Reddick, Denny Hamlin, Christopher Bell, Bubba Wallace, the next bunch of all Toyotas. Carson Hocevar is 10th. Shane Van Gisbergen up and down over him, 11th. Talking of which, Kyle Busch, 12th. Chris Buescher, Ryan Preece, Eric Jones, Riley Herbst, AJ Allmendinger, Todd Gilliland, Brad Keselowski, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr., the top 20, as we get the juice.
Gibbs going to go outside again. Blaney's going to go to the outside after Larson took the inside. So you're going to have Gibbs and Larson on the front row this time around. Blaney and Byron in row 2. McDowell and Reddick in row 3. Bell was on row 5 for the last restart. He will be inside of row 4 for this one with Hamlin, Hocevar, and Wallace in row 5. Matt, ready to go. We'll see if this is the last restart. It'll be with a dozen left.
Yeah, don't hold your breath for the way this race has been going, but we shall see. It'll be 12 to go at the line here. Ty Gibbs looking for his first career victory. Kyle Larson and Ryan Blaney looking for their first of the season, as is William Byron, of course. And then the man behind them that's won it all so far this year, Tyler Reddick on the third row. History perhaps awaiting 45. Let's see, 12 to go.
Fresh Tires won this race yesterday, the IndyCar race yesterday with Joseph Newgarden. We'll see if Bell can work his way through the traffic. Green flag in the air. Gibbs from the outside of row 1. Great restart. He takes off and clears himself of Larson and Blaney, who are side by side for second. Bell cuts all the way down to the apron, goes 5 wide to make up spots.
He's come from 8th to 3rd in one corner. If he can get the momentum off the corner, he won't. He'll be passed by Larson. He'll be passed by Byron. Gibbs leads. Blaney second. Those two have got themselves clear of Larson. And here comes Blaney winding it up round the outside.
Blaney shoots around the top. Now at the start-finish line, he'll cross over to the inside of Gibbs. Ryan Blaney side by side for the lead with Ty Gibbs. Kyle Larson holding off Christopher Bell at third for now.
Bell on 4 tyres. Let's not forget, if he can clear Larson, he's still in the game. For the lead, it is Gibbs and Blaney up the middle of the back straightaway. 2 car lengths to Gibbs' lead.
Into turn 3, Gibbs washes up the banking. Blaney's going to get alongside here at the start-finish line with 10 laps to go. Wheel to wheel for the lead. Blaney cuts the dogleg. A nose in front of Gibbs as he heads to turn 1. Blaney clear to the lead, but now he washes up and Gibbs comes back.
Gibbs with a crossover, but Blaney will have momentum on the exit of the corner and will clear him. New leader. It'll be 9 to go at the line. 12 car to the lead. It's taken him pretty much all day since the end of stage 1 to get back here, but as he come to crunch time, he has got it.
Oh, and he better set sail, buddy, because Christopher Bell on fresh tires is all over the back of Kyle Larson. If Bell could clear himself of Larson, Matt, he could still have a chance to get up and battle with Gibbs and Blaney.
Yeah, he certainly can. As Larson, a little bit squirrely there in 3, almost got the wall. That'll give Bell some hope of making a run at the 5 car for 3rd place. Just behind them, Tyler Reddick getting ahead of Hamlin for 6th, so the history might be out of the cards for Reddick.
Ryan Blaney across the line, 8 laps to go, praying that these last 8 laps go on without a caution and without Christopher Bell getting up to battle him. And this might be the best thing Blaney could see behind him, Matt. 3 cars battling for second.
Yeah, Larson trying to get around Gibbs, and Bell is right there as well. Blaney's lead is 0.7 of a second as they head towards turn 3. A bit further back, Byron, Hamlin, Reddick, and Wallace all under a blanket, 6th through 9th.
Gibbs ran Larson up the racetrack in 3 and 4. That opened up the door to the inside for Bell, who passes Larson, pulls up alongside Gibbs. Bell with a chance to get up to second right here with his fresh tires.
And he will do so, and he has got about a second or so to get to Ryan Blaney, and he's got 6 miles and a bit to do it. Larson now trying to get back to 3rd place up the inside of Ty Gibbs.
So here we go. We wanted this all day long, Matt. We wanted to see a match race between Blaney and Bell for the win of this race. 2 best cars here all day. We're going to have it. And we're going to have it with Ryan Blaney having taken only 2 tires on his last stop. Bell taking 4. 6 laps for Bell to use those 4 fresh tires to bridge the gap and make the pass.
Larson has made the pass to go back to 3rd place on Ty Gibbs. So that has changed around. Byron's still a little bit further back, holding off the Toyota ensemble behind him of Hamlin, Reddick, and Wallace. Blaney's lead at the line about 0.9 of a second.
Blaney has 18 career wins in the Cup Series. His last one came right here at Phoenix in the season finale of last year, 4 months ago. 1 second his lead. He's out of turn 2.
Out of turn 2, and it is going to be between these two. I can't see Larson getting back involved here against Bell. He's too far back. 4 to go at the line. Blaney leads by 0.9.
Make that 17 career wins for Blaney. This would be his 18th. Christopher Bell has 19 wins, including the last 2 in this race, the Spring Phoenix race. Over the line with 4 to go, Matt. Bell was faster that lap, but not by a lot. It's still 9/10 of a second.
Through 2. Blaney continuing on that low line that he's been using all day, below the yellow line. And he has got this glued and screwed as he heads towards turn number 3. And he has got the advantage of about 0.8 of a second now.
Bell going to have some really big corners here, and he just had a really good 3 and 4. It's down to 0.8 of a second. 3 miles to decide it in the desert.
Again, Blaney right below the yellow line. Bell trying his best to use the same line and use the better tyres that he's got on the Camry to catch up. But Blaney is keeping it at arm's length. 2 to go in turn 3 on the final couple of laps.
Oh, Bell is getting so much closer, but does he have enough time? 2 laps to go, and at the line, the gap is only 0.6 of a second. Ryan Blaney is nearly to victory. Christopher Bell is nearly to Blaney's back bumper.
Larson pretty secure in 3rd. Gibbs pretty secure in 4th, although he's got Hamlin catching him out of turn 2 for the penultimate time. It is about 0.5 of a second. A huge chunk of rubber comes out from underneath the 12 car. He won't need them. He's only got 1 more mile to go.
Off turn 4, white flag in the air. Phoenix Masters are going to fist fight for a Phoenix victory today. Final lap, Ryan Blaney into turn 1, leading Christopher Bell by 4 car lengths.
Bell is there. He is not quite close enough, though. These two have had contact already today. I don't think Bell's going to be within a shot of throwing one at him in turn 3. Up the back straight for the final time. Ryan Blaney's yo-yo day is going to end with perhaps with a trophy.
Up out of turn number 4, checkered flag waiting at the start-finish line as Ryan Blaney provides an exclamation point in a big day for High Point. Ryan Blaney wins in Phoenix in the Straight Talk Wireless 500. Blaney completes a Penske perfect Phoenix weekend as Ryan Blaney goes to Phoenix victory lane for the 2nd race in a row here. Yet another top 5 result for Blaney in Phoenix. He's finished top 5 here in 9 of the last 10 Phoenix races, and he's going back to victory lane. Blaney scores his first win of the season, and he had to earn it all day long, Matt. He had, at worst, the 2nd best car here all day, but he was trapped in traffic time after time after time, and every single time he came through all the traffic, and at the very end, Jonathan Hassler makes the right pit call, and Blaney, on 2 tires, wins again in Phoenix, beating a Gibbs car that took 4.
Yeah, indeed so. And a smoky burnout for the 12th car. He's going to park it on the start-finish line. What a weekend for Team Penske. The duel in the desert is a double for the captain. If only there was a sports car race this weekend, they could have been, oh, hang on a minute, they're not in IMSA anymore. As the dust will settle on the Ryan Blaney burnout. He's going to climb out shortly. He goes back-to-back in Phoenix after winning the 4 race here in November. Jamie Little is on her way to speak to our race winner. Finally, the Toyota streak has been broken. Ford on top in Phoenix.
18th career win in the NASCAR Cup Series for High Point, North Carolina's Ryan Blaney, who went out and earned one hell of a victory today, Matt. My goodness, what an effort from this driver and this team all day long. He gets out and salutes a great crowd here in Phoenix. He'll go up and get the checkered flag and then give it to a kid in the stands. That's what Ryan does. Now he's already picked out a youngster. Oh, he's picked out someone in a Blaney shirt, I think. And Jamie Little down to talk with Ryan Blaney, who's won again in Phoenix.
Blaney,
Nothing about today was easy for you. Back to the front multiple times. 49 passes. Your car's starting to roll away here, Ryan.
Oh, no.
But what a day. Hold on, he's got to stop the car. It's rolling backwards over the start-finish line. Got it in gear. There it is. The restarts were not your friend. And Christopher Bell was lights out all day. How did you overcome all that to end up right here for your first victory of the year?
Yeah, that was almost really bad, by the way. No, I mean, just perseverance. You know, I mean, everybody on the 12 group persevered all day. We had a couple mistakes that, you know, we learned from and got better and had to come from the back a couple times. And honestly, the 20 was the best car. But Jonathan made a great call to take 2. And we were able to get the lead and just hold them off. I don't know how many more laps I would have been able to hold them off, but we were able to do that. So really proud of everybody. At Team Penske, so cool. We swept the weekend. Newgarden winning yesterday, us winning today. Can't wait to see Roger. Appreciate Dent Wizard, Ford Racing for what they do. Menards, Wabash, Discount Tire, Body Armor, Advanced Auto Parts, Dex Imaging, everything that these people put into our program is cool. And so it's cool to win here again, and especially after a day like that. So I can't say enough about the 12 guys for keeping their head down and doing what they do, and Jonathan, again, for making a good call there at the end.
Ryan, I heard throughout the Penske organization there was a lot of pressure on you guys today to get that sweep. All the sponsors are here. Roger wanted that sweep so bad. On top of all of that, it's your first win as a dad. All of those things, what does this moment mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome. Unbelievable. Honestly, when I crossed the finish line, I thought of Charlie and Gianna and wish they were here. I know they're watching. Look forward to seeing y'all tonight. But yeah, it just hits differently. Obviously winning feels great, but going home to my family, my wife, my son, it's even better. So that's just cherry on top. So looking forward to getting home. And thank you, everybody who came out this weekend. Awesome weekend, guys. Hope to do it again soon. Thank you.
Well, Christopher Bell comes home in the second place today. Christopher, 176 laps led. Looked like you guys did everything right. Was it just a matter of that last caution not giving you enough time to get back up there?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, if we had more green flag laps, I think we could have, made a run at them. But I don't know. You win some, you lose some. And this one stings, but on a positive side, I'm really proud of our entire team. The pit crew did amazing. Adam brought an amazing car. Our engineers, our mechanics did really good, and it's something to build on. I don't know. It was a day that we needed. We got a lot of stage points, finished second. So, yeah, not just bummed whenever they get away like that.
All right, thanks for talking to us. Let's see if we can walk back here. And Kyle Larson looking like he's finishing up a radio interview right now. So we'll come back here and check in with Ty Gibbs. Ty, fantastic run for you today. You guys really did everything good and smooth on the racetrack, just what we talked about this morning.
Yeah, we were really good today, and I don't know, that's unfortunate, but we'll keep rolling, and I think I could have done some things better there. Unfortunate there, but very happy with my team, and all the guys. I'm with the right guys, and that makes a difference. And so we're running good because of that, and it shows. So really happy with my team. Everybody's done a great job. Everybody believes in me, and we all believe in each other. So happy with that. Thank you to AMPM. Car looks great. I mean, it's so rubbered up you can't even see the number, but very happy with today and how everything went. Congrats to 12 bunches. They were really fast, and I'll just keep working and getting better and see where I could do better. Thought the show was pretty cool. I mean, I don't know how they're racing. Like, I had a lot of fun. I mean, it kind of sucks I didn't win, but that we had a lot of fun racing out there. It probably looked cool. So we'll keep rolling. Thank you to the man above and all my guys that believe in me and everybody that that's really loyal. So really appreciate that.
All right, nice job today. We can see the confidence building there. We'll step back here one more position. Denny Hamlin with his first top 5 of the year. Denny, a great job by you guys to have a solid performance all day long. What was it from your perspective?
Yeah, it's just a fringe top 3 to 4 car all day. That's kind of all we had. The 20 and the 12 are obviously a little standouts there, but great job by our Bob's Furniture Camry. Just need to be a little better. There's not much else you can say. We'll download, figure out how we can be a little better, but it seemed like a couple of our teammates there were really good that we can learn from. So good top 5, and we'll move on.
All right, nice job today, Denny, and we're going to send this back to Jamie, who's got your driver right now.
And that would be Tyler Reddick. Of course, he's the man of the season, won the first 3 races of the year, and all good things must come to an end, Tyler. No 4-peat for you guys. Great effort, though. Battle within the top 10. Take us through your day.
Yeah, we just kind of found handling a little bit. It seemed like our Jordan Brand Toyota Camry had good speed. It was just kind of back and forth on which direction we think we needed to go with our Camry, and so we kind of just hovered around 5th all day, and we took those 2 tires there. It got a little tight on us at the end, but all in all, would have been nice to make it 4, but looking at the board over here, scored the fourth most amount of points on the day. That's kind of what we need to just keep doing all year to keep the lead that we have and try and hang on to it. So, just solid day. If we're not going to win, these are the kind of days we need to have, and glad to get out of here with some points.
All right, we'll see you in Las Vegas. Regan.
Some top finishers there from today's Straight Talk Wireless 500 in Phoenix, which has been won by Ryan Blaney, who scores the victory, his first of the season. He's won the last 2 Cup Series races here at Phoenix, top 5 in 9 of the last 10. 9 of the last 10 races at a track to finish in a top 5 in, Matt, is incredibly impressive. The only time he didn't finish in the top 5 in that 10-race span was this race last year when he blew an engine in the late laps. Let's take a look at the championship standings, which have been updated, Matt. We'll try to take you through this as best we can. We put it together all at once, didn't we? You saw that going on behind the scenes, I'm sure.
Yes.
It's a mad scramble. But this year with the Chase, we have to update it every single race. Tyler Reddick remains the championship leader, but we've had a change at second. Ryan Blaney has leapfrogged Darrell Wallace Jr., who came in second, 70 points behind Reddick. Wallace only loses 2 points to Reddick, Matt, but he does lose that position. Blaney jumps to second. He's only 60 back.
Yeah, indeed so. So big day for them. Darrell Wallace Jr. slips to third, as you say. Chase Elliott, after an up and down day for him, 4th. He's the final man that's within 100 points of the leader, Tyler Reddick.
Shane Van Gisbergen hangs on to the top 5 after his day.
He does, with 2 spins, 2 flat tires, and apparently a broken brake pedal during the day.
Wow.
Still finished 11th.
My goodness. And Christopher Bell, Matt, where was he? He was 24th in the champion. Yeah, there it is. It's right there. Look.
Old position, 24th, and he jumps to 6th.
24th to 6th after leading over 170 laps, winning a stage and finishing second. I know he's disappointed not to win, and obviously a win would have been even 15 more points, and he would have jumped into a tie for 4th, but 24th to 6th is huge.
10 points there, separating 6th to 14th. Joey Logano slips 1 place to 7th after his non-finish today. Michael McDowell 8th after a decent result. Chris Buescher and Kyle Larson rounding out the top 10. William Byron slides to 11th ahead of Denny Hamlin. AJ Allmendinger outside the top 10, even though he had a decent run, ends up finishing 13th. Carson Hocevar, Ty Gibbs, and at the moment, Brad Keselowski would be your 16th.
Daniel Suarez dropping 10 positions there from 7th to 17th after getting caught up in that
another good day for them.
crash with Joey Logano. Kyle Busch, I don't quite know how, Matt. He managed an okay finish and gained 2 positions, goes up to 20th. Ross Chastain's tough start continues. He backslides 3 spots. I'm doing a scroll, on the fly scroll here. Keep it straight and steady. Austin Cindric, he did get stage points, so he does gain a position, but still buried in points 30th. Connor Zilich, another tough day. How about Chase Briscoe, Matt? My gosh. 27th to 33rd.
Yeah, Berry, Briscoe, and Zilich in that group. Connor's a rookie, fair play, but those 3 really have not had a real tough start to the season, and even Berry led a handful of laps. Most of them were under caution today. He got wiped out in that Joey Logano incident, and Chase Briscoe out early. No chance at all of scoring any decent points for him. He will absolutely be on the chip to rebound at Las Vegas next Sunday, talking of chips.
Yes, very good. There is your full finishing results for the day. Matt Blaney, or Bell, charged from a long ways back in those final few laps. He got to within 0.4 of a second. Those 2 cars were great all day.
Yeah, the class of the field, both of them. Bell obviously by a long way leading the most laps, but that's because Blaney most of the second 2/3, should I say, of the race was mired back in the field. He got to him earlier on. They had a little bit of a rough up just before that caution came out, which cost us any chance of excitement there. But the two-tie call from Jonathan Hassler, we saw it here in the fall. At 2 tires on the final stop can win you the race, or at least get you to where you need to be. And it happened again, this time for Ryan Blaney, who, as you say, him and Bell, the absolute kings of this racetrack in this modern era.
Yeah, those two are great.
Used to be all about Kevin Harvick here, didn't it? But now it's all about the 12 and the 20.
Yeah, exactly right. The chase for history with Tyler Reddick. He finished right where he started, Matt. It's 8th, so it's still a great start to the season. This is in no way, a letdown for this team. In fact, for Tyler and how he's run here in the past, 8th is probably take 8th, but does not become the 9th driver to win 4 straight in the Cup Series.
No, and we said almost 1.5 hours ago when we came on the air, if he could finish in the top 10, that would be a decent result for them, and that's exactly where they ended up, and that's kind of where they were running most of the day, sort of 4th through 10th. So it's a ballpark finish for them, and they will be decently strong again next week at Las Vegas, you can be sure. And then Darlington, where we know he's very good.
How about some guys sneaking up into the top 10 and 15 that we didn't talk about all day? Eric Jones finishing 10th.
Yeah.
Look at that. He turned his best lap on lap 302. That was with 10 laps to go, so he was charging at the end. We mentioned Shane Van Gisbergen a lot today. You know why? Because he spun twice and still rebounded to finish 11th. He's 5th in the championship. Todd Gilliland up with a top 15 finish for Front Row Motorsports. And all the RFK cars right together, 13th, 14th, and 15th at the finish.
As per norm,
right.
For the RFK to finish together, that's what they do. Normally it's 2 of the 3, but all of them right together today. And as you already mentioned, Kyle Busch, 2 flat tyres, a couple of laps down at one point, ends up 17th. So a great rebound for them. That they looked lost and nowhere in the first stage before they had the incidents, and still came back to finish a lot stronger than they expected to half an hour into this race.
Other side of that, Matt, Ross Chastain caught up in a restart crash. Joey Logano, Daniel Suarez, Josh Berry caught up in crashes. That restart crash Chastain was a part of, who did return to the race, by the way, unseen by us. Also collected Austin Cindric and Anthony Alfredo. Connor Zilic was not competitive today and then had many issues towards the end and just took it behind the wall. So opposite end of that spectrum are the guys that had really tough days, which, as we mentioned earlier, those bad days harder to come back from this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we said at the top, the point standings are going to ebb and flow through these next couple of weeks. And these guys that have had a rough day today really now are staring down the barrel of being in desperate trouble if they go the next couple of weeks again without a decent result, if not a victory.
In the comments, Dennis says, thanks, guys. Until next time. Well, glad to have quote-unquote, met you through YouTube. And again, Matt and I will be stepping away. We'll be back for a Cup Series race, the Cup Series race at Bristol. But again, while we're away covering March Madness and on break, the races will still be on this channel through our friends at JB Motorsports. Peter K 5157, Matt, in the comments says, thanks for the great stream. Love from Australia. Go SVG. Top 5 in the standings.
Good man. Love from SVG from all around the planet at the moment, and apparently you can't do this oval stuff, but what do they know?
Very good. Final thoughts, Matt, from a fun day in Phoenix. We're having a lot of fun coming to Phoenix here lately, aren't we?
Yeah, at both ends of the year. So it's going to be exciting in October when we come back here for not the final race of the season. Yeah, really good race. Some comers and goers all day, relatively speaking, but generally it was all about the 20 and the 12. And we kind of got an offset match race there at the end with tyres and gaps and stuff, and Blaney just about judged it perfectly to fend off Bell to the line to take his and Ford's and Penske's first win of the year.
They didn't need 5 more laps, did they?
No.
They might not have been able to last 3 more in the lead the way Bell was coming on at the end, but it's a race to 312. Unless there's overtime, and there was none here today. Phoenix, by the way, 3rd most overtime races among tracks in the Cup Series, behind only Daytona and Talladega, would you believe? So, We didn't.
Thankfully, we didn't get one today. We had enough chaos.
We did, yes. By the way, also want to give a shout out to the guy at the very bottom left of your screen, Cody Ware. Finishes on the lead lap 24th, Matt. That's a good result for that team. Stayed out of trouble, never had any issues. Nice pink and white livery today. Lead lap 24th place finish for Cody. That's a good day.
Doing all they can to keep themselves above all the people that keep having bad days in the points, and that is a positive result for the Rick Ware team.
So once again, we, the two of us that you now see at the top right of your screen, and you see one of us in living color up here, top middle. Hello. We will step away for the next few weeks. Again, March Madness going on here on this channel, so I'll be off covering that. Matt will get a breath, as he's covered the first 4 races of the season and been an Iron Man, especially fighting through pain through the first 2 weeks of the season. So next Sunday, Las Vegas, then Darlington and Martinsville. It'll be on the channel, covered by JB Motorsports. We'll be back on April 12th for Bristol. It will be the two of us, and also intertwine our friend Seth Eves, our teammate Seth Eves. He'll be on as the season goes on and we get through to spring and summer, of course. Seth on a stream on this channel as we speak with college basketball. So as we speak, you have 2 streams to choose from here on the channel. College basketball, UNC Greensboro and Furman in the SoCon tournament. You also have hockey going on right now with Jarek Rubel on the call of Stars and Blackhawks. Plenty of basketball and hockey coming up this week. We'll build you up, of course, to the race in Las Vegas on Sunday. But that is it for us here in Phoenix. Fun times, Matt. We'll catch up in about a month.
Yep, and privately we'll talk tomorrow. But
we haven't had enough of each other. We're not like
no, indeed so. Indeed so. There'll be WhatsApp voice notes going here, there, and everywhere, I'm sure, throughout the week, and we'll be back, as you say, after a little bit of a spring hiatus when we get to Bristol after Easter. So I hope everyone that's been a part of the watch-alongs the last few weeks on our various positions and places will be back with us for Bristol in 4 weeks' time. Yep. But as you said, JBM will be taking the reins for the next few weeks for us.
Yeah, absolutely. So we will say so long from Phoenix. Ryan Blaney, the victory in the Straight Talk Wireless 500. We will see you down the road in basketball and racing and hockey and all of it. We'll see you at some point, at some time, on some certain sport. Good night.